Hey, it's a bit of a, hey. All right. It's a bit of a Frankenstein sort of show here today as we are into the crazy days of summer vacation. But it's DMac here for Brett, and Spring is running the board, and Vic is where Vic always is. And man, what a morning, Vic. Definitely
like
going to spend total time talking about the U.S. and Bosnia and the red card and all that. Amazing. And I have let you know I have booked a trip to Seattle. If you want to come, I'd love for you to join.
Number one, turn the lights on in the studio.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that because they're always Spring. You know how to turn the lights on in the studio?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
So there's not a light switch?
Well,
I'm usually not here at this time.
no,
either.
neither am I. So
you guys sound off. You sound terrible.
I sound terrible. What do you mean?
You sound like you don't belong at this time of the morning.
Hell no. I'm ready to
Voice, go. Springer looks out of sorts. Listen, we are here today, and for the right reasons, because there is sports news galore, and you have to stay on top of it, even though technically this is a day off for all of us at the radio station, correct?
Yes, correct. It was supposed to be. Yes.
But this isn't work for us.
No.
This is what we do. I mean, I would have probably been talking to my wife about all of this for the next 3 hours.
Well, anyway. What would she have felt about Marvin Bagley III?
Well, here's what I'll tell you what I feel about Marvin Bagley. I've always been, if you missed it, Marvin Bagley signed with the Nuggets last night, a veteran free agent contract, minimum. He'll make 3.7, but it will only count 2.5 against the cap. It's really all they can afford at the end of the bench. It is the backup big to Nikola Jokic. It means, obviously, that Jonas Valanciunas will not be around. I think we already knew that. It's another 6'10" guy to go along with 6'10" Zeke Naji and 6'10" Deron Holmes and
one more.
Yeah, the 6'10" kid they just drafted,
Trevon Brazil.
So they've got a bevy of 6'10" guys who can either back up Nikola Jokic or at times play alongside Nikola Jokic. Marvin Bagley Jr. is the second overall pick of the 2018 class. Do you remember the number one overall pick of that class by chance?
Was it DeAndre Ayton?
It was DeAndre Ayton.
Do you know that he was high school teammates with DeAndre Ayton?
They played together in Arizona?
High school, yep.
How did they ever lose a game?
I would suspect not.
I mean, that's insane. The number 3 overall pick of that draft class, by the way, was one Luka Doncic, who ended up in Dallas after he was traded by Atlanta. So, crazy draft class. Marvin Bagley has moved around. I think this is his 5th different team.
Yeah.
Really hasn't caught on. He's gotten better. He's a good backup. He'll get you 10 points, 5-6 boards. He'll basically get you what Jonas Valanciunas got you, but for a fraction of the price.
Is he a Timu version of Mitchell Robinson?
Mitchell Robinson is a much more dominant rebounding center. That guy would block shots and rebound. I think Mitchell Robinson's numbers are far superior than Marvin Bagley's.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that's why I'm saying. Is it a discount version? Is it a... Listen, I saw the numbers that, how about Robinson just going to the Celtics? Like, all right.
I know.
All right, New York.
The only difference between, I'll say this, the one advantage that Marvin Bagley has over Mitchell Robinson is Mitchell Robinson can't shoot. And at least Bagley has some semblance of a shot.
Yeah, lefty.
He's got a floater. He can hit a couple threes.
Yeah.
Mitchell Robinson's just sort of a rim presence.
All right, so why do you think listen, I like this move. Bagley's one of those weird dudes. Like, sometimes he looks unbelievable, other times he disappears, right? Like, you just never quite know. I don't really know how to explain how you're the number 2 draft pick overall. You're unbelievable at every stage. And then you just sort of peter out.
Yeah.
He's only 27 years old and he's doing vet minimum deals. I mean, this is when you're supposed to he should be making $30 million a year, Vic.
Well,
at least.
Yeah, it didn't work for whatever reason. He couldn't get to that level everybody expected him to get to. He's at a level now where he's on a vet minimum, and this is where his career is. He can come here and play some good backup minutes and just sort of hold the fort, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can block shots. The Nuggets need more of that, clearly. But I'm just wondering, the Nuggets have to fill their roster, DMac.
Yeah.
They got 15 spots on their roster.
Well,
all right.
okay.
The big one,
Yeah.
the one that we're waiting on,
Yes.
the one that is going to resonate no matter where he lands,
Yes.
is LeBron James.
Yes.
Now, I know for a fact that the Nuggets are in on this.
Okay.
What in on this means is they're talking to LeBron James and his people.
All right. Well,
I don't see them as the favorites.
let me just back you up there a little bit. Who's they?
The Nuggets front office. Whoever
So-
you constitute as they.
Well, I think they's important in this one.
I'm sure Josh Kroenke's had conversations
Okay.
with
All right.
LeBron James.
Stan Kroenke having conversations with LeBron James?
I'm sure that they've all had conversations with LeBron James. I heard a little bit of your show yesterday,
I'm sorry.
and I agree with a lot of what you were saying, but I'm going to start with this on LeBron.
Okay.
If you were to rank the teams that are favored to land him, I still consider Golden State number one on the list.
Why?
Because of does he want to play his final year or years with his buddies, or does he want to play to win? If he wants to play with his buddies,
Yeah.
with a chance to win, Golden State hands down is the choice. If he wants to have a shot at winning it all, Denver has the advantage. It depends where he wants to go with that. Because if he goes to Golden State, just the relative age of that outfit, you're not winning the NBA championship there. You're just not.
He has, Vic, zero chance to win at Golden State. Zero. Not a little bit or not maybe. It's zero in Golden State.
Well, it depends if Jimmy Butler gets back. If Jimmy Butler somehow recuperates before the deadline, before playoff time, they got a chance. If not, all is lost.
Their whole thing was kind of based that we'd trade for Anthony Davis, and that's not happening.
Yeah.
Washington's not doing it. It's a huge hole for them. And listen, I got you. You want to play with your buddies, fine. I happen to know, I don't know how buddies they are, but I know like LeBron and Jamal Murray have a really good relationship.
Well, these guys all have relationships. Listen, they're all friendly. They're all at what point though do these relationships really matter? Remember,
Got me.
let me tell you this. LeBron had a great relationship with Anthony Davis to the point where he recruited him to LA.
Right.
How'd that turn out?
Oh, not great, obviously.
Yeah, I don't
wanted
know how
Luka.
far these relationships are great on the surface, but at the end of the day, it's still a business. At the end of the day, you got to win.
All right, you said Golden State is.
Hey, hold on. Relationships. You think Nikola Jokic has a great relationship with Bogdan Bogdanovic?
I'm questioning it today.
Yeah. You wonder about that relationship when Bogdan turned down
Yeah.
a vet minimum in Denver to go to Houston?
I'm wondering about it today.
Are you kidding me? I'm still shaking my head over that one.
Unless Bogdan really, either he really isn't that tight with Nikola, which seems absurd, or
He's playing basketball with them right now.
I gotcha. He's played with them for years. It would appear, and you would think they're pals, but I don't know. I will say I don't know what Bogdan's financial situation is in life, but maybe he needs the extra few $100,000 that you save when you don't pay state tax in Texas.
He just made $16 million last year.
I don't know Vic, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe Bogdan is foolish with money.
Yeah.
Maybe he's buying scratch tickets too often. I have
You're right.
no idea.
We don't know the extent of this stuff. And it's certainly a distinct advantage to go to a non-state tax city.
But what else would it be? All right, hold on. Let me ask you this. Were the Nuggets interested in Bogdan?
Yes.
Well, okay. For sure. They were interested in Bogdan.
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how to explain that. There's no way it's because he doesn't like Nikola. That's ridiculous. That's absurd.
That's what I'm saying. You speak of relationships and fun and go play with your friends. I think that only goes so far. It really does. It only goes so far.
Well,
relationships are great. Basketball and business is why you're there.
Well, let's talk about motivations for LeBron then. Because there's no way it's money. Zero chance is money. I mean, who knows with AI and looking stuff up and net worth. But he's a billionaire. LeBron James is a billionaire.
Yeah.
He's actually in such a unique class. As unique as Nikola Jokic is, he's in another class.
Yes.
a crazy other class that he might be the only member of.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, how much money do you think LeBron James makes a year
off the court?
Period.
Yeah, off the court.
Period.
I mean, with all this business interests that he has on the side, at this point, I think, given how long he's played in the NBA, he's the wealthiest NBA player ever.
Right.
You know, and I know his role models. His role models are guys like Magic Johnson, who went on beyond basketball and made a killing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guys beyond the game that made a killing. And I know LeBron wants to do that. And I heard a bit of your show yesterday, and I do agree. What better way to wade into those waters, right? The money waters.
Yes.
Than to partner up with a person who, and I don't know if everybody knows Stan Kroenke's story, but Stan Kroenke is a brilliant businessman. I mean, brilliant. Who was vastly successful financially before he married. And he has continued to be brilliant. So what better way to go into that mode of your life than to partner up here in Denver?
Dude, they're going to form NBA Europe, where Joker's agent is a key person to get that going. I know LeBron's interested in movies and TV and that sort of production element. He's already doing it. And I don't know if you caught this note. He wants to document this season for some sort of production, which is a huge indication that this is his last year.
Yeah.
Which
he's
makes
going to
sense.
hard knocks the entire season.
Yeah. Okay. Who would you like to partner with this? The Cleveland Cavaliers and their ownership group. You got to talk about ownership groups here. This is actually the conversation we really should be having.
I agree.
This is not a financial
This is not
thing.
a team thing. It's an ownership thing. I totally agree. People are overlooking that aspect.
I don't think he's going to go with a team that he doesn't think is going to win. But that, to me, is why I scratch my head the most with Golden State. But I don't know much about their ownership. So I'd have to learn more about that. I just know the Nuggets ownership can offer him opportunities, unique opportunities that nobody else could. And once you get into that billionaire club, Vic, it's a wildly different realm of power.
Not to mention, the Nuggets ownership group already has a vested interest and a place in Los Angeles where LeBron resides. I mean,
correct.
They are there a lot. And they are friends, and they've been associates and friends for a long time. So I'm not disagreeing with you. There's a lot at play here. There's a reason he's decided that this is going to be his final season. He's going to play for, I don't know how much he ends up playing for. Not as much as he's worth, I can tell you that. And if he's available, that's the one guy and the one area where I think the Nuggets would say, all right, let's go all in this year.
Yeah. Second apron.
All in.
No problem with the second
all
apron.
In.
No big deal.
With that guy, let's go all in. And I know there are a lot of people who don't like the prospects of LeBron James playing here. There are some that don't. I've had my issues with LeBron over his career, like most people have. But at the same time, I'm looking at a dude who has defied all logic, defied Father Time, and still produces at an unreal level. Forget the corporation that he is, that's LeBron Incorporated. The player that he is still a vastly entertaining and productive player.
Do you think the more time goes on, the more realistic it is for both LeBron and for Peyton Watson to be back here?
I don't know. The Peyton Watson news, the fact that his name hasn't come up with other teams yet.
It feels like he's down to one team.
And the longer it goes, people are utilizing their cap space.
Yeah.
The better for the Nuggets.
Right.
The fact that he didn't all of a sudden that there was no qualifying offer made on day one for Peyton Watson.
Right.
I think that ship has sailed. I think he's a Nugget.
Okay. All right. I'm excited to get into all of it. And we can't wait to figure out how to turn the lights on.
The fact that you guys cannot find a light switch doesn't surprise me one bit, number one. The fact that Springer's up this early in the morning does surprise me. Look at Springer. He's just staring into the abyss. Springer, do you even know where you are right now?
I'm absorbing all of your fantastic takes.
You're just sitting around. Look at you. I want to talk to you, Mark Springer, today, not just DMac.
Oh, for sure. Well,
Springer's
about to settle in for a nice, smooth 7-hour day here. So
Holy moly.
or 6-hour, quite a few hours of the Mark Springer.
So it's going to take him an hour just to figure out where he is.
Well, let's take a break and get the lights on, and we'll get into the World Cup. Like I told you, I'm going to Seattle, Vic. I looked into the tickets.
Good luck. You're
Holy
screwed.
cow.
Did you think you were going to go to Seattle and get a $75 seat? Are you crazy? You're going to be watching it outside on a television screen, paying $75 to watch it on a screen.
I'll tell you how stupid I am with this planning this trip in a heartbeat. It's a funny story that's coming up. All right. Here we go, Vic. I know you and the music, but you got to like this one.
So funny. The entire globe thinks that this is our national anthem. There are people in Norway going,
This
that's
is
a
it, huh?
catchy anthem in the U.S.
This is the one, huh, guys?
There are people in Bosnia right now going, wait a minute. I thought Washington, D.C. was the capital of the U.S. It's West Virginia?
I mean, it's catchy.
I'm going to tell you something. Spring, I know you're a soccer fan. Who would have known that the sport of soccer, so many of you out there consider it anti-American, you just won't tolerate soccer. How many people ever thought that the sport of soccer would unite this country like no other? You tell me, outside of college football, another sporting event that has the entire stadium singing along at the end of a game, exalting our patriotism. You tell me.
Well,
When's the more patriotic you felt than last night
we
when
like
the Fox cameras
we
let
like
it roll?
proving our dominance over other countries. So a sport that gives us the opportunity to do that, it juices us up.
But how cool is it and they got it last night. A+ to the broadcast crew.
Oh, they almost blew it.
A+. They almost did. They almost
blew
did.
it.
But so many of these broadcast crews overthink this stuff, and they talk over these moments, like the stadium moments, the opening introductions, the national anthem, things that take place at the stadium where only they experience. That thing at the end of the game with all the fans singing along, the coach who's from Argentina singing along.
Singing West Virginia was hysterical.
I mean, it's absolute magic, and it's beautiful. And it's a patriotism that we lack and lacked for many years here in our country. You see this stuff all the time in other countries, but the fact that we had that last night, that's so cool, man.
That was awesome. And they were this close to blowing it, but somebody in that truck, Vic, somebody in that Fox Sports production truck should get a raise today.
I mean, John Denver.
Our guy.
John Denver.
Our guy.
Our guy.
Our guy.
Is the author of, what would you call this right now? The world thinks John Denver is, who authored the national anthem? That's who he is right now.
Right now he is. Right now that's, and all right.
He's more powerful than Betsy Ross.
Quick poll question. Better song national anthem, that or Freebird?
That.
Why?
I don't know. It's just the way it plays out. And hell, I've never even been to West Virginia, nor do I aspire to go there. But just the way it's sung, the way it's easy to play out at a stadium. I don't know.
It's something, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we got hit with a little Freebird, 3 or 4 songs in.
Yeah, but you're not going to sing along with 90,000 people in a stadium.
No, it's not the same
Let me
thing.
see him match that in El Estadio Azteca.
You know what soccer is at the end of the day? Is an arm around your shoulder. It is. It's an arm around your shoulder sort of sport. You see it all the time. I'd say unlike any sport that exists. Guys hug and guys fist bump and the whole thing. But tell me a sport that has the more arms around each other moments than soccer.
DMac, did you see at the end of that game the Bosnian coach going up to every single one of his players and kissing them on the cheek?
I actually, true story, and I might have had a glass of wine last night, but when the Bosnian coach did that, and then he took his team and they went to their supporters behind the net, this is crazy. I started crying because
it's just so cool. It's so
because
it's national.
As excited as I am for America, and I am.
Yeah.
I'm going to Seattle. I'm about to tell you a very stupid story here in a second. Yeah. What have they gone through?
Yeah.
The Bosnians. What have they done to get to that point?
Yeah.
What does it mean to them and their country, Vic?
Just do some research on Bosnia. Go back and look up Sarajevo and that whole area. My mother's been there several times because there's a Medjugorje is the name of it. It's where a lot of Catholics go for this little retreat. But the point is, that country, you're exactly right. I mean, it's so war-torn, it's named after 2 different regions, for crying out loud. And the fact that they got to that spot is a victory in itself.
Yesterday on the air, Dan Tanner was doing fun facts, which we were having a good time with. He didn't realize that was Yugoslavia. He didn't understand He'd never heard of Sarajevo. And Spring, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but you're a little bit younger too. How aware are you of like the Sarajevo Winter Olympics? I mean, does that ring any kind of bells with you whatsoever?
Too young.
I've heard Yugoslavia.
You've heard
That's a thing
right.
I've heard of, yeah.
Well, they had the Olympics, Spring. The actual Olympics in an area that was ripped apart by war shortly thereafter, Vic. And listen, man, I'm rooting for the United States, but I'm not rooting against countries like that, Vic. That's
the beauty of the World Cup and the Olympics, and you can even bring in the baseball thing. What's the baseball one? We've been rooting for the baseball teams recently.
It's oh god, what do they call that one?
the classic.
Yeah, the World Baseball Classic, WBC.
The beauty of these events is that it brings culture to the sport. Every team possesses its own culture. Like, remember the Venezuelan team, the way they partied and celebrated every hit, everything they did. It was just cool to watch. And that's what I love most about World Cup soccer. I've been a World Cup soccer fan since I was a wee little boy. I remember sitting in front of the television watching Paolo Rossi and the Italian team win in Mexico City. All right? And I grew up, I never missed a World Cup no matter who's playing. World Cup soccer. Not all soccer, World Cup soccer. And the reason is culture. All the different cultures involved. All the different people involved. All the different stories, nations coming together. And I know it sounds syrupy, but that's meaningful to me. It really is. And what better place to do that than in our country, where we've taken a lot of heat for that, but we have all these cultures here. We welcome them. They're playing for their own countries, and it's our country that's singing West Virginia.
Amazing.
After a win. It's just beautiful, man. I love it.
All right, Balogun's red card. Talk to me.
It's a joke. That referee, do some research. He was
They went to VAR though,
yeah,
Vic.
I know.
Okay.
I know they went to VAR, but when you slow-mo everything, you can VAR. You can turn you can turn a stabbing into something different on VAR. VAR, I get it. It looked horrendous in slow-mo. But let me ask you a simple question.
Sure.
Was there malicious
No
intent?
way. No, he's not even. He's not even a defender.
He didn't even know the dude was there.
No, of course
He didn't
not.
even know he was there.
It looks terrible, but
It's awful.
it was not intentional.
If you slow-mo anything, you can make it look intentional.
Well,
But if you believe that guy intentionally tried to listen, what do they call that? Spikes down? Whatever?
sure.
He didn't intentionally try to do that.
No. And then they were putting up the side-by-side where Messi did something that looks in slow motion way worse and saying, well, it wasn't even a foul with Messi, never mind a red card. It was, listen, if you want to give him a yellow card on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because if you miss a tackle,
Yeah.
and it's dangerous, you get a yellow card. Happens all the time, that's
Just
fine.
Use some common sense in this situation. You are in the knockout stage. Not only are you impacting this game, you're impacting the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
And that's what they're going to do. Going into the Belgium game now without your best striker, your best
Yep.
goal scorer.
Best scorer.
The most dangerous player you have on your team. What a loss. And I'm at a loss for words, to be honest with you, because that second goal secured it for the U.S., but all I could think about was not having this guy Monday night against Belgium. And Belgium's the team that knocked out the U.S. What year was that? Spring? What year was Belgium?
2014.
Yeah. I remember that game, and Belgium was just too much for the U.S. This is a different U.S. team. All right, first of all, it's a better U.S. team. They've got a lot of firepower. But you're going to need it all at this stage of the Cup. And having a guy who can finish, if you guys noticed, who's winning these games? Finishers. Harry Kane yesterday, that comeback win.
Yep.
He finished. You got to have finishers on your roster. You're not going anywhere.
Okay, so with the soccer, it's funny. I was talking to my younger son, Vic, is my size, smaller to a degree, and he's like, he should be a 6'2", 235-pound meathead linebacker because he's kind of a meathead kid. But I love him. I do love him. And he's up there, and he goes, hey, Dad, 4th of July. U.S. England. I'm pumped. And I go, yeah, that's not happening. There's a rumor about that like a week ago. He's, what? That's not happening. Who's going to win the soccer bowl, Dad?
Wait a minute. He thinks that the U.S. is playing England?
Well, because there was a moment like a week ago before all the seedings were out, and there was speculation that if certain things fell a certain way, that may line up. There was a possibility but that was like that was a while ago.
You know, bless him, right? That's like when your wife my wife tries to suddenly talk sports with me, and she loves it, but she doesn't and you try to ease into the conversation without being insulting.
Right, like for a hockey, hockey game, when's halftime? It's like, I want to kill you with the details here.
Yeah.
But to a bigger point, he's a kid who's this kind of classic meathead thing. Although he played soccer as a real little kid who didn't, he's at least caught up. Like, I got to watch this. This is a big deal. I got to be part of this. And he did call it, which I did laugh, the soccer bowl. And I think he was just trying to be a jerk and be funny about it. But that's America right now. That is America. Vic, come on now. That is America right now. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's
DMac,
fine.
I made this case last week, and tell me, Spring as well, if you guys think I'm off base here. I don't know how many people watched that game last night. I'm not certain what the ratings are. We'll know sometime today. But if this U.S. team were to advance to the finals, it would be the most watched sporting event in U.S. history, more than any Super Bowl has ever given us.
More than any Super Bowl?
More than any Super Bowl has ever given us. It will be the most watched because it will bring people to the table that you're unaware of. I mean, again, we're a country of immigrants, DMac. There are a lot of people out there that you think watch the Super Bowl that don't. I think this event and the way look at it right now. Look at what this team is already doing at this round. They're already bringing people to the table that don't even like soccer, and they're watching it.
All right, but you're talking like I was just going to go more than USA Canada gold medal game.
It'll be the most watched. I believe the most watched sports televised game ever.
Well, they got a long way to go before they get there, but at least they're on the right path. So we do have some vacation, and Vic is right. We weren't even going to be on the air today, but there's too much pressing things for us not to be on the air. Okay, fine.
Would be talking about this stuff anyway with our friends. What's the difference?
So that's going to explain why today on the air is a bit of a mishmash, but everybody who's on the air today is happy to be volunteered for it, by the way. Everybody who you'll hear today obviously has no life and wanted to be, participating.
That's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
We are the guys with no lives.
Right, because we wouldn't be canceling an airline reservation to be doing this. And other people have made plans at the station, which is fine because this was supposed to be a day off. That being said, my family, me and my wife, we've never been to Seattle or Vancouver. Vic, never been there.
Okay, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I've been to both of those cities. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
Yeah, well.
And you're going there for possibly the most expensive ticket
so check this
in the world
check
at that moment.
So we're going
I know you don't make I probably know the range of your salary. I don't know what it is, but good luck getting a ticket.
Well, here's what I did. So first of all, we talked about it, and then I was very brazen. I'm like, if they win, we're going to Seattle. I'm saying this like in the middle of the game, right? So when Tillman scores on the free kick, which was what a shot, by the way, Tillman. That was unbelievable. I just start one thing at a time. I go, hun, get out. Let's book our air flights. So, bam, we book our air flights, right?
How much that cost you? I'm just curious. A ticket to Seattle.
One way was $250 round trip on Southwest. No big deal.
Do you have companion fare?
We got we have a little discounts on that sort of stuff. So that's not that big of a deal. She has to come back for work on Monday. I don't. So I'm like, all right, well.
What do you mean you don't?
I'm on vacation.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm off. I'm supposed to be off today. So she's going to come back, and I go, well, I'm going to stay. And, I want to go to the game. So what do I do next? Do I look at tickets for the game? No. Why would I do that? Airbnb, non-refundable, 4 nights. Where are we going to stay? We're not going to rent a car. We'll save money there. Stay near the Space Needle, right, Vic? Everything's got to be relatively close to the Space Needle, I think. So Airbnb, some sort of bordello, who knows what kind of
you're crazy, dude.
place I'm doing that. So now I've got non-refundable flight, non-refundable Airbnb. So I'm sunk in a couple grand here, right? And I go, time to get a ticket. To get in the door. And I'm looking like on SeatGeek. $3,000, Vic, to get in the door for one ticket.
I'm
looking for one ticket.
All for a chance to sing
3,000.
Country Road at
Yes.
the end of the game. Have you?
I didn't do it. I don't have the money for that. I don't. And you know what? If I got to stand outside the stadium with the tens of thousands of other people, hey, that's fine. Because I'm there for the experience.
That's just as fun, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever been to a Premier League game?
I have not.
Okay.
I would love
so
to do that.
Part of the fun there, too, is they take it next level. I didn't go to the Arsenal game, but I went to their stadium, and before the game, all the fans go in the streets and march down the street to the stadium.
Go.
And a lot of that pageantry is what makes soccer special. And you're going to see that in Seattle outside of the stadium. So partake. Hey, and there'll be some places, there'll be some tented places for you to stay if you want to outside the Seattle streets.
You know, Vic,
that have been there all year.
I have wormed my way into places in the past. There was a Super Bowl I didn't have a ticket for. I found a vendor ticket. Like somebody who sells hot dogs dropped their vendor ticket, and I got into a Super Bowl with that. This is before 9/11.
I believe you can.
So I'm not going to do anything illegal. I am not. I won't do that.
Have you tried the media route?
I have tried that. We tried that about a week ago, and that is a wing and a prayer that exists.
I wouldn't even know how do you apply for a media pass?
Kevin Shockey, our program director, went through FIFA, and the applications were due in March. So of course, right? Like here we are.
Well, I mean, if you go through FIFA, they're going to say, okay, great. Here's the process. It's also how much money under the table are you going to pay us for these tickets?
Exactly. It's stuff like that. I don't know. We've tried. I'll keep trying. It'll be an adventure. But hey, Vic, how many adventures do we get in our lives at this point, right? Like, not to be too cynical, but it's been awesome to see NBA championships and Stanley Cups. And for me and you, we've seen multiple, well, at least with the Avs, and Super Bowls and the whole thing. We've done it all.
It's those experiences you remember. I think back at all my years in this business, and what are my fondest moments? It's exactly that. It's standing on top of the Green Monster in the 2007 World Series.
Wow.
Looking down on the field saying, oh, my God, the Rockies are playing in the World Series, and I'm standing atop the Green Monster. It's stuff like that just, you'll never forget it. When I worked in Austin, Texas in the 90s, in the World Cup, the last World Cup that was in the United States, the team from Bulgaria trained in Austin. The Bulgarian national team. And if you remember, it was a Cinderella story. That team got to the Final Four, the semifinals, because we were embedded with that team.
Wow.
And I went to all of their practices, and their sweeper would just sit there and smoke a cigarette during practice, and we got to know them. And I got to go to New York City for the semifinals with the Bulgarian team. One of the greatest experiences I've ever had in sports.
Awesome.
It was so cool.
That is amazing. All right, well, this is. By the way, I'm doing all this, Vic, for the Sweet 16. I'm not even in the quarterfinals.
I know.
I mean, what is this going to be like? What is this country going to be like if they beat Belgium? I'll tell you this: they had to win last night. This would all have been a facade. If they didn't win last night, it would have. You know what it would have felt like to me? You took Turkey lightly, and you lost, and that sucked, and you really weren't all that serious about it, and you should have been more serious about the whole thing. They needed to win yesterday, and now, to me, it's cemented. Like, this is a wild success for Team USA right now.
It's already a success, but they still, people keep chiming in saying they have no shot. Are you guys watching the same tournament I'm watching? What do you mean, no shot? How many of you thought Germany had a shot? How many of you thought the Netherlands had a shot?
Of course.
What is a shot exactly? Senegal was a couple minutes away from eliminating Belgium. Don't tell me about a shot. Of course the U.S. has a shot here. This team is playing great soccer. I watched that entire game last night, all right? And I watched Italy play against that same Bosnia team. Different sport, it seemed, last night. U.S. was in control the entire time. The entire time. Bosnia played some neutral zone trap crap. Left wing lock. I don't even know what the hell they were doing. Right. They were boring, playing defensive soccer. They were outmanned, out-athlete. They weren't on the same page. The U.S. team was better. And it's about time we acknowledge that.
All right, well, let's go. We'll get back to the Nuggets news. The Nuggets have added a new player. If you didn't hear it overnight, happened kind of late last night. And where do we stand with LeBron? Who knows what breaking news will happen while we're on the air today? It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on 92.5. All right, it's DMac here for Brett, and Springer is here, and Spring is going to be here. You're here, and then he's going to stay here and be on with Dan Tanner later. You have to understand, this was scheduled to be like kind of a big company vacation day, that sort of thing, and so a lot of people very, very reasonably have made plans because of it with the holiday and all, and but there's just too much going on, and the bat signal was put out last night, Vic. Like, who's available? Who's even here? So almost everybody else who's not here had significant other plans, like they couldn't get out of. So that's kind of explaining just what's going on here today.
I think what you're trying to say is we're all losers who never have plans, and we're just boring sports nerds, vastly available at moment's notice.
Well, let's
right?
check in. Spring, why are you available?
I don't know, man. It's today's July 2nd. Mm-hmm. It's not the 4th.
See, it's attitudes like that right there.
I'm available because I think my wife said something like, hey, let's do something fun for the 4th. I go, okay, yeah, let's stay around and play golf. I'm good with that. So I wasn't good. She wanted to go to the mountains. I was like, that's not fun to me. Let's just play golf.
The mountains aren't fun to you?
What am I going to – if I went to the mountains, I'd play golf there. What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what.
Run up a mountain? I can do that here. There's mesas.
We went up to Keystone, and we took the path from Keystone to Frisco and back. My wife got an e-bike, Vic, an e-bike. Yeah. First time she ever got an e-bike. And I'm biking all the time, right? Like, I just do it. Vic, she blew me off the earth.
Well, because she has an electric bike. Dude.
I know. It was one of the more humbling things of all time.
It's not her pedaling. It's the electric.
She at one point, she is the best. She goes, well, no, I was doing most of it, and I'm like, okay.
All right.
Okay, cool. The Nuggets. Let's get back into the Nuggets here a little bit, and we'll talk more about the soccer and what's going on and the red card and what that's going to do in a little bit. But the question everybody has on their mind right now is can the Nuggets get LeBron? So where are you with that right now? And Spring, you too, because you were a little bit more optimistic, I think, in the first place. But actually, you were – no, I'm sorry. Spring, you were pessimistic about Jokic a little bit, right? You thought there was a possibility Jokic wouldn't sign some sort of extension. Is that right?
That's the report, right?
Okay. And Vic,
he's hesitant.
Vic, you were like on that, it's zero. Like this.
No, I didn't say zero. It's concerning to me that this is a topic. It shouldn't be, right? It's concerning that they've made it a topic simply because he hasn't signed the deal. So clearly something's at play, but I don't think it's what you think. I don't think it's Joker upset that he's, what are the Nuggets going to do in the offseason? I don't think it's that.
Okay.
I think it's something outside of that, which I talked about on my show. I don't know what his intentions are 2, 3, 4 years down the line. And maybe he's going through those intentions right now.
Okay. Do things change? Does LeBron change everything radically? And, all right, how about this? What does LeBron change? What changes if LeBron signs with the Nuggets?
Number one thing that LeBron James would bring to the Denver Nuggets is a magnifying glass like it's never had. There's never been anything like it. It would be akin to Peyton Manning signing with the Broncos as he did. Mm-hmm. Maybe bigger because Peyton Manning at that time, we didn't know what we got in Peyton Manning. Right?
We didn't know
he was coming off an injury.
We didn't know if his head was going to stay on his
neck.
neck.
We didn't know what we had. It was a huge signing. Obviously, at that time, the biggest free agent signing in NFL history. But we didn't know what we got. We know what we have in LeBron. It's obviously not prime LeBron. But with LeBron, you get everything else. You get the attention. And some don't want it. And that's the other thing I was thinking about. Nikola Jokic is not a dude who enjoys all that attention. Mm-hmm. He actually runs from it. So you're going to get that. You're also going to get a better team than what you had. You are automatically a better team, a smarter team. Can you imagine Nikola Jokic and LeBron James on the court at the same time?
I think it'd be amazing.
Feeling out an opposing team saying, how do we beat this defense? It would be Einstein and who's that other fellow genius at his era?
Oppenheimer?
Well, I guess so.
He was a smart guy.
Yeah. Tesla and Einstein together on the court. That's what you would get with these two.
What would AG be back?
I don't see why not.
Okay. Jamal Murray be back?
You have to have a point guard.
Okay. Cam Johnson be back?
I don't know. See, I don't know if if you went down this LeBron road
Mm-hmm.
and you stumbled into the luxury tax and the repeater tax and you're willing to go there, are you going to go all in or just a little bit in?
Right.
I mean, because you can go all in, and then that money's the repeater tax. I'm not sure if people understand how much money, every dollar above the threshold you sit, you are paying an extra tax on that dollar. Every dollar counts.
So if LeBron comes here, boy, talk about a pressure on a year, right? Because certainly it would be his last year. He's already got like a film crew about to follow him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would the Nuggets be ruined after that?
What do you mean by ruined? I don't think ruined is the word. I think they would be the same core team you had before, just a year removed. You would just subtract LeBron James and
What I'm saying, though, is because inevitably if you made changes, if you made, bigger trades, part of that would be building for the future. There would be, I don't hear one iota of building for the future in this at all. I mean, zero, unless Trevin Brazil and perhaps Bryce Hopkins can turn out to be, shocking second-round surprises, right? Maybe you really got that right. But that's hoping for a lot right there.
I mean, think about this. LeBron James has already said and money's not the issue here.
Correct.
He hasn't publicly acknowledged that he'd play for the veteran minimum, though. He hasn't said, I'll play for the vet minimum.
Well, that's
he just
the
said,
reports, right? But,
yeah, those are the reports.
Yeah.
He just said he's not going to do the $50 million thing. I mean, the Nuggets have slotted $7.5 million to Zeke Naji. Do you think he'd be comfortable with that slot? The Nuggets right now already have 4 guys that fit that sort of body profile, 6'10" power forwards. They have 4 guys. They have Zeke on the roster, Deron Holmes on the roster, Aaron Gordon is on the roster, and the kid they just drafted. And now they just picked up, wait a minute, 5 now.
Bagley.
They just picked up Marvin Bagley. In case you missed it and you're tuning in right now, overnight, the Nuggets signed free agent big man Marvin Bagley, 6'10". He could play 5, backup 5. He could play 4. So they have 5 guys on the roster right now who fit that big profile, who could play both a little center and a little power forward. One of those guys or 2 would have to go if you bring in LeBron James.
Is Peyton Watson coming back?
Yes.
Market's kind of soft on Peyton Watson, isn't it? As it turns out.
See, the other thing, too.
Only takes one team, though.
Yeah, there's so many creative things we can do now. If you got the opportunity to sign LeBron James, and I want to get into the odds of LeBron, by the way, here momentarily.
Okay.
But let's say that you had the opportunity to bring him in.
Yeah.
Then you could see the Peyton Watson situation and say, okay, let's both try and go for it this year and maybe add an arsenal of picks in our back pocket for next year or the year after. Mm-hmm. You could do a sign and trade. Sign Peyton Watson, trade him to the LA Clippers for 2 firsts. Why not? Walker Kessler got 2 firsts and then some. Those things are all possible right now. Now, as far as LeBron's concerned, guys, we started the show by saying it, and I truly believe Golden State is still far and away the favorite to land LeBron James.
Yeah, I guess I don't get that one, but okay.
One of our buddies texted us, and he made a great point. LeBron has already announced he's going to do a goodbye documentary in his final season.
Correct.
He's going to document the entire season.
Yeah.
Golden State is partially owned by the guy by the name of Peter Gruber.
Okay, there you go.
Who's a film magnate.
That's it then. That's
$3 billion in
Damn,
Hollywood making films.
Is that our buddy Mark? That's a great point.
Yes.
And that's so funny. What did I say? I don't know much about the ownerships of these other teams. What can they do? That's a big one right there.
Yeah, and you hit it on the nail, though.
That's a good one.
DMac is the first person to say this in town. This is not hey, which team am I most comfortable with? I think, which ownership group am I most comfortable with?
Yeah, because LeBron's not a player anymore.
No, he's his own corporation.
He's a billionaire.
Yes.
He's the same as all of those guys.
Yes.
There's a scene in The Sopranos where she takes over I feel weird saying the guy's name on the radio.
Big P.
Big P.
Yeah, Big P.
His wife takes over the auto body shop, right? And very quickly there's that scene where they're having their dinner with the ladies, and she's got to go because she's got this, got that. And Carmela says, she's not one of us. She's one of them.
Yeah.
And that's what LeBron is, by the way. He's not one of
No.
never mind us, the players. He's not a player.
He hangs in the ownership group.
He hangs with the ownership group.
And one advantage I'll give the Nuggets is this. It is the number one sports empire in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, it's number one in the world.
But Goober's got a sure shot
At Hollywood.
at Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh, look
okay.
at that.
But
yeah.
LeBron James has already made it known he wants to partake in this NBA Europe. He's already made it known. He's really into this soccer thing, right?
Yeah.
Who better to align yourself with than a group that already owns a soccer team?
Let's dig
in the
into
Premier
it. And, I want to talk about the odds. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on Altitude. All right, it's DMac with Vic Lombardi and Mark Springer. As it's a hodgepodge of different folks here today. It was a scheduled day off, but in light of everything going on, we're happy to be here. And so you're going to hear things are just going to sound slightly different throughout the course of the day, but the most important thing is that we're here to react to the biggest news going on. Let's go through it here, Vic. Let's talk about odds with LeBron, and we'll get to some the great stuff from soccer last night and a really BS moment, like ridiculous. But with the news that the Nuggets overnight signed Marvin Bagley III, 6'10", 235, second pick overall a few years ago, just 27, but has ended up being a journeyman who is getting a vet minimum. What is it, 3 point whatever million as a vet minimum?
It's only 2.5 against the cap, but he's making 3.7.
Okay, so this is this is way cheaper than Valanciunas, frankly, and it was interesting that Valanciunas just hadn't officially been released, but I'm anticipating, Vic, we'll hear that news really soon.
Yeah,
at this point,
I'm curious as to why it's taking so long for that to process. The only thing I can think of is if he's having second thoughts, if he wants to stay in the league, if there's a team. I don't know.
I'll tell you why he's going to have second thoughts. He's going to have to stare at his young kid and explain to him why he has to live in Lithuania when he's an American. He's going to tell his 10-year-old, we're off to Lithuania.
Wait. But he's from Lithuania.
Not the kid.
I know, but you're saying that.
He is. The kid's not.
Yeah.
The kid's from Sacramento or wherever he was when he was born.
Sure, but I mean, the kids go with it. What do you think? The kid's just going to hang out here, see a mom and dad? I'm gonna stay in Denver.
He definitely is not, but he's got to rationalize to his kids and his family why all of a sudden they got to move halfway across the world.
Wait a minute,
because that's where Dad grew up.
Hold on a second. We've already come to odds here. It didn't take long. Are you one of those parents who has to rationalize your life choices to a 10-year-old?
At what point as a parent do you value the stability of where your kid is from more so than where you want to be?
You're 10. You're coming with me.
You tell me.
I know better than you do. You're 10.
So
I'm not going to sit here and have a discussion about what's best for you at the age of 10.
What age were you when your parents moved from Italy?
I was in my mother's womb.
Okay, so that would be pretty young. What age were you when you were taken out of your elementary school to move to a different city?
I was born and raised in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, so you never went through that?
No, but I lived in Italy. So
okay.
DMac. No, I went through it. My mother and father would send me back to Italy every summer because they had to work. And so I'd go back to Italy and I hated it. I wanted to stay here. But at the same time, they knew what was best for me. I didn't sit as a 4-year-old and call social services because my mom and dad decided to send me back to the old country.
No, as a 4-year-old, you wouldn't. As a 5-year-old, you wouldn't. It gets more complicated, Vic, the older you get. And comparing a summer vacation between, like, making new groups of friends in a different culture is wild. Listen, I don't know what he's going to do.
DMac, you're the parent. Don't let the kids parent. You're the parent. You know best for the kid.
I don't know, bro. Like, whatever. Who knows what he's going to do? I would have a hard time with that as a dad. I know that because I did have a hard time with that because I got fired from good old KBPI and I had to take a job in Colorado Springs. And instead of uprooting my kids when they were that same age, I just drove for 5.5 years, Vic, 2.5 hours a day. It sucked.
There's an argument to be made, though. Kids adjust. The kid, it's fine. They'll make more friends.
He can do whatever he damn pleases. I don't care. It's up. But you're asking me, like, what's the hesitation? Like, why may he be thinking about staying and not going to Lithuania? And I'm just giving you a reason. That's all. You can do with it what you want. But I would have reservations for him. I wouldn't want to take my family to Lithuania when I could make $10 million a year for the Denver Nuggets.
Well, that's not what he would make. That's not what he would make. He was guaranteed. It's a team option here. It's a team option, and he's already guaranteed $2 million for next year. That's part of the bonus they gave him. So it wouldn't be $9 or $10 million. That's not the salary he would have here.
What would he have?
It's a considerably lower salary.
What would he have here?
I don't know. Whatever they can come to terms.
Wait, is this up to Valanciunas or is this up to the team right now?
Well, it's a team option, so the team could say see you later, but they can come to terms if they decide, all right, we'll make it a team option, but we'll pay you the vet minimum if you stay around.
Well, listen, I would certainly do that if you can. I don't see the downside in keeping him. And if he doesn't play, he doesn't play. I mean, whatever.
I agree.
We've had a lot of guys here that don't
for the
play.
vet minimum. I totally agree.
All right.
I don't dispute that. Then you'd have a bunch of bigs, man.
Sounds good.
Be big everywhere. But then why would they go sign Marvin Bagley?
Well,
See that
right.
that doesn't make sense. They just signed Marvin Bagley, who is that role. He's a backup center. He's also some power forward. Now you got too many of those similar players. Makes no sense. The Marvin Bagley signing to me was every indication that Jonas Valanciunas is gone.
Okay. I think all of us are fine. I don't think anybody has a problem with that.
How about the Avs rounding out their roster, signing Jaden Schwartz, who's a very popular name in hockey circles? I mean, he's been around a while. They go veteran there for another wing, another multi-purpose wing.
Well, our Alex Ryanemi was basically citing Moneyball about creating Val Nichushkin in the aggregate. And that does appear what they're trying to do, is that we're going to take guys who are good at certain things where Val could do all of it, and we're just going to build it together like a little Val Nichushkin Frankenstein.
Well,
and that's a step in the right direction right there for sure.
It's Jaden Schwartz and a bunch of lesser known players is what they used that money for. But clearly, if they thought Val still had his A game, they would have not parted with Val Nichushkin. That had to go into consideration, right?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, at some point, yeah, it's like. And by the way, how about Nichushkin not having Columbus on his no trade list? Like, send me to Columbus. That's cool.
This is weird.
Yeah, like, that's fine. I'm gonna
Big
exclude
Russian
Simpson.
population in Columbus.
I have no idea about the Buckeye State and what's going on there in Columbus aside from Ohio State. I have no idea what's happening in the neighborhoods of Columbus. Perhaps there is. I don't know. But he had no problem going there. And now they're trying to hang on to Werenski, right? Or Werenski's trying to hang on. He doesn't want to go anywhere. So, but whatever, Columbus, do whatever your Columbus things are. Are you encouraged with what the Avalanche have done?
Well, they don't waste any time. They've made, the dominoes have fallen, and they've replaced the pieces with new pieces. So every year we do this with the Avs. Like last year we looked at what they did and said, oh, my gosh, they're loaded. And they kept getting loaded. The year before that, oh, look at that. I'm at that point where let's just wait and watch them play. Of course, they're still on paper, this team is still a cup contender. Nothing's changed.
Do you know they actually lost somebody?
Yeah, they lost Joel Kiviranta to Dallas.
Wait, did they?
Yeah, he signed with Dallas.
Kivy is gone.
Yes, Kivy's gone. He signed with Dallas.
Wow, okay. I heard rumors about that. I didn't catch that had happened.
Yeah. So, you can only have so many of these depth pieces.
Well, because they lost Ashawn, too. Spring, who did he go to? Jack Ashawn. He went to, I think,
the little defenseman.
Nashville, I think. I think McFarland scooped him up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but you know what? We talk about this the roster every year. The roster, this and that, this piece, this. Do we have a 4C? Do we have a 3C? Do we have this? They're loaded still. They still have plenty of great players. They still have top-notch elite players. Let's go play.
Do you think it was just one bad week?
I think if you play that series again and again and again, you will never get that same result.
It was one bad week.
I think it's the worst possible result that you would never get, yeah. I'm not saying that they're better than Vegas or they beat Vegas. You'll never get that result again.
Is it fair to expect them to be in the same position next year?
What position is that? Exactly?
Western Conference Final.
I would expect them to always contend with this roster at the top of it, yes.
Will Brett Burns be on the ice in the playoffs for the Avalanche?
It's a good question. That's a good question. Are you laying blame at his feet for some reason? Are you saying he's too slow? What is it?
No, not necessarily. But listen, this streak thing, I'm not a fan of Iron Man streaks. Okay, I'm not. I think sometimes guys go above and beyond to keep them going. I think they're stupid, frankly. Sure. I think the human body needs a significant amount of rest. I think the reason Burns was on the ice a lot last year, Vic, was because of the streak and the streak alone. And I don't want to see the Avalanche making compromises or sacrifices because of an individual streak.
Spring.
I had a problem with it last year, and I will definitely have a problem with it. I mean, he's committed to 59 games or whatever it is to break the all-time record. Yeah,
Spring, you've done all the Avs post-game shows. Do you see Brent Burns as an issue moving forward?
I don't think he was an issue in the playoffs. Down the stretch of the regular season, like once he turned 41 or 42, it was like right on his birthday. He had this string of like 5 games where it was like, he can maybe use a breather. But, of course, they weren't going to do that because of the Iron Man streak. But as a 6D, he's their 6D. It's fine. He's fine. It's better than a Sean or whomever.
Yeah.
Noah Juleson, the guy they just signed.
Mm-hmm.
Give me Brent Burns over that, I suppose. Yeah.
At least Juleson's a bigger dude. He's a 6'2" guy. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they're done with the smaller defensemen. Thank God. That was the Blankenberg, Ashawn, like Vic.
The small puck-moving defenseman?
Vic, the defenders in the NHL in the playoffs, they shouldn't be our size. You understand that, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. And then I'm watching Ashawn with the Eagles. Like, I went to a couple of Eagles games. He's Cale Makar. He's their Cale Makar. But we don't need Cale Makar. I mean, you could always use guys that are that great. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's their defenseman on the power play. We don't need that.
But there's always exceptions to that rule. I mean, do you remember Brian Rafalski?
Barely.
I mean, wasn't he like a very small defenseman who seemed to shine? There's always exceptions.
Yeah, but listen. Okay, why did we lose? What was lacking the most against Vegas? What was lacking the most
I could
against
make
Vegas?
an argument for anything. I could say the Stars were outplayed by the Vegas Stars.
Was that it? Was that the reason?
I don't know. I mean, a grit in the blue line, is that what you're going to say?
I'd say that's part of it. I'd say they were a little tougher. I would say when it got grimy, they had it when the Avs didn't, my man. I think, they were all basically 1-goal games. You lost like 4 1-goal games in a row, my man.
I believe that the Avs also outshot Vegas in if not all of those games, at least 3 of them.
Bad puck luck? We just got unlucky?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying finishing. Watch this World Cup, man. Teams that finish win. You got to finish. You have to have finishers.
All right. What does it take to finish?
Best players got to finish.
Takes a certain mindset, doesn't it?
Best players got to finish.
I know. We're going to struggle with this one for a long time, by the way, with the Avs losing to Vegas in a sweep. We're not.
Because it came out of left field.
Yeah,
it was the least likely scenario. Nobody expected that.
I don't think we're ever going to be able to wrap our minds around it, to be honest with you.
So you just defined a fluke.
Well, that's why I called the one bad week press conference, because that's essentially what Joe was saying. It was one bad week. Like, for example, we're not going to blow something up, Vic, if we had one bad week. That would be stupid. Mm-hmm. We're not going to make kind of wholesale changes if it was just one bad week. Now, the big difference, one bad week Avs and the Denver Nuggets losing to the team that lost to the team that lost to a team. Big difference. And so with the Nuggets, and why don't we get it back into that with LeBron, does he fix that? And where is soccer going now? I kind of dare somebody to be anti-soccer now. Like, who is that person? Who is that sports fan out there right now, Vic, who is anti-soccer?
Are you kidding? There's a bunch of them still.
Who?
Dude, I played golf yesterday, and there were a bunch of dudes saying, "I'll never get into that. I'll never understand that." And I wasn't insulted at it. I said, "Well, you'll never understand the sport because you're never cultured in that sport. You weren't raised in that sport. You don't understand what they watch the game and they think it's slow." And I say to you, you could watch an American game and football is slow to those that are uncultured in that game. Well, that's slow.
Unfortunately, the World Cup, something did happen to the American team that would not happen specifically to Argentina or Portugal. Details on that coming up. In 9 minutes, we'll get back into LeBron James possibly coming to the Denver Nuggets. They did a move overnight. They signed Marvin Bagley III, 6'10", 235, journeyman center. A lot of bigs that the Nuggets have. So, again, 9 minutes, we'll get to that. Would Messi or Ronaldo have been red carded for the same thing that happened to Ballo yesterday?
We have proof of that. Messi did the same thing, and the referee and VAR and everybody involved looked the other way.
Okay. Why then did the United States get a red card on their best player?
This specific official, and it's the VAR who confirmed it, but this official, I don't know if you saw this, he's been involved in some controversy in his home country, Brazil, of issuing unnecessary red cards.
You got to be kidding me.
Let me get to the story.
You got to be kidding me. This guy has a
Brazilian
history?
referee Rafael Klaus, who gave the U.S. a ridiculous red card, was accused of match fixing by irregular red cards in Brazil's Series A in 2023. Klaus had to testify in the investigation, evaded charges because of no direct evidence, but he has been under assault in his home country for excessive red carding.
You know what's insane to me, too? There's not a reasonable appeal process after
There is
the
no
game.
appeal. There is no appeal. Take reasonable away. There is no appeal. You get red carded, you miss the next game. The end.
Can you think of something more absurd than a process that would eliminate not only one of your best players from that game, but from the next game?
Targeting in college football where they have to sit out the guy for the first half of the next game. That happened in the national championship, by the way.
Yeah.
A Miami DB had to sit the first half.
But not the whole game. Not the whole game, but the first half. All right, so why did that happen yesterday to the United States? I'm not trying to cry here or whine here. They won the game. I'm happy about that. But you realize that I'm going back there. There's the highlights. Hey, trust me, I'm a newbie at some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. But 12 years ago, they played Belgium in the round of 16, and they lost because a dude from the Wondolowski missed he barely had to breathe on a ball, and it would have gone in, and he knocked it over the net. He choked, let's face it. And they lost to Belgium. Like you said, it's about finishing these moments. And for Ballo, he scored a goal but was ruled offsides. Like, he's scored in every game. He's American, but he probably spent the least amount of time in America of all the players on the United States team.
He was born in New York City, but resides elsewhere.
For like his entire life.
Like the entire Moroccan team.
Right. But whatever. Exactly what you're saying. Like, we ain't the only ones. But okay, fine. How do you go and how do you proceed forward without your best attacking scorer, Vic?
Well, here's the deal. The U.S. is still a very good attacking team, with or without him. Now, are they a finishing team? Therein lies the difference. You can be a great attacking team, put yourself in position, but can you finish? This guy's proven to be a great finisher, something that they've been missing for quite some time. Look at some of the guys scoring across the World Cup. Harry Kane did it twice yesterday for England when they needed it desperately. Yeah. Finishers, man. You got to have them. Guys who have that knack. In his first goal yesterday, Flo, he got a ball that looked like it was no way that he was going to be able to settle it and turn and score. And next thing you know, the ball's in the back of the net. He had another goal earlier that was called back due to offsides, if you remember. Yeah. The guy has a knack for finishing. I don't know how you replace that. It is a huge void to fill, a huge loss. Can Gio Reyna do it? I don't know.
I don't know.
But the call itself, DMac, the call itself was absurd. And I argued with people, of course, on X. Everybody's an expert. Oh, you Americans don't know soccer. That's a red card every time. But, again, common sense must prevail. Two players jump in the air after the ball. Yeah. One player lands on another player's ankle. I can look at that. I could show it to an objective audience, somebody who wasn't even partaking in the game, and say, did this look like malicious intent to you, or was it just accidental?
Right. And shouldn't the condition of the player have some sort of bearing on the punishment as well?
Well, sure. It's always tough to judge condition of the player because every player's on the ground as if they had their leg amputated after moments like that.
Yeah. Well, this guy got up and played. That's what he did.
Yeah, I know he did.
As it turns out, he was fine. All right. Well, they'll have to overcome it. You know, it's funny. I was listening to Zlatan. It was fantastic. Boy, talk about another. The two stars that have come out of this on the broadcasting end have been Zlatan and Jameis Winston, who have. Winston's been incredible, Vic. Are you following everything he's doing?
Yeah.
Like all of his adventures?
He's going to have a remarkable television career.
Oh
when
my
he's done with
God! I don't even know why he's still playing football with what he can do in TV. That being said, what Zlatan said about Pulisic was he's a better organizer and a guy that sets things up.
He's not a finisher.
Right.
Flo is a finisher.
Right.
And that is what's winning games in the World Cup this year. Those one or two guys you have on your roster. And now the U.S. team is going to be forced to find somebody to do that against Belgium. First of all, Belgium's lucky to be there. They were done. They were down 2-0 to Senegal with 8 minutes left? It was over. That was one of the most ridiculous comebacks I've ever seen.
U.S. I don't even know what the odds are. Talk to me about the. Do we even know what the favorites are? Hey, Spring, do we know that where the U.S. is with Belgium?
It's a pick'em.
It's
At
a
least
pick'em game.
to advance. It's a pick'em.
Okay. But you're saying Belgium. All right, catch me up on Belgium tactics. Are they a plodding, slow, ball in the middle of the field, back to the keeper, sort of conservative approach like a lot of European countries like to do?
I mean,
is that who they are?
They're like, I think they still rely on the same duo that they did from 2014. Yeah, De Bruyne and Lukaku. Mm-hmm. Lukaku's their striker. De Bruyne's their midfielder. So that's their Pulisic and Balogun.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm giving up waffles for at least a week. No doubt about it. I'm not partaking in any waffles.
I can't wait, DMac. For those who missed it, DMac is going to Seattle for the game.
Yes.
I don't know if you'll get in the game, but you're going for the game.
I am.
I hope that you document it. I just want to see what the scene is like around the stadium.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And it's funny because my wife is leaving, and so I have Monday all to myself. And we got a Airbnb like in downtown Seattle, no car, so I'm just going to be I'll seriously just be bumming around the city the whole day. That's it, period. So, yeah, I definitely will, Vic, no doubt about it. I want to get in. I do want to get into the game. I want to be there. I want to be part of all of it. But if I can't, okay, cool. If I can't, I'll be one of those lunatics, doing the white stripes, singing in like a maniac behind Alexi Lalas and Cardi Lloyd, and it was.
That's almost as fun as the game, man. Just being out there with the crowd.
There wasn't a weird moment last night where Alexi Lalas was talking about how big the balls were on the U.S. team with Carly Lloyd sitting right there. There was a moment of like, I don't know about that one.
Bro, think about this though. CU a couple years ago when Game Day came up there, College Game Day, and that Fox show came up there, and the crowds were just crazy.
Yeah.
That was almost as much fun as being in the stadium for the games.
I thought it was, yes. I'd make the argument. I would make the argument because I don't know what it is about College Game Day and those pregame shows in college. It seems like you're in the big time. There's a vibe that somehow you've done it. Like your school has done it. You've achieved something somehow. The games are always the games, right? Like, and if it's an exciting game and we're running onto the field, okay, fine. But the fact that when one of those shows up, there's always, even me who's been in broadcasting forever, and we've done posts.
There's an energy.
There's something about it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look
Hell,
at that.
we feel it upstairs when we do our post-game nuggets
Right?
and Av shows with the fans. There's a certain energy. You can't replicate that. It is really cool. The other thing, too, these entertainment districts that are being erected by owners left and right, the whole ball arena redevelopment, I'm very familiar with what they're going to do there. And in the next 10 years, it's going to look completely different than what you see.
Right.
It is going to be built so that fans who can't go to the games can watch them outside the arena. And I know Burnham Yard and what they're doing with the Broncos, they're doing the same thing. Every new stadium is doing that.
That's fantastic. It's a great idea. I think Avs Alley, we didn't get enough of, what was the Nuggets thing? It was Avs Alley.
The Nuggets thing was called
the Thunderdome.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Mile High
It was
people?
something. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. We didn't get enough games to actually give it a name, did we? But I know what a rousing success that was. And my wife, who you will not find a bigger Avs fan than my wife, Vic. Seriously, it's ridiculous. She loved Avs Alley. She loved that experience. And we're seeing it all over this country right now with soccer. We're seeing big open spaces in cities where people are just gathering because they want to enjoy this thing together. And there's nothing wrong with the sports bar. And we have our own World Cup tour that we're doing with Michelob Ultra. We're doing that right now. And I was in Three Dogs Tavern, by the way, in West Highlands, which has got to be somewhat close to your neighborhood.
What'd you call it?
Three Dogs Tavern?
No. What'd you call the location?
West Highlands.
All right. Yeah. I'm out on the show.
That's what it says.
As soon as you get that right, I'll come back on.
That's what it says on. That's what it says on the
Fix
map.
it, and I'll come back on. Mark, fix them.
Mark Spring, I can show you the. Should I show you the map where it says West Highlands? I mean,
Fix him, Mark.
I don't know what to say. That's just what it says, Vic. It says West Highlands. It's not even Highlands. It's West Highlands. It's right near Sloan's Lake, Spring. You're familiar with
Somebody
Sloan's Lake.
fix him.
What are we? North Denver?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't do this. We don't play that little real estate game. You're not a realtor. You're not a marketer. You're not one of the. I don't play this game with me.
It doesn't say.
No, we're not doing this.
It doesn't say North Denver on my Apple map.
I don't argue with people that are not from my hood that try to rename my hood.
Okay. Well.
You have no argument in this. The thing that cracks me up about it is that people from out of town come in and try to rename my town.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that.
Yeah, I don't know, Vic. Why does it?
Yeah, you don't get to do that.
Why does it say North Denver on my Apple map? Why doesn't it say that?
I don't know who's in charge of the Apple map.
Okay.
Let me be in charge of it.
Take it up with Steve Jobs then. That'd be difficult. All right, let's get.
Hey, I tell you what. You people that are new here, enjoy the town, enjoy it. You don't get to name it.
Spring, I'm gonna hold it to the camera.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold it to the camera, Spring.
What about River North? You like Rhino?
You don't get to name it.
Okay.
Well, what, Vic? There it is, West Highland. It does not say North Denver. It says I'm putting it up so you can see it.
We'll get to it. Don't worry about it. I'll get to those people.
All right.
Eventually.
Okay. Well, because I don't want to insult the Tennyson district.
Yeah. Let me tell you, the same people that you just identified
Yeah.
in that Tennyson district and West Highland, those are the same people during a given Sunday, a Broncos Sunday, right?
Yeah.
I'll be at my mother's house there, my mom and dad's place in North Denver, and we're watching a Broncos game, an away game. They're playing at 11 a.m. And I look outside, and they're walking their dogs, having a good old time. No care in the world about the Bronco game. No care. And I say to myself, God, this is not North Denver anymore, is it?
No, it's
Look at
changed.
these people. Look at these people.
It's changed.
Just living life and not watching the game.
I was talking to a guy in the bar.
Who are these people?
He goes, my house, we bought it for like $250 like 7 years ago. It's worth like $1.2 million now.
It is. You're right.
It's the takeover, Vic.
Well,
the hipsters.
North Denver's just all rich white people.
What are you saying?
I'm saying it's changed. It's gentrification. It's all it is.
I didn't know if you were about to go on a Stephen A. rant right there. So I was
Oh my God! Did you hear that?
I don't even know how to talk about it.
I don't know where to go with that.
I don't
either,
even know.
because
I don't even know.
If
how
I
to,
say something wrong, or if I say how I feel, it's to be a viral moment on
I
the
know.
show.
Right.
So I don't know what to say. Should we just play it?
I don't know. Spring.
I don't even know if we should play it.
I don't even know if we should play it either.
I think
This
it's
is
the
his
most.
Lakers take,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard from a media member. It's one of the most insulting, disrespectful things. You could think it, you could feel it, but to say it
All right.
on
Well,
that stage,
let's Spring. Maybe you can listen to it. I don't know. Save it for Oh by the way. Right? I like Oh by the way. Can we do Oh by the way today?
would you be?
Is that
Would
all right?
you? Would you be? All right. What he said, and for those who don't, will hear. I would say 90% of people in our business would be fired for saying it.
I would agree.
I got it right here. You want to hear it?
Let's save it.
Okay.
Let's save it. Let's do Oh by the way coming up in about 10 minutes or so, Vic. I like Oh by the way. I love
Sure.
Oh by the way.
Sure.
So let's save it. I want to bring up. So hold on, hang on, everybody, keep listening. LeBron James. What are the odds that LeBron James becomes a Denver Nugget right now? What are the odds that he
Are you
becomes
asking
a
me to
Nugget?
answer that question?
Yeah.
I think Golden State is 50%. The Nuggets are 25%. They moved up.
Pretty good.
I think Golden State's 50.
You think the Nuggets have a
25.
1-in-4 shot of
Yes.
landing LeBron James?
I do. Golden State's in the driver's seat right now. Golden State has, if somehow the Nuggets can convince him that this is the place to be for reasons outside of playing with your buddies, because that's what would get him to Golden State, playing with the buddies. The owner there owns a movie company.
Yeah.
He wants to document his final season.
Yeah.
They're comfortable with that stuff in Golden State. They're comfortable being under the microscope. But they're not winning a championship with that group. Come on. We all know this.
You know, it's so funny, and I said yesterday, I don't understand the Golden State. I think it's all about his relationship with ownership, not the other players. Golden State seems to be the last team of the 5, because the others were, well, Denver, Minnesota. Okay, you can make an argument about them winning a championship. Cleveland, for sure, right? I mean, wow. They could have been competing this year, probably should have. And what was it? Was it Miami? No, yeah, it was Miami, right? Was the other one.
Sure.
Well, you could certainly see that possibility. You get back with Pat Riley. You got Giannis down there. I mean, interesting. By the way, would you want Kenny Pope back here, Vic? There are a lot of rumors about KCP being available. Would
He
you
just re-signed, I thought.
Oh, he
just
did?
re-signed with Memphis, yeah.
Okay. All right. I didn't catch that. I thought he was still available.
There was a lot of stuff that happened overnight. These
Okay.
signings are coming fast and furious.
Okay, my bad. All right, so anyways, LeBron James comes to Denver if what? LeBron James comes to Denver if it's 25% chance. He comes to Denver if what?
If he thinks outside the box and thinks about his business interests after basketball, I think if he's that kind of a thinker and has a legitimate shot of winning and contending for a championship. LeBron James and Nikola Jokic on the same team, are you kidding me? It would be the smartest team in the history of the game.
Why are you okay with it when he's been the enemy of the state for so many years?
Because that's how sports works. That's how sports works. See, I'm not I've had this argument with people all the time. If LeBron James came here, he would bring his army of LeBron fans. Not Lakers fans, LeBron fans that have gone with him everywhere. There's an army of Nikola Jokic fans that watch Nuggets games. They're not Nuggets fans. They're Nikola Jokic fans. I'm going to say this so everybody can hear it. I'm not a fan of players. I'm a fan of teams. My teams. This is my city. This is our city. They wear Denver. If a player leaves to another team, it's not personal, but you're no longer a favorite. You play for the other team. I don't care who you are.
Does Joker have to be part of the recruitment process for LeBron
Yes.
to come here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think
100%.
he'll? Because Steph Curry certainly will.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's got to partake actively in that. Yeah.
Do you think Do you think Joker will?
Well, he'd be dumb not to.
Do you think he will?
Yeah, I do. But then again,
Do you think
I thought he was part of the recruiting process in Bogdanovich, and how'd that work out?
For Bogdan, wouldn't he just have to tap him on the shoulder as they're doing karaoke in some sort of basement in Sanford?
Sign here.
Like we're seeing Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr., and they have no buttons on their shirts. There's no buttons on their shirts. They don't need buttons. And they're in the south of France with wine and hipster DJs and who knows, little porcupine hats, that sort of thing. And there's our guy Jokic in like some, dungeon basement doing violin karaoke.
By the way, do you notice he has so much more fun playing for his home country than he does playing in the NBA?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, because the pressure is still immense, right? There's pressure to play for your home country. But it's work here.
Yes. Well, he's been pretty clear with that, Vic. He's been pretty clear about that. But I think that's what makes him a great player. I think that's what makes him immune to pressure that most people would heavily feel. I think that keeps him in balance. It doesn't make him the greatest leader, though, Vic. It doesn't.
Hey, I forgot to ask you, were you a little upset that the Nuggets didn't get Jaylen Brown? And I was shocked at how little Boston got in return for Jaylen Brown.
I was not disappointed by that at all.
Okay.
At the end of the day, no. I'm not sure I want a complete reset, Vic. I'm not completely sure I want to move away from Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon. Cam Johnson, fine. I'm not there quite yet. I'm happy to have Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon back, Vic. I'm not in a rush to get rid of these guys.
It says the Celtics originally asked the Sixers for 5 first-round picks, along with VJ Edgecombe and Paul George in exchange for Jaylen Brown.
5 first-round picks.
That's what they asked for.
All right. They got 2, right?
They got 2 and Paul George.
Okay. The degree that Jaylen Brown must hate the Celtics must be immeasurable. The degree that he must feel betrayed and want out of there.
Or the degree that the Celtics wanted him out of there.
Well, I think it's a mutual hatred club between the two of them. But then again, I mean, are the Celtics blowing it up? It looks like they are. It feels like they are. I mean, the Bucks are certainly blowing it up. I don't want the Nuggets to blow it up, Vic. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. We're not there yet, I don't think. And that's why getting LeBron would be exciting. If they don't get LeBron, gosh, that would be, actually, we're getting kind of fired up now, right? Like, what if they don't get LeBron? Mm-hmm. What if that doesn't happen? What are we doing now? I mean, it's just all of the eggs in the we got to have Peyton Watson basket. Is that it? Is that where we're at?
I'm just reading here about some of the options some teams have. You know, everybody knows that the Nuggets are in a quandary financially.
Yeah.
But so are some other teams. And I think when it all plays out, right now, like Minnesota, for example. Minnesota needs a power forward desperately. They have no power forwards. If you look at the Nuggets roster right now, they've got 5 power forwards. They need to get rid of one of them.
Yeah, but their power forwards are like having 2 drummers in a band.
I get it. But it's a position that they're rich in.
All right, but Aaron Gordon would help Minnesota a lot if he was healthy. But Aaron Gordon would help every team in the NBA if he was healthy. You know, that's the big if. Let's take a quick break. Oh, by the way, we'll see how we approach the Stephen A. thing. You are, though, if you've missed it, if you haven't heard it, it's why most people who do what we do would be fired if they said what he said. And you'll hear it next. All right, how do you want to handle this Stephen A. stuff?
Well, you
Vic?
better do it at the end, otherwise it's going to dominate the entire segment.
Well, we only have like 5 minutes anyway, so if you got something else,
Yeah,
go
I've
ahead.
got one for you.
All right, go ahead.
You watched the U.S. game last night, and you
Yeah.
saw the red card that hit Flo, and he's not going to play in the next game, and it looked dangerous. And the guy got up, the guy that got hit, got up, finished the game. Well, afterwards, Malik Tillman, who scored the second goal for the U.S. team, very talented.
Yes.
He does his press conference, and his right foot, he's wearing a bloody sock.
Yeah, what
Blood
was
everywhere.
that?
He got stepped on. He got cleated pretty hard.
Okay.
And it looked like a dangerous play, but, nothing resulted. No yellow card, no red card, no card. Sometimes the innocuous plays are the most dangerous plays, and it just goes to show you. Just because it looked bad doesn't mean it was bad. Doesn't mean it needed a red card. This probably was worse.
I'm looking at social media. Oh, Vic, there's photos left and right of more egregious fouls that were not red carded, and the messy one where he steps on the back of the guy's calf. Give me a break, So there is something going on here, unfortunately, which is weird. But that it was definitely not deserving of a red card. Because I don't know if most American soccer or sports fans know the severity of the punishment. You're not just out for that game. Your team doesn't play just down a player. You're out for the next game.
It's very costly for the U.S.
So it's outrageous. It's unwarranted. Somebody on the text line, Vic, said there is some sort of appeal process, but that was shot down as well. There's something you can do, but it didn't go into play, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, you could pay FIFA a ton of money.
Bribe them. All right, you got something else, or you want to go to Stephen A?
Go ahead.
Well, you go ahead. How do you want to frame the
Stephen A. Smith, after yesterday's transactional Lakers signing Walker Kessler to an RFA, and now the triumvirate of Walker Kessler, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves. This is Stephen A. Smith's approach to that team, that story, and that roster.
Where the hell the Los Angeles Lakers think they going with a bunch of white dudes? Your 3 top players are white dudes? Really? This ain't golf. This ain't baseball. Hell, it ain't even soccer. What y'all think this is? It's basketball. In NBA history, when have you seen your 3 most prominent players on a basketball team all be white? And that takes you to the promised land. Somebody got to say it, so I'm saying it. This is basketball. I'm not complaining. I'm simply making the point. The Los Angeles Lakers, you ain't going anywhere being led by 3 white dudes in today's generation of basketball. I'm letting you know right now, it ain't happening. And Luka's a bad brother. And Austin Reeves is no scrub. And they both have earned what they have earned. And then with LeBron James or some other brothers, I get. But those 2 and Walker Kessler, you ain't scaring anybody with that. And Rob Pelinka has done made this white dude central. No wonder LeBron James walked out the door.
Oh, my God. All right, what do you want to say?
He's jumped the shark, man. That's just disrespectful and insulting. And frankly, I've got so many arguments I can make. I could go down a lot of different paths with this. I really can.
If you do,
I just don't know if I want to waste my breath.
If you do, you'll be justifying his argument in the first place, my friend.
I know. I just sometimes you get too big for your britches, and we're at that point with this guy.
You know what that feels like?
I have a lot of respect for. Let me start by saying, I think he's brilliant at what he does. I've always been very, very impressed with his work ethic, his ability to communicate. He's a smart dude. That was not smart, what he just said there. That was not smart. That was insulting.
You know what that felt like to me? Because we do the same business, and listen, man, you got to come up with something, right? That feels to me somebody who didn't prepare anything, who didn't really think something out. He had to do whatever he was doing because it was time to do it, Vic. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the studio, it's time for me to do something. I got to go do it. That was one of the least thought out argument takes that I've ever heard in my life. Mm-hmm. That's an ill-prepared person for his job. That's what that is. And let's keep it real. Most of us in this business, if we were that ill-prepared to do our job and that's what we came up with, we'd no longer have that job.
Josiah on the text line, wow, I thought that was an all-time funny rant, to be honest. Okay. How many people can get away with it?
One, Stephen A. Smith. I guess that's
If that's a funny rant, I'm just curious.
I didn't. Where's the humor? Where's the joke? I think he thought he. You know what? Again, there's a difference between cracking your friends up, right, and being a broadcaster. And he's been an all-time broadcaster. He's one of the highest-paid broadcasters there is in what we do. But he got, hey, in my opinion, Vic, that's about as lazy as you can get. So I don't know. Is there anything else to be said about it? I guess that's it.
I could say a lot. I just don't know how far I want to go with it. I could say a lot. I could sit here and I could spend 3 hours on that.
Yeah.
I can.
But we're not going to. Let me just say one last thing on that, though. All right. As long as we're talking about it for a second. You realize the end of his rant was that's why LeBron's not there anymore. Like,
because of white guys.
Yeah. No wonder he's not there anymore. Oh, okay. Great. Great point, Stephen A. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. LeBron James to the Nuggets. The U.S. moving on. The Nuggets add a new player. The Avalanche. They continue to evolve. All that coming up on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's DMac in for Brett. We have made a baton handoff in producers, Vic, as Dan Tanner is now stepping in.
Hi, Dan.
For Spring.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Spring will be back with Dan Tanner, with Chris Mitchell on the board starting in an hour to go through the course of the day. Why? Well, you have to understand this was a scheduled sort of company day off, that sort of thing. But with everything going on, the bat light, Vic, was sent out last night. Like, who's around, who's available, and those who responded are here.
I'll say this again. Tomorrow is a holiday for most companies, right?
Yes, for everybody, yes.
If the Nuggets were to sign LeBron James tonight, we're doing a show tomorrow. I don't care what anybody says.
that would probably be the
case.
case.
Push buttons.
Yes. Oh, Vic. Now, would you even know? Vic?
How hard can Tanner's job be right now? Show me your buttons, Tanner. Just push one of them. Push a damn button. All right, look.
The camera.
It's like playing the piano.
Vic, do you honest to
Hey,
God?
Vic, what does this button do?
Push it. We'll find out. Go ahead. Knock it out of the park.
Vic, if you came into the studio and nothing was on, do you really think you would be able to figure out how to turn the radio station on?
I would call my brother.
Okay.
FaceTime him. Turn the radio station on. That's hilarious to me.
Well, there is a button. Dan, am I not right? There is a button that you have to press.
What's the main I'm just curious, Dan.
To
What's
turn
the
the
first
station
button?
on.
How do you turn it on?
Well, there's a lot of buttons, Vic. There's not like there's not just one button that turns the station on. There's several buttons.
But there is, it's a button to take it from auto.
Does it say station on?
Station on. It says, Vic, press this button.
Do you know how much easier that board would be if it was properly labeled?
But Vic, it shouldn't be just one little button. It should be a big, huge red button. A big, huge station on.
On.
Bam. Hit
Vic
the button.
on. Vic off. Vic on.
It goes from auto to manual. That's literally what it is. Yes, I know, because I've done this, Dan. I'm
proud of you.
Yes, I've
You know more
done
than
it.
Vic.
Wait,
Well,
you've actually produced a show?
Oh yeah, I've done all this. Everything Dan's doing, I've done. You have to in music radio. So I've done it. I did it for 20 years.
That
so
sounds hard.
yeah, it's Vic, it's really not that hard.
Okay.
But if you don't know how to do it, you're just like a monkey with a typewriter.
Okay. I'll give you something technically I can do that you can't.
What?
I can produce videos on my phone.
You can do that. You are actually really with like CapCut. You are really good with that. You are. You blow me away.
I taught
with
myself
that.
how to do it. That's the most technical I can get.
You are really good with that, actually, as it turns out. All right, we'll get to the soccer stuff in a little bit. I'm watching ESPN. I've got it here, and guess what? They're not talking about LeBron to the Nuggets. They're focusing on the Warriors, the Heat, and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think the reality is for LeBron? And I should say, if you're just getting up, you're just listening, thank you, first of all. We have hit the right button. And Marvin Bagley III becomes another, although he's more of a center than a power forward. When you say...
I'm not going to lie to you. The signing of Marvin Bagley last night, I think, knocks a little bit out of the LeBron sweepstakes.
Okay.
I do believe that's sort of a,
Mm-hmm.
we better get to work here because it doesn't look like we're going to land this guy. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying that's what it is. That's what it feels like.
So, all right, but would you say, I mean, it's kind of funny because they got a bunch of 6'10 guys, but those 6'10 guys don't have all the same role. I don't think, although I'm watching highlights of Bagley, and he's hitting corner threes like all these guys.
He
Yeah.
can shoot. You know, the Nuggets simply got bigger, longer, and more athletic, and they did it via the draft. They did it with the signing of Bagley, and I think that's one of the areas they looked at their roster and said, we need help there. So they got it. Now, the one area they have not addressed yet is more ball handling.
Right. Well, you bringing back Tyus Jones?
I think you have to. I mean, right now,
I don't know
Tyus
why
Jones at a veteran minimum has to come back.
Yeah, like I'm all right with that. I'm good with that. You bringing back Spencer Jones?
I don't think they can afford to bring back Spencer Jones right now. Spencer Jones, according to his own, where does he do his writing?
Yeah, I think it's Chat GPT, but he does it in LinkedIn. It reads like it does not read like a human being is writing it. By the way,
minute, are you accusing him of that?
It feels like it. If he really writes like that, he writes like a computer.
He's a Stanford guy.
Okay, well, Stanford guys know how to use ChatGPT. Listen, if he really does write it, okay, fine, but that's not how it reads. And if you read comments about it, people are accusing him of doing that.
That's very accusatory. How do I know you're not speaking ChatGPT right now?
Well, because I'm an idiot.
Okay. Anyway, if you read his stuff, he's been made an offer that doubles his salary.
Yeah, according to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I don't see the offer being here. I don't know if that's
I have
true.
found the LinkedIn things with Spencer Jones pretty appealing and interesting, kind of up to this post, and now I find it kind of obnoxious and arrogant, to be quite honest with you. It's a little bit of like, hey, look at me, I bet on myself, and check out what I've done and how great I am. And it's like, okay, dude. Okay, I gotcha. Listen, we knew he wasn't. What was that fake injury he had when he had like a concussion? Remember that when they were just lying about him being injured because they just didn't have a deal done. So and he bet on himself for sure. There's no doubt about it. But dude, I think part of the problem this year is that we were relying on Spencer Jones. I don't think he was any kind of answer, Vic. I think he was like a result of the problem.
I think you're underrating his. He's only going to get better.
Really?
He can hit open threes. He's proven that. He's a big body who can rebound. I want more Spencer Jones types on my team. I want him on my team.
I don't. I want.
He's gritty, he's sandpaper. I like him.
I want Trevin Brazil to be a star. And I'm done on Duran Holmes. I don't think there's any possibilities there. There's something just not there. I don't know what it is.
All right, so you're high on Brazil as
I'd like
most
to
would be because you see the highlight package. But right now, Spencer Jones is a better player.
Okay, so you bring back Spencer Jones.
I think I don't know if they can afford to anymore.
Well, I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that if they can't? Are you freaking out about Spencer Jones?
I would rather have him on the roster than not. I'm not freaking out, but I'm just telling you that's my answer. I would rather have him on the roster. But at this point, they need more ball handlers, at least two. Tyus Jones probably occupy one of those spots. They need one more. They need another ball handler, another guard, somebody who can bring the rock up, somebody who can run the offense.
Oh, I got somebody who can bring the rock up. I know somebody who can do that.
Who?
That'd be LeBron James.
Yeah, he can do it.
He can do it. He can do it just fine. Guy's a good ball handler. He's tough to get around. He's pretty physical. He's good. He's done it for like a million years. How about that? How are they going to do it, Vic? How are the Nuggets? By the way, for everybody out there who says they don't want LeBron here, and I'm seeing some of the texts, Vic. Are you reading some of the texts of people
Of
that?
course. I mean, it's a
comical.
polarizing figure in the game, of course.
Yeah, but the whole concept of I would rather the Nuggets be in the NBA draft lottery
Not me.
than
I'd
have
rather
LeBron.
have LeBron James.
Of course. Like, it doesn't make any rational sense to say, I'd rather have my team lose than have LeBron. I mean, what, did he steal your girlfriend? I mean, what are you talking about? Did he run over your dog? Did he, what?
LeBron, listen, I'm not in it for the hype because a lot of people are just in it for that. Hey, it'll be the epicenter of the NBA because LeBron's here. The one thing that will annoy me is that. The whole LeBron army that comes with him. I told you my thought on that. I don't like fans of players. I like fans of teams. I've never understood the whole fandom of certain players. Do you know, like, for example, is there a section of fans that Marvin Bagley Jr. is going to bring with him? This is his fifth team.
I don't know how his mom and dad feel about him coming here.
What are you rooting for when you're rooting for specific players in team sports? I get it. I love specific players too.
Mm-hmm.
But my rooting interest never leaves Denver.
Do you think? Wait, hold on. Do you think there's blind allegiance to LeBron like there is with Prime?
100%. Oh my God, dude. The Russell Westbrook experiment. Don't you remember that? Blind allegiance to him?
There were a lot of Russ Westbrook stands out there. You're right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, Nikola Jokic. There are people out there
that's true.
that don't like the Nuggets, that actually blame the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one thing I can't stand. If you're one of these people, can't be friends with you.
Well, hold on. Do you want LeBron here or not?
Yes, of course I do.
All right,
Because he's
so-
going to make the team better.
I mean, there's some minor negative baggage that comes with that. But it's minor.
But here's the one thing that bothers me. When I hear this, oh, my God, the Nuggets are doing Nikola Jokic just a grave injustice, that they're not giving him an opportunity to fulfill his legacy and win another championship. And my retort to you is, this isn't about Nikola Jokic's legacy. He's already carved out his legacy. He's already a Hall of Famer. He's already the greatest Nugget of all time. He's a 3-time MVP. This isn't about him. It's about the team. It's always going to be about the team with me. So when people try to personalize this and make it about a player, that bothers me. It really wrangles me.
What kind of time frame do you think LeBron gets to play with here?
Time frame?
Yeah, like when does he got to make his mind up?
Well, teams are going to need to know sooner than later.
Correct.
Because their roster construction is impacted. That's why Golden State has such a huge advantage in the negotiations. The Nuggets are in a relative hurry because they have to fill out their roster.
Right.
If not, all these guys are going to be. That's why signing a guy like Marvin Bagley tells me that they probably think they're not going to land a LeBron James because they got to start signing guys. Golden State can sit and wait around because Golden State knows they're not going anywhere next year. They're not winning a championship. They're not winning a championship. They can wait on LeBron. Let's say they don't land LeBron and they just make do. That's what they planned on doing anyway.
Hey, with Jaylen Brown going to Philly, which is hysterical, Boston to Philly, that's amazing. I guess we could do deals with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, Vic. I suppose. Remember when that used to be outrageous? You would never consider it, but I suppose you can. But with him going there, is there any player that's worthy of trading Jamal Murray for?
I don't know. Right now, I'm just the market is dried up considerably.
Yeah.
It's a
Who?
weird market this year.
Like, I'll ask the same
I
for
don't
Aaron
know who's
Gordon.
out there.
So like with Jamal and Aaron Gordon, I mean, Jaylen Brown seemed to be like, okay, fine, let's figure that out. But with him being off the market, who else is even on the market that would be of equivalent value aside from draft picks, if that's where you're going with? But if you're accumulating draft picks, it feels to me like you're rebuilding. But is there any equivalent for Aaron Gordon or Jamal Murray? It doesn't feel like it.
It has to be somebody that is not going to take you a step back, who's going to give you a different way to win.
Who would it be?
I don't know. I don't know who that somebody would be. If I had names in mind, I'd give you suggestions. I don't know. There are other guards out there that can actually work alongside. DeJounte Murray can play here and perform. Is he Jamal Murray? No.
Yeah, but that would be DeJounte and like two first. It would be like the Jaylen Brown thing. It'd be like that. But the Celtics are rebuilding here, right? We don't expect the Celtics to do anything next year, do we?
Here's another ball handler, by the way. You mentioned ball handling. Another ball handler who's going to be off the board soon and was out there as a free agent, Anthony Simons. Remember, he was a pretty good player in Portland. Then he goes to Boston. Then he gets signed to, and now it's reported that the Mavericks have emerged as the suitor for Anthony Simons.
All right, listen,
he's a guy.
if you want to sell me that there's some sort of deal out there that includes draft picks, I don't think it exists, though. So listen, I could be wrong, but to me, it does not feel like there's a deal that would justify AG or Jamal Murray being traded. I don't think it exists
Not
right
anymore.
now.
No.
Okay?
I think at the start of free agency, when the Jaylen Brown rumors were heating up, that was a distinct possibility.
Yeah.
Now that that's come and gone, I think those guys are Nuggets.
It's happened so fast. So what's the market now? You look, Peyton Watson. What's the market now for Peyton Watson? That ain't deep.
Every day that goes by, Peyton Watson remaining a Nugget, I think he's a Nugget. It's just a matter of what number.
And you know what? Remember when Shelby Harris, Vic, thought he was going to get like $12 million a year? Mm-hmm. And he must have been told that by his agent and other people. And it didn't exist. And he was just left holding a bag. Now, listen, good for Shelby. He's gone on and he keeps playing. Like, he doesn't stop playing, so, good for him. But I'll never forget, he just never got the money he thought he was going to get because him and his people just overvalued where he's at. Is there a possibility that could be going on with Peyton Watson right now?
You are what the market says you are. And if no one has come out and offered you a deal, Why? Ask yourself why. Why haven't they offered you a deal? The Lakers went quickly at Walker Kessler, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's some thoughts that a team may go after Jalen Duren, who's also a restricted free agent. No one's offered Peyton yet because I think the rest of the league knows that the Nuggets are going to match.
Well, how crazy is that? Which would mean, theoretically, unless and he probably would leave as a free agent, but he's been tendered as a restricted free agent right now, right? So the Nuggets technically don't have to do anything to keep Peyton Watson. They've kept him until somebody comes, above board and tries to take him away. Am I right on that?
They have until July 6th or 7th to match anything if there's an offer that comes in.
But
And
if there's
after
no
that, it's
offers,
over.
then what?
If there's no offer from another team,
Yeah.
as a restricted free agent, then the Nuggets are in the driver's seat.
So you might get him not only might
At
you
a
not,
bargain.
and this is where you got to make a press for LeBron, man. Because now, that'd be a lucky break, though. That'd be an extreme lucky break. And like I said, once he got to free agency, he probably wouldn't feel great about your club, and he'd probably be out of here, right? So, I mean, I guess it comes.
I think the Nuggets signing a guy like Marvin Bagley, I'm not saying it de-emphasizes the run at LeBron, but it tells me that they're not sure of it. Because otherwise, silence would be the best mode at this point. Not doing anything, waiting to do the big splash.
Do you think LeBron has more or less than 24 hours to make his mind up?
He has as much time as he needs.
Really?
Much time as he wants. I thought the best thing LeBron did was he waited in L.A. until his son got his 2.6
That was
million,
fun. That was fantastic. That was hysterical. That was a good dad thing to do, right?
I think it's great. Listen. Throughout this whole LeBron Bronny thing,
Yeah.
the one thing I valued most of this, I thought Bronny James, a poor kid, has been cast. He's done nothing wrong.
No.
He's just been a kid.
Yeah, he's fine. What are we talking
And he's
about here?
in the best Brett Kane voice, he's a good kid.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, U.S. soccer, the highs and the lows, where the country is at, where you're at with it. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on 92.5. Oof. I'm getting chills. Good job, Dan Tanner, putting that together. I got chills just listening to that, Vic. Favorite moment from last night?
I totally agree, and it's amazing that the sport of soccer, who a lot of people in this country don't understand or appreciate, that sport has brought our country together like no sport has in quite some time. And give me another sport where you got the entire stadium singing a song, Country Roads. You've got the head coach, who's not American, by the way, singing the song. Yeah. You've got the entire network, the Fox broadcast, stopping all they're saying to play and hear the fans singing the song. It was just cool. It was. Was
it your favorite moment?
100%.
It was mine too.
I stayed and watched it.
Mine too.
Yeah, I went to my mother's to watch a game last night, and in and out during the game. But we both sat there during that and just said, "Wow, that is so cool." It's culture, man, and whatever it is that we in the United States, we've lacked a lot of that. You watch other countries celebrate their teams and their sports, and it's just so cool to watch. And we haven't done the same. And last night we did.
Yeah.
And I love it. We need more of that. It's our team, our boys, our song, even though it has, I don't know what the hell it has to do with soccer.
Well, I think it's kind of funny how organically this song, Dan, turn it up just a little bit. It is kind of organically grown at sporting events, Vic.
It has.
As an expression of what's great about America. There's something about us as a nation that feels connected to this particular vibe. And I'm all for it, man. Have you ever been to the John Denver Outdoor Museum in Aspen?
I've never been to Aspen.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around that one for a second, but
can you give me 3 reasons why I would why
I'll give you one. In the summertime, the John Denver Outdoor Museum. And you walk around, it's a garden, and on these big boulders along a creek there in downtown Aspen, there are the writings of John Denver's songs spread throughout this beautiful, idyllic area. It's a point of reflection of what beauty is, of what America is.
I'm not a reflective guy.
Okay.
But another reason why I won't go to Aspen, because I heard it's very expensive and like a bunch of shops. You think I'm bringing the Quinted chicken to an expensive shop strip?
That's up to your own sort of.
I'm doing that? You're crazy.
Yeah.
We'll stop at Glenwood Springs.
You could set it. Hey Vic, you can set up a tent in Carbondale and just go in and go out. I mean, there's ways.
The closest I ever got to Aspen was when Eazy-E would take us to Glenwood Springs.
There you go.
We just stopped there.
You're almost there.
Almost.
Did you get in the pools and stuff?
Yeah. It was his favorite thing to do.
He would fit right in. The Glenwood Springs pools are fantastic. You just keep going down the road, Vic, another like 40 minutes and you're in Aspen.
I'm not shopping.
Vic, you're a fantastic biker. Have you never dreamed of biking over Independence Pass?
DMac, I have a mountain right behind my house here I can go bike every day. In fact, I'm going to go bike it today.
Oh, okay.
Why do I need to drive 3.5 hours to ride my bike? I can ride it here.
You don't have
to live on the side of a mountain.
What is beauty to you, Vic?
Shooting under par.
Okay. Well, that would be amazing, actually. I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. That'd be actually
making maybe 4 or 5 straight buckets in a guy's face who you don't like on the court, and then letting.
All right. Let me back up a second.
That's beautiful.
Because you are a Colorado native and you're from somewhere near the West Highlands. What do you think the most beautiful thing about Colorado is?
The summers. I tell people this all the time. My wife always wants to go on vacation in the summers. I'm like, why? People want to come here. There's no humidity. There are no bugs. Like last night, the last few nights to me, tell me I'm wrong on this, people listening, and those of you who are listening from the nasty East Coast, the pompous elite West Coast, wherever the hell you live. Tell me you don't appreciate what we have here. Those late nights where the sun doesn't set until 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's crisp. It's beautiful. There are no bugs anywhere. You're just chilling outside, man. You don't want the day to end. Those are the best. That's why I live here. That and the fact that my mom and dad are here and where my dad was, and my brothers and sisters.
You have never been curious about what it looks like on top of a 14er.
I've been on top of a 14er. I told you I loved it. I did that one, the first one I ever did in my life last year.
What'd you do?
What's the one in Breckenridge? Starts with a Q?
A quandary. You hiked
Yeah.
up quandary?
I loved it. It was fun.
How the hell did that happen?
I took steps up the mountain.
But you motivated yourself to do that on your own?
My buddy wanted to do it, and I said, I'll do it with him. And my buddy Rich Apple organized it, and we did Quandary, and it was great. And to be honest with you, when I was done with it, I said, I can't believe I've never done this before. It was really cool.
Well, you realize there's like another 50 of those bad boys here in the state, right?
I don't need to do all 50. I did that one. I'll go do that one again. It's good.
Do that one again.
I'll go do Lookout. We got
Lookouts on a
South Mesa.
14er. You can go down 70 and do Grays and Torreys. They're both
Okay,
relatively.
One thing I don't like about the mountains,
Okay.
Here's
You know
I-
what? I'm done with
The
this, actually.
traffic.
Okay, I'm done.
All the people that go there.
All right,
Like all the kayaks and Subarus.
I'm sorry.
Get off the street.
I'm sorry I brought
Paddle
it up.
boarders.
I apologize.
All
That's my
these
bad.
weirdos with their damn kayaks.
When you hear country roads, to me, it talks about the breadth and beauty of America. And I do think soccer is a arm around the shoulder sport, that we're in this thing together. And that's what I feel is happening in America right now with soccer. But Vic, I'm telling you, they had to win that game last night. If they don't win that game last night,
DMac, they dominated that game. At
Yeah.
no point was I concerned. When they were down 10 men and then there was a couple rushes by Bosnia right after that red card, I was concerned then. But even after that, the U.S. got control of the game. Even down a man, I was never concerned. They're the better team. Bosnia was playing neutral zone trap crap. They weren't even into it. They just didn't want the U.S. to score. They weren't even – there was no offensive orientation on Bosnia's part at all.
the most important player for the score for the U.S. now will be missing a game because of a red card. I am reading, Vic, about appeals. You can do them, but they're really hard. And it has to happen within a 24-hour period. And apparently the way FIFA does it, you just are not going to win if you just feel the foul is uncalled for. Red cards are reversible if there's been some sort of technical or administrative or factual error, more so than I just don't like that. I don't think it's fair.
You know what this reminds me of when I saw it? It was purely accidental. We all know that. It wasn't malicious intent. However, just like hockey rules, you have to be responsible for your stick, whether there's intent or not.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? If your stick bloodies some guy's face, that's a penalty, no matter what, even if you didn't mean to do it. I think the same rule probably applies here. You cleated him. It was accidental.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was, I don't think common sense prevailed there. But that's why it won't get appealed. It's just not going to.
I think there is a process, but I agree with you. It doesn't seem that, by the way, I'm reading here, Vic, you appeal it, it could get worse. They can actually suspend you for more games. Like you run that risk that it goes against you. So another reason why I guess your best player just is missing it, and Messi can do whatever he wants to whoever he wants, and that's fine. And I love Messi, so I'm not anti-Messi or anything, but I guess there is a hierarchy of way things are officiated, which I guess that's just in all sports, correct? So I shouldn't be surprised by that.
You got to put the ball in the goal to win these damn games. And this guy was a finisher, and he was the best finisher on the team. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, Christian Pulisic, he's going to have to pick up the pace, and he's a finisher. But it wasn't like this guy. This guy just had the knack. Even last night.
Yeah.
The goal he scored, he made that happen. He just found a way to get his foot on the ball and score. Hell, he had 2 goals. One was called back because of offsides. He's just got the knack, and you lose a player like that. That's a huge loss. Because I don't know if they have anyone else that can do that.
What is on the line here with this matchup with Belgium to go from to make the quarterfinals, to go from 16 to 8? What do you think is on the line here?
Heavy tariffs if we lose. The heaviest.
Start with the tariffs.
That's just, hey, listen, Belgium, take it easy, or you can tariff the hell out of you.
Are you with me at least that no waffles should be eaten for at least a week?
I totally agree. What else What else does Belgium have that I?
They have brewing companies that I'm aware of. The New Belgium.
Plenty of those here. We don't need.
I'm not trying to boycott them or anything. I'm just saying, Belgium waffles. Boy, I really just land on the Belgium waffles.
Well, you called them Belgium waffles. Aren't they called Belgian waffles?
Holy cow, you're probably right.
Yes.
Wait a second, but they're from Belgium, right?
Yes. So why do they change?
Why they change?
Yeah, what's going on there?
Wait, well, that's crooked.
They've been cheating the entire time.
Well, it wouldn't be America waffles. It'd be American waffles.
Oh, good point by Dan. So Belgium,
Counterpoint.
Belgian waffles
Means you're from Belgium.
All right, so they're out. I would ask, and this would be amazing if we can have a breakfast place here in Colorado. This is where you play Freebird, by the way, Dan. We're going Freebird with this one. I would challenge the fading moments of this particular program, although Dan Tanner and Mark Springer will go on after us at 10. Contact us 303-504-0925 if you're a breakfast place here in Colorado, and declare that you are taking Belgian waffles off of your menu for at least a week and just replacing them with American waffles.
Can I sound dumb for a second?
For a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of 3 hours?
Sure.
What is a Belgian waffle?
That is a great question, and I don't care. Because
Let me
it's
research
something that, what is unique between just a waffle and a Belgian waffle? I'm going to say the compost.
Authentic Belgian waffles are either yeast raised with pearl sugar or batter-based Brussels waffles, both offering a crisp exterior and tender interior.
Okay, that's got to go. But you could keep the waffle, just change the name at least for a week. And what I want to see, Vic, is a photo of somebody with a menu at their place and just a piece of paper, and you just tape it over Belgian and you write American.
Listen, with no disrespect to Belgium, and of course I'm going to disrespect you.
Yes.
It's pretty sad when you're only known for a
waffle.
Waffle.
Yeah, right, exactly.
What else do you have?
They don't have anything. What else does Belgium have?
There's some good cyclists.
Okay, cool.
Renowned cyclists.
Yeah, all right. But they're not the cycling country. I mean, they have big races, and you're right about that. But I'm not going to stop riding my bike for a week. I'm not going to do that. But waffles are out. 303-504-0925. Wouldn't it be a hoot? Mm-hmm. Or you can reach out to us on Twitter. Just right over that Belgian waffle, American waffle. That's it. Freebird, America. I don't hate Belgium, but I why do I respect them, Vic? Like, what else do we know about Belgium?
I don't understand why we should be scared. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's a country the size of what? It's tiny. It's
I don't know.
Little freaking waffle-eating country. Calm down.
Well, that's the challenge for the restaurants, and we'll spend the better part of the next few days hating on Belgium, because that's America. What we do. I'm going to Seattle to hate on Belgium.
What are you going to do when you get there? So
I know exactly what I'm going to do.
All right, so you're going.
I got a plan.
Airbnb. How far away from the stadium will you be?
About less than 2 miles. Walkable from where I'm staying.
Tell me you got an Airbnb that close to the stadium?
Yeah,
It's available?
It's right near the tower thing, whatever that is.
Okay, the Space Needle?
Space Needle. It's near the Space Needle. And I just figure everything has got to be near the Space Needle. Like, I mean, when Harry Met Sally or Sleepless or
So you think
I've
it's
Got Mail.
walkable from there to the stadium?
I'm not getting a car, Vic, so it's got to be walkable, or I'm going to get a cab, or I don't know what I'm going to do.
Get yourself a bike.
I'm looking into it. Well, I'll tell you the crazy thing I want to do. After the game on Tuesday, I want to take my bike, and I've looked into it, and ride my bike to Vancouver.
How far is it?
184 miles, but only 6,000 feet of elevation over 184 miles, which really isn't that bad.
God, you are really going through a midlife crisis.
That might be. It could be a problem.
You could totally tell Dan. Dan, us olds, we're the same age.
We got to figure things out that are difficult.
Like, here I am. Last year, I did a 14er for the first time. That was my midlife.
Yeah.
This guy now wants to freaking ride his bike to Canada.
Yeah, but I'm doing it from like close to Canada. You know, it's not like I'm not riding from here to Canada. That would be
My other midlife crisis that
Yeah.
my wife accuses me of is my
What's that?
voracious appetite for moto scooters. I bought another one. I have 3.
What?
Yeah,
when
I
did you
flew.
do that?
I can't stop.
That's hysterical. What'd you buy?
I got a Piaggio. Had a Vespa, now a Piaggio.
That is hysterical. What was the purpose of it?
Just liked it.
That is a riot.
I
That is
I can't stop. My
fantastic.
brothers are making fun. I can't stop buying them.
That is so fantastic.
You know the best night for me? On my birthday. My family asked, "What do you want for your birthday?"
Yeah.
I go, "You know what I want." They go, "No." I go, "Please." So we did it.
What?
We all got on the back of a motor scooter and scooted into Golden for dinner,
That's fantastic.
just like a gang, like a biker gang,
so unsafe, but so cool.
just a Lombardi biker gang on those motor
When
scooters.
when you go in one of those vehicles, how small does the cup of coffee have to be to justify the arrival at the establishment in that vehicle? Like tiny, right? Like thimble-sized cup of coffee to go with the Vespa?
The Vespa itself, if I could drive that Vespa to work at the radio station, I'd work from the studio every day.
That would be hysterical if you gave that. I mean, that's a long-ass
It's a
ride.
long drive.
I mean, would you just come around 470, I guess? The 470
No, I would put
path?
it on you can't put that sucker on a
Yeah,
highway.
what's the
No,
top
no.
speed?
There's a path along 470
You
from
can't
Golden.
Put it on a you can't put a motorized vehicle
Oh,
on it.
right. Well, they do with those e-bikes, by the way. But yeah. You'd have to go on the roads.
No.
Oh, that
You'd have to do side streets all the way down. That would take forever.
kind of unfeasible.
I used to ride it when our station was at the old place.
Yeah.
Down by Cherry Creek Mall. I used
Yeah.
to ride it all the time there.
Can I ask a super dumb question?
Yeah.
Can you throw a Vespa on the light rail?
No.
You're not allowed to do that?
What? I doubt it.
All right. I don't know how.
You could put a motorcycle on a light rail.
Well, is a Vespa a motorcycle?
Can you throw a Fiat on the light rail?
Do you have to have a license plate on your Vespa?
Yeah, they've got to be licensed and registered and all that
Oh,
stuff.
wow. All right. Okay. Oh, man, I'm way out on
Sucker
what
does
those things
70, bro.
are. No, it does not.
It says it.
No, it does not. That sounds terrifying.
It can be pretty scary.
All right. All about soccer.
You trust me. When you ride one, you'll be transformed.
No, easy sell. I'm dying to have one. There's 2 things in my life that I would love to have, like toys. I would love to have a Vespa. Are you
Because
kidding
like
me?
you,
It'd be
I
unbelievable.
hate, you get tired of driving.
Yeah, I hate driving.
You get tired of it,
I-
and you want your
Yes.
hair to just blow in the wind.
The other thing I would love that I'll never get, golf cart, just a golf cart, just so I can ride around in a golf cart, just wherever I want in my neighborhood. Life in a golf cart. And a Vespa would be fantastic. That's why I overcompensate with the bike, Vic. But trust me, I'm watching my.
The problem with you and the bike, here's the only problem I have.
Yeah.
Right, and I apologize to all the listeners. We've gone completely off track here. When you ride your bike, you get into your full biking regalia, and you smell like crap.
Yeah.
And you show up with your tights
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think people want to partake in that.
You know, I got a word for them. Tough. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on 92.5.
Hey, DMac,
Yeah.
I got to let you hear something before we depart today.
Oh.
So just give me a minute at the end of the show.
No problem. I'm just going to let you know in Seattle, we're flying in tomorrow. Direct flight. Showing off. And
Oh, wow. Wow. look at me, Mom. I've arrived. I have a direct flight to Seattle. Instead of stops in Boise, Tacoma, I got a 3-stop connection. Eugene and then Seattle.
so it's a direct flight. Gonna drop the bags. Gonna take a ferry to Bainbridge Island.
Okay.
'Cause you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go do Space Needle right away. I'm just gonna do the Space Needle. I don't care. I know I'm gonna have to wait in line. I'm gonna do Space Needle. Already got tickets for Mariners Blue Jays with fireworks that night.
Damn.
Yeah. Because the Mariners, for whatever reason, on the 4th of July, even though it's a Saturday, they're playing a day game.
Why would you do
I
that?
have no idea.
Why would you waste that opportunity?
Got me. Maybe that's a Seattle sort of thing. But doing that, then I'm going to go see Eddie Vedder and Nirvana. I'm going to go do that. And then USA, Belgium. I'm going to get rid of my wife on Sunday night, and I'm just going to be a bachelor Monday for the soccer game, and I'm trying to weasel my way in one way or the
Good
other.
to know that your weekend is set. Is that why you came in today, to tell us what your weekend is going to look like?
I was proud of my USA-dom that I was
Hey,
going to
let me ask you
support
this
the country.
about the soccer last night
Yeah.
and these soccer games. Are you watching all of the games or just the U.S. game?
Well, I'm watching all of the games now
Yeah.
because of the U.S.
Sure.
It's kind of funny how that goes because now I'm thinking of it like I would think of any of my teams.
Okay.
Like, who are we going to play? What is this all
Exactly.
about?
So now it means something to you.
If the U.S. was knocked out, I think my level of interest
Okay.
would go away pretty quickly.
I heard you say something on your show that was revolting, and I wanted to call in, but I didn't want to interrupt.
All right.
You said
Yeah.
there was a day I think it was 2 days ago, there were 3, just one of the most dramatic days of soccer.
Yeah,
I can
penalty kicks.
recall,
Go ahead.
with all the PKs and the
Right.
shootouts,
Right.
and I was just riveted. And you didn't like that?
No, because it's too easy. Have you ever taken a penalty kick in a soccer game, Vic?
Yeah, I played soccer. Yeah,
Through high school?
yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you ever take a penalty kick in a soccer game?
Yes.
Did you make it?
I missed one and made one.
It's amazing you missed one. Did you hit the net?
No, I went over the net,
Okay, well,
over the pole.
all right. I'm not sure what to say
Crossbar.
about that. I was the penalty kick guy on my high school soccer team. I had 7 of them. I made all of them. It wasn't a hard thing to do.
Hold
It
on a
was
second.
easy.
Okay, so you're taking your high school soccer career and telling me because you made 7 penalty kicks
Yeah.
against, I don't know if you had Penguins in net who are goaltending for you, because you made them that suddenly that they're easy for all of them?
They're easy. It's not that hard to do. It's one of the easier things to do in sports is a penalty
Ask
kick.
Roberto Baggio. Ask some of the
Oh,
greatest
hey.
players who've ever played the game how easy it is.
There's all sorts of chokers out there, Vic, but there's no excuse for missing the net.
Did you face a 6'7" goalie who at the time the rules were different? They can now move.
You could put Wembanyama in goal, and I could score on him on a penalty kick from 18 feet away, Vic.
Okay, we're
it ain't that
making a
hard.
bet out of this. DMac, Tanner, write this down. Tanner, write this down. I will play goalie. I will give you how many shots? 10?
How many do you want to see go past
all right,
you?
do you think you'll be 10 of 10 on me?
Yes.
Okay. How much do you want to bet on that?
Well, make it easy on yourself. What makes you
You tell me.
uncomfortable?
I mean, I wanna make sure
Hey,
it's-
as Tiger Woods said, what makes you uncomfortable?
Okay, how about this? I will give you one of my Vespas if you can go 10 for 10 on me.
Sounds good.
I will give you a Vespa. You have to give me your bike. Mine's worth more.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Not to me, it's not.
Bike for Vespa. 10 penalty shots.
I can't.
And I'm a
can't.
small dude.
I can't.
I'm
do
a small. I'm not a 6'7" dude. I'm a small. There's no way you'll go 10 for 10.
I ain't what I used to be, and I can't. I might. I can't put up my bike. There's no way. How about this? I'll put up a bike.
You're going to steal somebody's bike.
Listen,
The fact that you didn't find
if you
Monday's results riveting television is astonishing to me. It was some of the best sports I've ever watched.
I thought it was. I thought the teams were playing for the tie to get to.
No, they're not. Not necessarily because I think
Vic,
teams know it's a
Vic,
crapshoot.
in my opinion, there's the value of winning a World Cup game goes beyond the ease that it is making a penalty shot, okay? I think it is not the right way to finish a game. And when I see teams playing for that moment, I think there's something wrong with those teams and the sport itself.
I disagree. I mean, if you think about an overwhelming favorite, they don't want it to go to PKs. They do a shootout because they know it's now 50-50. They want to win the game.
I gotcha.
In regulation or stoppage time. So they're trying to push and push and push. I don't understand that mindset. You say that they're not trying. Of course they're trying.
Well, and I thought they got a raw deal because the German attacker, the goalie, ran into him and flopped. And I don't think that should have been waved off. I thought that should have been a goal for Germany. And Germany wins that game and moves on, as they should have. But, whatever. That's Paraguay, right? Paraguay beat Germany. Is that right? Or is it Morocco? Which one was it? Paraguay.
Yeah, and
so
the U.S. demolished Paraguay.
Right. So I think Paraguay just cheapened. Listen, they figured it out, and Germany just should have figured out another way. I mean, the U.S. got a goal taken off the board last night, and they figured out how to score again, obviously. So that's on Germany to figure out. I just hate coming down to penalty kicks because it's too easy, Vic. Penalty kicks are too easy to do. They are. That being said,
if they were that easy, then we wouldn't see the drama that unfolds. That alone tells you they're not that easy.
Well, the make rate for penalty kicks is like over 80%, Vic.
But okay, so that even tells you more. The guys who don't make it, it's such a devastating thing to miss a penalty kick. It changes the course of history for some
countries. Great.
So
we have the equivalent of an NBA Finals with Zeke Naji having to hit a free throw. Like, that's what it's coming down to. Oh, my God, is Zeke going to make it? All right, because, we had 5 other guys make it. Now it's Zeke's chance, because Zeke's got to make it.
I enjoy it so much. You know what else I enjoy? Some of these games on the slate moving forward, because they're coming fast and furious. You talk about a game that's going to be crazy. Besides the U.S., the game you're going to attend or try to. On Sunday at 6 p.m., England versus Mexico.
Oh, my God, what a banger.
Oh
my God.
My God.
That's going to be awesome.
That game
it's going to be awesome.
Is going to be insane. First of all, home field advantage for Mexico. They're playing it in their stadium with that crazy crowd, and they have bludgeoned teams, by the way.
Are you going to pull for England or Mexico?
I'll be honest with you. I think I'm pulling for Mexico.
I am too.
Pulling for Mexico. Now, if Mexico were to play the U.S. at some point, clearly U.S., but I would rather, if somebody's going to win the World Cup, I'd rather it be somebody from our side of the world.
Vic, I've really enjoyed this time. I love working with you.
Likewise, my friend.
And we are giving way to Dan Tanner and Mark Springer. There is breaking Nuggets news to react to. What will happen to LeBron, the new addition to the Nuggets? Where do we sit with World Cup soccer? And the Avalanche have made it official, by the way, with one of their new acquisitions. All that's still to come here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, we're going to call it the morning sprint, but today is really just guys who said, yeah, we'll come in and talk some sports because we like sports. I'm Mark Springer. I'm joined by Dan Tanner. We got Chris Mitchell behind the glass. And last night, our boss texted us, Kevin Shockey texted us and said, hey, who can come in today? And Kevin's paranoid right now that LeBron's going to sign with the Nuggets. And that Team USA just had that awesome win. That was so much fun last night. And hey, I want to talk about that. I was feeling the vibes. LeBron James better sign with the Nuggets in the next 3 hours. Or
if he does,
I'm
Spring,
going to want my money back.
That means we have to just do this time slot moving forward. You and I, if LeBron signs in this 3 hour window, I think that's what that means.
Yeah, we're the good luck charm is what that means. So we'll talk about that today.
Do you want LeBron,
yes.
Are you pro LeBron being on the Nuggets? Do you want to see this happen?
I'm extremely pro LeBron on the Nuggets, especially since Jaylen Brown's off the market now. Because he was like the best available guy.
Boy, I've seen some weird reports coming out of Boston talking about how fractured that relationship became between the Celtics front office and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, so here's a tweet that I think is just aggregating something that Colin Cowherd said. People in the NBA believe Jaylen Brown has a disease where he thinks he's the smartest person in the room. Oof. Colin Cowherd said, quote, I had 2 NBA sources, 2 people in the league, one an executive, one a scout, say that Jaylen Brown it's a disease. He suddenly thinks he's the smartest guy in every room he's in. You make a lot of money, suddenly you're absolutely sure. You don't want to listen to your bosses. You don't want to listen to consultants. You don't want to listen to teammates. Okay, that's a very Colin Cowherd quote right there. Here's another tweet from the Dunk Central. Jaylen Brown rubs some people in Boston the wrong way with his Twitch streams, his push to be viewed as Jason Tatum's equal, and his claim that last season was his best, according to Chris Mannix. We love Chris Mannix on this station. Here's the quote from Mannix. Brown's frequent Twitch streams caused some headaches in Boston's front office, and his claim the last season was his favorite, besting, the 2024 run that ended in a championship didn't go over well with the fan base. Behind the scenes, there was plenty of grumbling about Brown's desire to be viewed as a basketball equal to Jason Tatum. I don't know, man. A lot of these NBA dudes stream. OG Anunoby went live in the Knicks locker room after they won a championship and couldn't figure out how to turn off his Instagram live. So many of these guys have a podcast. Is Curious Mike the reason they had to trade Michael Porter Jr.?
Is he even doing that anymore? I think the Nets told him, hey, dude, knock it off. Stop talking about all the women you want to hook up with.
So Jaylen Brown thinks he's really good. He is
really good.
He is really good.
I mean, if that's the reason they didn't want Jaylen Brown, that seems like a pretty ridiculous reason to not want Jaylen Brown. The guy won a Finals MVP 2 years ago, Spring.
And he just had a very good season. Yeah, he struggles to dribble with his left hand. I think he's improved in that category. Yeah, he chucks up some bad shots, but hey, he's got the size. He's athletic. He's in the prime of his career. What an odd trade.
I'll tell you this. The Celtics got fleeced by the 76ers. I don't know what this infatuation is around the NBA for Paul George. The guy's played 37 games over the last 2 seasons. I don't understand. Spring, have you seen the trade assets over the last 7-8 years that have been traded for Paul George?
SGA,
I mean, it is
all the draft picks that OKC
7
got.
first-round picks. It is insane how much teams have gotten. Shoot, the Nuggets should have signed Paul George just to trade him. Acquire some first-round picks.
Maybe that's what the Celtics are banking on. He who has Paul George ultimately somehow
give Charlotte a call. Why not?
Miraculously acquires decent assets, even though it shouldn't be the case. Because he's under contract for like about $50 million this year, and he's got a player option that he's gonna pick up, because who the hell is gonna give Paul George $50 million per year after this contract is up? So it's 2 more years, at least one. Maybe you could trade him next season if he's an expiring contract, but unless there's this magic of somehow being able to trade this what should be untradeable guy, they're stuck with Paul George this year. He's okay. Averaged 17 points per game in the Celtics series, 14.5 in the Knicks sweep. So that's not Jaylen Brown. And 2 first-round picks that I don't know. I mean, are they Phillies picks? I think they're Phillies picks. They won't be in the lottery.
Right.
Philly's going to be a playoff team.
Theoretically, they'll be in the mid to late 20s.
Yeah. 2 seconds, which seconds are really not worth much. I know Jokic was a second-round pick, but that ain't happening again.
Yeah.
Jalen
Brunson was a second-round pick.
Was he?
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
He sure was. Now, the fact that there's been 2 finals MVPs over the last 3 or 4 seasons that have been second-round picks
an early second-round pick. Yeah.
Is insane. Let me ask you this, Spring. With the value that Philly got for Paul George, does this up Aaron Gordon's trade value? Because it's kind of the same situation. I know they're different players. And by the way, I'm not necessarily advocating for trading Aaron Gordon, but I am curious if this has upped the trade value for Aaron Gordon, because he's kind of in the same boat as Paul George, where it's over the last couple of seasons, really good player when he's healthy, but he hasn't been healthy over the last couple of years.
I view Aaron Gordon more closer to the Jaylen Brown worth. Now, the key is the injuries. But
that's the question for Paul George also.
And Paul's old. Well, AG's getting sneaky old. He's not super old, but how old's Aaron? Not Aaron Rodgers. Don't autofill to Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, if you could get 2 first-rounders,
it's going to be 31. Aaron's going to be 31. PG's like 36.
If you could get 2 first-round picks for Aaron Gordon, is that something that you think the Nuggets should consider?
I'm only if I was Boston, I'm only trading Jaylen Brown because you still have Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Unless you're trading Jason Tatum, I'm still trying to win right now. I mean, they might have won that Sixers series if Tatum played in the game 7. He's came back very quickly from the Achilles, but now, I'm not the biggest Jason Tatum fan, but he is good. Like, he's really good. You have to concede that.
All-star caliber player.
Yes. You're trying to win right now. So, Paul George doesn't really help you win, especially if that's your win now player that you get for Jaylen Brown. That's a massive downgrade.
Mm-hmm.
If the Nuggets trade Aaron Gordon, I need another guy who helps you win now. I don't want picks. Unless you're flipping those picks for someone who helps you win now, then it just becomes like a bigger 3-team, 4-team trade. Maybe that's what Boston's going to do. Maybe this becomes a larger trade where those 2 firsts and 2 seconds they got go somewhere else so that they can get someone who helps them win now. And I said this yesterday hosting with Nate, from what I can tell, the best win now player that Boston could have gotten that was connected to them was Jamal Murray.
Absolutely.
But they didn't do that. I don't know how advanced those talks got. It certainly seemed like ever since Jokic, or the report was that Jokic is hesitant or might not sign that extension this summer, that's when the smoke picked up. As if the Nuggets front office was like, yeah, maybe we'll do something. We definitely need to do something, but we're probably not going to trade Jamal or Aaron Gordon. But then Jokic's hesitation could have signaled Jokic thinks that there needs to be a big move, that this roster's not good enough, and simply, clearing a little room, whether that's, moving out Cam or potentially Christian, and re-signing Peyton Watson is not enough. That even Jokic, could look at Jamal and say, dude struggles bringing the ball up the court against nasty perimeter defenders. Everyone, people keep saying, it's just Jaden McDaniels. It's not just Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scrappy, lengthy, quick defenders that if you full court press Jamal Murray or get in his grill near the half court line, near the 3-point line, when he has to work to get around that, he gasses. And you see that trickle down effect to his shot. The legs go away from him for his shot. Maybe Jokic is thinking that. I'm sure with Aaron Gordon, Jokic and everyone's just thinking, can the hammy just stay healthy? Can the calf just stay healthy?
I mean, I'm at the point with Aaron Gordon Spring, and I want to get back to LeBron in a second because I thought you brought up an interesting point of like, where is Jokic at with the team right now? And you said that you probably want to make a big move. Would you, like, if I were the Nuggets, I would sit down with Aaron Gordon and just say, look, we're not going to play you until, I don't know, middle of January.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey.
Maybe post All-Star break because this team needs him for the playoffs healthy. When Aaron Gordon has been healthy in the playoffs, the Nuggets have had a lot of success.
Mm-hmm.
And when he hasn't been healthy, they haven't had success. Now, going back to the LeBron thing, is LeBron a big enough move if he were to sign with the Nuggets? Would that satisfy Nikola Jokic and Spring? And does that mean you keep the team together? So you're not trading Jamal Murray, you're not trading Cam Johnson. And I've seen a lot of people say, well, what about the salary? Well, a report came out yesterday saying LeBron would consider playing for the league minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's going to sign here for the league minimum, you don't have to make any moves, and you can re-sign Peyton Watson. So if he were to sign here, they could keep this team together and run it back. They don't have to make a lot of changes.
Like I wasn't surprised that LeBron opted out of the Lakers. It just felt like he was sour towards them for favoring Luka Doncic, which, look, LeBron should probably understand why that would be the case, given where each of them are at in their careers. But LeBron felt like since he came to the Lakers, it was his team. And I do think, it's kind of weird that I think LeBron is more than willing to accept a secondary role right now. I just don't think he wanted to do it in LA because they hurt his feelings.
You think that's what it was?
Yeah, I do. Because why wouldn't you want to play with Luka Doncic?
Well, right, but when Luka got traded to the Lakers, LeBron said, "This is Luka's team now." Like LeBron said that.
Well, he was also apparently upset that he used to get to go to the dinners with Rob Pelinka and the buses, even though I don't think they sold some ownership or something like that. Either way, Luka got to go to those dinners. This was like a Dave McMenamin story, and he didn't like that.
You think that's really why he left? Or did he?
I mean, the Lakers are as good a situation as Golden State, or
I think they're a better situation than Golden State.
Luka's in his prime. I love Steph. I'm like the #1 Steph Curry fan, but he is old, and you have to the Warriors straight up accepted a play-in spot because they wanted to rest Steph for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Because
he's old and they wanted to conserve his legs. Guess what? Didn't work.
Didn't work out.
I mean, it was a decent idea. It was the best shot they had. It would just be, even if Anthony Davis came in, and I think AD's underrated. He's still a good player, but that's still, and it seems like he won't. And Jimmy Butler's getting older. Draymond is certainly old. It would be better, but it's not enough. Like, Cleveland would be okay, but I don't think I like Donovan Mitchell a lot, but I still don't think that's enough. Miami, I mean, even if you bring in LeBron, you added Tim Hardaway, but he's a role player. You got to fill out a lot around Giannis and Bam and LeBron. It's a good starting point, but if you came to Denver, everything's right there. They're a very good team, even if it was complete run it back. At that point, you're just crossing your fingers that Aaron Gordon stays healthy and that Peyton Watson doesn't pull another hammy and that Jamal Murray avoids injury issues. I don't think he managed to stay healthy all of last season, but he has had some leg issues, the couple years before that. But if they're entirely run it back and healthy, that's a better plug LeBron in group than Golden State, Cleveland, and Miami. I would rank Cleveland as the second. And Miami right behind it. I'd probably put Golden State last. It's just too old. I mean, maybe the other two would be Oklahoma City and San Antonio, who aren't, we haven't heard any
I think San
smoke
Antonio
there.
is the dark horse.
But, I mean, if LeBron is looking for teams that you could just straight up try to win a championship this season for league minimum, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, I think would be the three.
If LeBron does sign with the Nuggets in this theoretical scenario, do you think that the Nuggets need to make a big move if LeBron were to sign here? Like, do they need, or should they just run it back with the addition of LeBron, assuming they re-sign Peyton Watson?
Yes.
Just run it back.
Yeah, I think you could run it back and add LeBron. You're essentially trading Tim Hardaway Jr. for LeBron James. I liked him.
And they added Marvin Bagley.
Who's your Jonas Valanciunas replacement in all likelihood? Marvin Bagley, represented by Clutch Sports agents.
Interesting,
That's LeBron. Rich Paul. Rich Paul is his BFF. They actually have necklaces that connect with the broken heart. Rich Paul also might be dating Adele. He was dating Adele.
Good for him.
Yeah. Marvin Bagley, Rich Paul, Clutch Sports guy. I mean, because, all right, I was pro Jaylen Brown trade because, all right, yes, you would take a hit with ball hand, even though I am critical of Jamal's ball handling.
Pro trade in giving up
Jamal Murray.
Just Jamal.
And the Jamal and Cam for Jaylen Brown and Sam Hauser. That hypothetical that was out there for a couple days. Because if Aaron Gordon has to miss a little time, Jaylen Brown more easily fills that role. Now, Jaylen Brown is more of a guard/wing, but he's a bigger body. He could play down low better than a Christian Brown, who they were relying on in the dunker spot. If Aaron Gordon had to miss some time, Jaylen Brown covers some of those wounds, and hopefully Peyton Watson is healthy as well. And just if everyone's healthy, thinking about Watson and Gordon and Brown on the court with Jokic, that's a lot of length. It's a lot of athleticism and defense, and this team's defense was awful. These quicker guards just blow right past them. Jaylen Brown would have helped a lot with that. I would have been fine finding a serviceable option at point guard, some just fine ball handling, which I think by and large is what you got from Jamal Murray. His ball handling is not elite. He's not Steph. He's not Kyrie. He doesn't have that ball on a string, and his speed has regressed. It has. So that's why I would have been pro that. But, if you bring in LeBron for cheap, now you don't have to get rid of Jamal Murray. And you add now if you're comparing Jaylen Brown to LeBron James, I think it's pretty close.
So Jaylen Brown on the Nuggets minus Sam Hauser, minus Jamal, minus Cam Johnson, or LeBron James on the Nuggets, add in Marvin Bagley, and you keep Jamal and maybe
and maybe even Cam Johnson too.
Do you think that's a stipulation for LeBron of hey, if I sign here, you got to keep Jamal Murray at least?
Oh yeah, I mean you would. I mean then it comes down to do you need to clear anything? Then Jamal's absolutely staying. Do you need to clear a Cam for extra money or a Christian Brown if you could? And that's to not only re-sign Peyton Watson, but also pay LeBron James. But again, maybe it's a league minimum if winning is truly the most important thing to you. And like you said, that speculation is out there that LeBron would consider playing for the league minimum. So we're going to continue this conversation. It's fascinating. We'll talk about the likelihood of that happening because the odds have shifted a little bit in regards to LeBron's odds of signing with the Denver Nuggets. Also, I was juiced last night watching Team USA beat Bosnia-Herzegovina. Talk a little Avs as well. They made some moves. We got a Rockies game at 1 p.m. I choked over myself as I said that. How's that?
Rockies got you all choked up.
Did
you see who the Rockies called up?
Who'd they call up?
One of my guys I've been pining for. It wasn't Charlie Condon. By the way, he's crushing it in AAA. They need to call him up. Gabe Hughes.
Okay, we'll
Gabe
talk
Hughes?
about that.
Yeah.
Former first-round pick is up with the big club. All right, so much to get to. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. Chris Mitchell behind the glass. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, we're back on Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner here with you. Chris Mitchell producing the show. We're talking Nuggets off-season, or so far, lack thereof, except for Marvin Bagley III, who, hold on, he was the second overall pick. I forgot about him.
Oh, I remember this draft quite well, Spring.
Was this the Trae Young draft or Luka
Yes.
Doncic draft?
Yes,
I don't know why I called it the Trae Young draft.
well, I call it the Michael Porter Jr. draft.
Okay.
This is one of the best draft classes in quite some time. And it's interesting because the first overall pick in that draft was kind of a dud.
Was it Ayton?
It was DeAndre Ayton,
Yeah.
who's had an okay career, but for a first overall pick, he hasn't had a great career. This was also a draft in which Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went to the Clippers,
Sure.
who got traded to the Thunder for Paul George.
Yeah.
So this was a very fascinating draft class where Marvin Bagley, I believe it was the Kings, went second overall.
It was the Kings second overall. Jaren Jackson went fourth. Let's see. Any other? Yeah, MPJ 14th. You mentioned SGA. That was Jalen Brunson draft too.
Yeah, that's right. In the second round.
The second round, as you pointed out, 33rd overall, third pick of the second round to the Dallas Mavericks, and saw Nico Harrison's name get brought up with in regards to the Celtics trade. Nico's infiltrated Boston.
Oh, really?
Brad Stevens went full Nico. I don't know, man. These reports that we talked about in the first segment that like the Celtics thought Jaylen Brown was too cocky, I'll call it. Thought he was the smartest guy in the room.
That is an interesting one. But nobody likes the smartest guy in the room guy, right? Like nobody likes the guy who just thinks they're, according to the data, nobody likes the smartest guy in the room guy. But if you're an elite at your job,
Sure.
who cares? Like I don't care about that. Are you helping your team win or not?
He seems like a pretty thoughtful guy. Like anytime I hear Jaylen Brown speak, I don't roll my eyes and I don't think like, oh gosh, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. He's confident.
You know, the NBA is going in a very interesting direction, Spring, because of the new CBA rules that were implemented right before the Nuggets won a championship, unfortunately, because it kind of prevented teams from having dynasties, which is the point that the league was trying to do. They wanted to get rid of dynasties. They wanted more parity throughout the league. And to the NBA's credit, it's worked. And we've had 8 different champions over the last 8 years. But the league is getting I think we're in a transition phase in the NBA where teams are trying to figure out the best way to do business with the new rules in the CBA, in the first apron and the second apron and the luxury tax and all of the new things that have been implemented over the last 4 or 5 years. I think we're seeing a kind of a testing phase for the best way to do business in the NBA with these new rules. And unfortunately, and I know a lot of Nuggets fans listening know about this, but it's made it very difficult to keep a trio or even a duo of star players on a team for a prolonged period of time after they get off their rookie contracts. Now, the exception to that is the Oklahoma City Thunder have just done business unbelievably well. And part of that was before the new rules got implemented. But it is interesting to see where the league is going as far as how do you do business in the new NBA with the new rules. So we're going to see more of this stuff happen, like a Jaylen Brown get traded. If these were the old rules, the old CBA, I don't think Jaylen Brown gets traded from the Boston Celtics. But I think teams are looking at, okay, it's going to be really difficult to keep multiple stars on max contracts on the team for the long term. Well, we got to acquire draft picks. And I think that's where teams are going. And that's the unfortunate kind of dilemma that I think the Nuggets are in. Spring, they don't have a lot of draft assets over the next 4 or 5 years.
No.
So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do moving forward.
All right, I'm on Spot Track right now. I'm going to start with last season. The only team in the second apron last season was the Cleveland Cavaliers, and that got them to the second round conference finals. Can't remember. Didn't get
It
them
was the
past
conference finals.
Didn't get them
They
past
lost
the
to New
Knicks.
York. They got swept by the Knicks.
Okay, didn't get them past the Knicks. Knicks had the second highest money spent. They were above the first apron. There were only two teams above the first apron, including Cleveland, the Knicks and the Warriors. So it worked for the Knicks. The Knicks spent some money, but they didn't go into the second apron. But apparently, according to some reports, the Nuggets are considering going into the second apron. I've been told that their ownership has said there's no financial restrictions. Now, I mean, I think if you are signing LeBron James, then yeah, go into the second apron.
Well, if he signs for league minimum, you won't have to.
You might not have to.
Well,
But
at least for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, how much is Peyton's cap hit going to be? And especially if everybody else is back, no, you're not trading Cam, you're not trading Christian. Peyton Watson gets somewhere between $20 and to $30 million per year.
I would say minimum will be 25, probably 30.
Yeah, I mean,
Peyton
Christian Brown got 25, and Peyton Watson looks to be a better prospect than Christian, even when Christian signed it.
100%.
He's taller, he's longer, he's more athletic.
I think it shocked the Nuggets front office this past season how well Peyton Watson played, how well he developed his three ball. I mean, his corner three ball, he was shooting at like nearly 50%.
That's the biggest thing, is developing the shot.
He's
right?
the best shot blocker on the team.
Uh-huh.
He's great in transition. He's one of their lengthier defenders, which, let's be honest, Spring, this team is lacking in those lengthy defenders.
They only have two, Gordon and Watson.
And they were both hurt.
Yeah, that's a huge reason why they lost. I know that the Wolves were injured too, but the Nuggets didn't have their two best defenders.
But the Wolves,
by a mile.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, Anthony Edwards got hurt in that series, and DMac calls them the JV Wolves, which he's not wrong about.
Yeah.
But the thing that the Wolves still had going for them, like you mentioned, they still had that lengthy perimeter defense and a rim protector. And when you have that, you can survive.
And the Nuggets don't have – Jokic is not going to ever be a true rim protector.
No.
And it's going to be tough to decide that we want to spend the money at backup center or an extra big like a Mitchell Robinson. So they live the Marvin Bagley life and the Jonas Valanciunas life. But what they can make up for that with is better defense, at forward and on the wings, with Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. And it's why I would have liked I would have loved Jaylen Brown in there. I'd love LeBron James now. I mean, I wonder if, the Nuggets, like I presented this timeline of events yesterday. Nuggets were, probably the priority was re-sign Peyton Watson, but we'll see on everything else. But then Jokic says, I might not sign this extension this summer. In fact, I won't sign this extension unless something really changes, because I look at this team and I say there are some issues. And maybe the only way to truly quell those issues is to trade a Jamal Murray or even an Aaron Gordon, which you would only do because you just can't trust the soft tissue in his legs. And so it was Jokic, the report on Jokic being hesitant to sign, possibly not signing the extension this summer. And then subsequently, right after that is when the smoke about, Murray for Jaylen Brown, that really gained a lot of steam. And the Nuggets said, it's being overblown. But of course they're going to say that, because they don't want to let it be known that they're dangling Jamal Murray. Look at how that worked out for the Celtics with Jaylen Brown. Them dangling him for Giannis, I think, is what upset Jaylen Brown. And the Celtics can play this as like, Jaylen had attitude issues. I think Jaylen Brown was upset at Boston because he felt disrespected, and that's how these star players with egos, that's how they're going to feel if you dangle them in trade talks. Like, look, is Giannis better than Jaylen Brown? Yes. But in Jaylen Brown's mind, no, he's not.
Well, he's certainly younger.
He is younger.
So you're going to have his prime services theoretically for a longer amount of time in Philadelphia versus Giannis in Miami.
So of course the Nuggets are going to say, nah, we're not really in on Jaylen Brown. Who knows? Like, I'm not going to trust that at all. Because for a number of reasons, you are not going to admit publicly, oh yeah, no, we're in on Jaylen Brown. Like, teams don't do that. Unless it's obvious, like a Giannis. Like, yeah, we're in on him or something like that. So I think it's very possible that the Nuggets were, and there were reports that they were seriously considering. Now, they, again, denied these reports, but that they were seriously considering trading for Jaylen Brown. I don't know how advanced the talks got with Denver and Boston, but then it's also possible in this timeline of events that, Denver was looking strong at Jaylen Brown. But then LeBron leaves the Lakers, and word is that he could sign for a lower amount of money just to win. And now the Nuggets say, well, why would we trade? It's kind of like how the Raiders said, why would we trade Max Crosby? Or the Ravens said, why would we trade 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby when we could simply sign Trey Hendrickson? So the Nuggets then say, why would we trade Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown when we could simply sign LeBron James for a relatively cheap deal? And maybe that was the best offer Boston had, and they were hemming and hawing on it because they were like, they had the same concerns about Jamal Murray that I do, that a lot of people do. But then, whoopsies, Nuggets said, we'll just go after LeBron. Now, all of a sudden, that crap Sixers deal is the best thing they had, and they said, okay, we'll do it. And maybe the Celtics are thinking, damn, 3 days ago, we should have taken Jamal. You know what I'm saying?
You think they regret that? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Let me ask you this, Spring. We can maybe get into this on the other side, but how surprised were you when you heard that Joker might not sign the extension offered by the Nuggets over this offseason? Like, were you taken aback by that?
I was moderately surprised.
I was shocked.
Well, the part of me that was surprised was, and this is one thing I like about the current NBA, and it's been this way for years, is if the team you're on can offer you that extra year of the Supermax money, one extra year that no other team can, and that's a valuable extra year because you could get hurt, things could change. You're guaranteed one extra year of like $50 to $60 million. That's like you're guaranteed that extra year that no other team can offer you. So I always kind of just thought that even if the Nuggets weren't in the best spot, that, Jokic is a human like a lot of these other NBA players who just love their money. And a lot of times you just sign the Supermax with the team you're on because you are getting the most money. That being said, Jokic has stayed healthy until last year for a month, but by and large has stayed healthy in his career, has a game that lends itself towards staying healthy.
Into his latter years.
He can sacrifice that extra year, and odds are at the end of if he can sign a 3-year deal elsewhere, but it's a 4-year deal with Denver, odds are at the end of the 3rd year elsewhere, he's still going to sign Supermax money on that team, or he'll always get his Supermax money. So, I was surprised because it was a sure bet to just take the money from Denver. But the part where I wasn't surprised was, you look at the team, and it's a good team still, don't get me wrong, but there are flaws. And Jokic is trying to win as he gets older this season, now, and the season after. And as soon as you sign on the dotted line with Denver, that's where you're stuck for a few years. Yeah, and
it just surprised me, I guess, because I was trying to think about, is this a money decision or is it hey, I'm concerned about the roster with the Nuggets decision?
I think it's a roster thing. Because
I do too, because he's never really been concerned about the money aspect. There was a story from DeMarcus Cousins that he told when he was here with the Nuggets where Joker was like, hey, I might just, before he signed his last contract, DeMarcus Cousins told the story of hey, Joker told me in the locker room one day, hey, I might just, after this contract, go back to Serbia and do the horses thing. He's like, you can't give up on $250 million, dude. Like, what are you doing? You know, your horses will still be there. So the money thing has never, at least it seems like, has never been like at the forefront of Nikola Jokic's concern. But I do think it's a roster thing. And I think he knows that this team has to get better defensively.
Yes.
And in the last couple of years in the playoffs, has made that pretty obvious.
I completely agree. We're going to talk more about that. We'll get into, we'll talk coming back about the actual odds of LeBron signing with the Nuggets. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. We're in on the Morning Sprint at Altitude Sports Radio. Rolling on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on this Thursday, July 2nd. Happy 4th of July coming up this weekend, everybody out there. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner filling in here. We're going to take you up till 1 p.m. and then we're all going to get out of here. We got Chris Mitchell as well here in the studio. We've been talking Nuggets and LeBron James and the Jaylen Brown trade that wasn't. Which turned out to be one of the weirdest trades since the Luka trade. I was on air when it broke yesterday, and I was like, yeah, I don't really like this trade. And there was some like Celtics fan who was like on the text line, he's like, you don't get it. Like, the Celtics are still fine. And I was like, I don't know, man. Am I missing something?
Those are some green tinted glasses, brother.
And then I go on Twitter and everyone's crushing the Celtics, and I was like, okay.
That was not a good trade for the Celtics. Celtics fans, please feel free to text in, call in, and defend this trade. I would love to hear your rationale of why this is a good trade for the Boston Celtics.
Are you making me talk to Celtics fans?
Oh, Chris is a Knicks fan.
I would love to hear that.
I mean,
actually, I think I kind of would like to do that too. Do you want to hear Bill Simmons reacting to it on his podcast today?
Yeah. So apparently, Bill Simmons, when the trade went down, I saw on Twitter that he was in the middle of a colonoscopy.
Yep.
Huh?
Okay.
Well, the Celtics were in the middle of a colonoscopy during this trade talks.
There were a lot of things up a lot of people's butts. Hey, Chris, let's hear from Bill Simmons.
My wife's waiting to pick me up. And she goes, they traded Jaylen Brown. I'm like, I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, where'd he go? And she's like, to Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I think I died. The anesthesia killed me, and now I'm a dead person.
Yeah, Bill's great. I remember reading like Bill Simmons on ESPN.com, like page 2, like the old days of ESPN.com. And yeah, he's the Celtics are his team, his number 1 team.
Big Boston guy.
So to hear that reaction, genuine reaction, that's all you need to know.
Like, imagine, what would your guys' reaction have been if the Nuggets traded Cam Johnson and Jamal Murray to the Sixers for Paul George and a couple of picks? What would your reaction have been?
That's a great way to put it.
What would your reaction have been?
Like, okay, I think the Nuggets need size and length. And you know what? Paul George of 10 years ago would have been that. But not this Paul George.
Sure. 26-year-old Paul George, I could stomach that.
Not even the Paul George of 6 years ago. But this Paul George, he's 36.
He's played 37 games in the last 2 seasons.
That's an insanely
If he played
low number.
37 games last year, I wouldn't have liked it. He's played 37 games in 2 years.
I saw somebody pointed out that Walker Kessler got more than Jaylen Brown.
I'd rather have Walker Kessler.
Well, then the Lakers, the Jazz got more for Walker Kessler than the Celtics got for Jaylen Brown.
Wow.
Walker Kessler's a solid little player. He's hurt a lot too.
Like, the fact that the Celtics didn't get back VJ Edgecombe in that trade is mind-blowing.
Apparently,
to me.
the reports are that was their initial part of their initial asking price.
And the Sixers said no.
And then when the price lowered, it's crazy that the Celtics felt this sense of urgency to get him out of there. Like, no fences could have been mended.
I would have done VJ Edgecombe straight up for Jaylen Brown.
Oh,
if I was Boston.
Sure.
No picks.
That was the second overall pick. I think those 2 picks, if they're Sixers picks, are late first. They're going to be late first round picks because the Sixers are better. They're a playoff team. They're always a playoff team. Yeah, do they sputter out in the playoffs? But now they're better. So there's going to be like picks in the 20s.
Yeah, they're going to be mid 20s. Those picks are going to be mid 20s at best. Boy, I was shocked at that trade.
And again, as I have my own speculation. I have no idea. Some of it is based on, some of my speculation comes from some reports I've seen. But, one of my theories is that the Nuggets were in on Jaylen Brown more seriously considering trading Jamal for him than they were, saying to the media. But then when LeBron hit the open market and it became possible that they could sign him for less, that they said, we're out on Jaylen Brown. And maybe that's part of the reason that the Celtics said, well, crap, now the Sixers deal is somehow the best thing we have available. We'll make that trade. But okay, because I'd rather have LeBron for nothing than give up Jamal for Jaylen Brown, considering, I mean, would I rather have Jaylen Brown than LeBron right now? I guess. Yes, he's younger.
But you got to think of the money, too.
Jaylen Brown's a lot more expensive.
That's right. And the Nuggets are in a salary cap crunch.
I tell you what, man, LeBron at 41, whatever he is still, he's obviously not the LeBron in his prime, but he's still pretty good.
Dude, he is still an all-star caliber player.
Yeah.
That is what is, like, I think a lot of people are tending to forget about LeBron is, I watched him play last year. The guy is still amazing. Like, he's a very good player still.
He carried the Lakers to a series win over a solid Rockets
with
team.
no Luka.
I know.
I picked the Rockets in that series in 5.
Sure, I would have.
picked the Rockets
without
in
Luka,
5.
I would have absolutely said Houston would win that series. So, okay, so what are the odds that LeBron James comes to the Nuggets? They got as high on DraftKings as plus 500. That's the highest I saw. That was sometime yesterday.
I'm not a betting guy, Spring. Explain the plus 500 to me like I'm a second grader.
All you need to know is the closer to 100 or even money, and if you're a plus, you're an underdog on that even money. If you're a minus, you're a favorite on that even money. So if you're minus something, then you're like the clear favorite. But either way, someone has to be the favorite. When there's a lot of teams or a lot of options, the favorite can still have plus money next to it. They just have the lowest odds, most likely team, which had been the Golden State Warriors. I saw them at minus money earlier this week, and then yesterday they were the favorite, and the Cavs were the second most likely team to get him. That is now flipped. The Cavs are now the most likely team, according to the betting markets, according to DraftKings, to get LeBron James at plus 130. The Warriors are now plus 150 to get LeBron James. The Heat have been the third most likely team. They remain the third most likely team, but their odds have dropped. They are now less likely, but still the third most likely team, if that makes sense, to get LeBron James at plus 600. The Nuggets had crept all the way up to the fourth most likely team to get LeBron James. But then after the Jaylen Brown trade, TJ Jones, I believe of The Athletic, had a report that the Sixers were now in on LeBron James and had contacted LeBron James. So the Sixers jumped into that fourth spot. It was the fourth most likely team to get LeBron James. They had gotten all the way up to about plus 500 or so. They're down to plus 700 now. The Nuggets are the fifth most likely team, but they have dropped all the way to plus 1,200. So the odds have gone down. Here's the thing, and I say, to reiterate what I said earlier, I think if he wants to win, of all those teams, maybe you could throw the Sixers in there, and being in the Eastern Conference helps. Like Maxey, Edgecombe, Brown, and Embiid, if he's right, is good. I could see that being enticing for LeBron. And again, being in the East helps.
Yeah, getting out of the East is a much easier task.
Yeah. But I think if he wants to win, I still think the Nuggets are as good of a spot for him, if not the best spot of the teams, with the better odds to get him. You could throw San Antonio in there. There was a report that they're not going to go in on LeBron because they signed Tobias Harris. At the same time, if LeBron is signing for league minimum, I mean, every single team should be in on this guy.
Of course.
And that's the Thunder included. I mean, the Spurs are at plus 2,500 to get him. The Wolves have decent odds at plus 2,000. The Thunder are down at plus 6,000. But who knows? All it takes is one phone call.
Prediction.
Yeah.
Where do you think LeBron goes?
See, I think he goes to Cleveland or Golden State, one of the two favorites. I do. This is, again, I think if it was truly about winning, based on the realistic options out there, the teams that have contacted LeBron and shown genuine interest, which I think are 5 teams right now, Cleveland, Golden State, Miami, Philly, and Denver. I think Denver's the best win fit. You're playing with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Cam Johnson.
And he's boys with Josh.
Peyton's from LA and LeBron just played in LA. I think they have a little relationship. Yeah, like the Josh Kroenke connection, like you said. But I don't know, man. He wants to do this documentary where he's gonna it feels like he wants like Steph in that documentary, or he wants that documentary to be back in Cleveland again. There's just something about the Nuggets brand that I don't think, like, it would be weird. Like, could you imagine LeBron in a Nuggets uniform? It would be kind of weird. I love Denver. I'm from here, but I just, even though I think from a winning standpoint, it makes all the sense in the world, I just can't see him actually saying, yeah, I'm going to do that.
I think he's going to San Antonio. That's my prediction. I think the dark horse in this race that nobody's talking about is the San Antonio Spurs. And I think LeBron sees Victor Wembanyama as I've always said this. Since Wemby's coming to the league spring, Joker's the best player in the world. Wemby is going to take that over at some point, and I will say he got pretty damn close this past postseason. And I think LeBron wants a chance to play with a guy like that.
All right, let's talk on the other side, because we agree the likely team to sign him is not the Denver Nuggets, even though we would love to have him here, because boy, does this team need an athletic wing with some size. So if they don't get that extra piece, is what they have enough? And I want to talk more about your San Antonio theory as well. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. It's Altitude Sports Radio. It's Mark Springer and Dan Tanner here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Chris Mitchell running the show. And we're talking Nuggets by and large here on this Thursday afternoon. We were all supposed to be off today, but the steam, the momentum of the possibility of LeBron James signing with the Nuggets led us to being on the air today. And hey, I'd love it. I think it makes all the sense in the world for both parties. But as we just said in the last segment, concluding the last segment, neither Dan or I think that's actually going to happen.
Well, I think it's a possibility, realistic possibility. Let me ask you this, Spring. I've been thinking about this. If LeBron were to sign with the Nuggets, how big of a Denver sports story would that be in regards to all of the previous giant Denver sports stories? Like Peyton Manning signs with the Broncos. Like the big stories throughout the course of our great town's sports history.
Russell Wilson, we were pretty juiced about that.
Regardless of how it worked out, that was a massive story.
Huge,
of course, absolutely. The Nolan Arenado getting traded to the Cardinals, that was a huge story. Like, where would this rank for you and for the listeners if he were to sign with the Nuggets? As far as like, man, like I'll always remember that moment.
Yeah, I think overall it would be huge. I don't know if I don't think it's on Peyton's level because that's, I mean, I guess there was uncertainty about his neck and what that would look like, but like you needed a quarterback and it's Peyton freaking Manning. So whereas, LeBron, if he, and quarterback's the most important position, maybe in all of sports. And Peyton's one of the best to ever do it, like top 5 for sure. LeBron, if he comes here, this isn't LeBron coming here, like when he went to Miami or he went to the Lakers where he's the guy. No, you're more of a role player. You're still going to play a significant role, but it's Jokic's team. But it would still be because LeBron James is, you can hate him if you want.
It's LeBron.
And he's the most famous NBA player. Probably, is he still the most famous? Probably is.
100%.
I don't think anyone's passed him.
Absolutely. He's the most famous NBA player still in the game today.
Since Kobe and Michael. Would be the last two.
Yeah, it's gone Michael, Kobe, LeBron.
That have even gotten
the faces
to that
of the league.
Stratosphere, yes.
And I know he's in his 40s.
A couple texts here. Like Golden Garrett says, please, all caps. I can't root for LBJ.
Yeah, you
puke
can.
Emoji, puke emoji, puke emoji. Will be subjected to nonstop. Hey, look at me. Oh, and please excuse the film crew following everywhere.
You're gonna root for LeBron if he signs with the Nuggets. I've seen a lot of people saying this spring, "Oh, I can't root for LeBron." If he's wearing a Nuggets jersey, you're gonna be rooting for him.
The 307-631 says, "Would you want the circus that comes with LeBron?" The Nuggets need help.
What circus, by the way? What is this circus?
It's definitely waned. Like, yes, he's the most famous NBA player still. But it's not him at his peak.
What was the circus when LeBron signed with the Lakers? I don't remember.
It wasn't as big of a deal. Like the Heat thing was a huge deal.
That was a circus.
Yeah.
But guess what? That led to 2 NBA championships for the Miami Heat. Now, granted, he was in his prime then. I get it. But I'm not worried about a circus and then the film thing. Who cares? I would love to see behind the scenes Nikola Jokic. I mean, my God.
I think
that would be amazing.
Hey, you know what? Part of the fact that LeBron is still the most famous player is somewhat of an indictment that nobody else has grabbed that mantle.
Yeah.
Because when they do put themselves out there, they're not, and not that, LeBron has had moments where he's not entirely likable. Some of it was just his greatness. Like when you're that good, because it is either Michael or LeBron is greatest of all time. I think most people would say Michael won, LeBron 2, but being number 2 is still insane.
Yeah. I think Wemby has a chance to be that next guy, but it's kind of like golf. Like we've always talked about when Tiger's done, and he basically is, who's going to be that next guy in golf to be the guy that like everybody's watching these tournaments to watch that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Wemby's close.
Yeah, well, because he's got the talent that LeBron had.
We're going in year 23? This will be year 23 for LeBron, and there still hasn't been that clear guy that has like taken over as that guy.
LeBron has. I have found him entertaining and enjoyable in moments, not all the time, but there are some times where he has like a media appearance, and I'm like, hey, that was endearing. Like he gets it. Like he knows how to be the face of something, which is a hefty responsibility. Like everyone's going to screw up at some point, you know. I mean, look at what has happened with Tiger, you know, who, you know, is still kind of the most famous golfer, and all the stuff that he's been through. But it's an individual sport. I think that helps. Like Tiger can do stuff and we can just be like, nah, whatever, you know.
That's fair. The individual sport thing, I get. I mean, look at Serena coming back.
Sure.
For Wimbledon.
Yeah, she just won a set, which is crazy.
I mean,
at her
I was
age.
Interested in watching it, Serena.
Yeah.
You know, if Tiger came back and played the Masters next year, I'm watching Tiger Woods.
But so even if there is like added behind the scenes stuff with LeBron James, I don't care. This team needs help. And they need a player with size, still has athleticism, not as good as it was, but it's still pretty good. All the assets, the tangibles, the traits that this team needs more of, he has. I'm at the point where you do it. You just freaking do it.
Do you think Nikola Jokic is lobbying behind the scenes for LeBron?
Probably.
I would imagine he would be.
Yeah. Jokic, I don't think he cares. And hey, I think it would be good for him to, you know, be in a little doc, be a character in that, to up his brand. The league needs that. The league needs more Nikola Jokic putting himself out there a little bit. But hey, guess what? Jokic doesn't like to do that because the second he says something that you guys don't like, he's like, well, screw that.
Yeah.
I tried because there was something he said many years ago. He tried showing a little personality, and he got crushed for it. And Jokic pretty much said, I'm out.
Okay. See ya. I'm done.
Because y'all are so critical about everything.
Yeah.
You know, humans are going to say stuff that, whoopsies, there's a lot of words. There's a lot of choices. Sometimes I'm like, dude, I'll tell people, don't take every word I say so seriously, because I'm kind of coming up with this on the fly. Yeah. And I might edit it. I might say like, whoops, I didn't mean to say it. I should have said it more like this, you know? I don't care about the LeBron circus. They need it. It's kind of like with the Avs. Like if they were to bring in, you know, like this LaRue guy who, you know, is a little more of a bag, good. You know, bring in a Mason Marchment, which they didn't. Bring in a Radko Gudas, which they didn't. Bring in a Corey Perry, which they didn't.
Thank God.
I don't care, because I think that team needs a little more bag to them. I think the Nuggets need the athleticism in the defense. That's really, and the added bonus of LeBron is he can still hit shots and he can handle the ball, and you can spell Jamal Murray. You know, you can give Murray nights off and LeBron's your point guard. You can give Aaron Gordon nights off and LeBron's your power forward. Like the versatility that LeBron would provide is great.
You can give Joker nights off from having to be the de facto point guard.
Sure. And of course, you can give LeBron nights off because he's 41. So from a basketball standpoint, I mean, and end of the day, LeBron James is a good dude. He is. Like he's he's at Taco Tuesday with his kids. He got his son, he did everything in his power to get his underdeserving son a job.
His Nepo baby.
He even stayed an extra day so that $2+ million became guaranteed for Bronny. Say what you want, but he's a family man, okay?
Mm-hmm. So is Nikola Jokic.
Yes, and LeBron has great basketball IQ. He's relatively, largely selfless on the court. He I think does have a pass first mindset. Something that, hey, that might have been an issue with Jaylen Brown. But you wouldn't have that. So for any positives for comparing Jaylen and LeBron, like you could really argue that there are actually more positives with LeBron James. But again, is it likely? Is this something that's actually going to happen? Look, anything's possible. I didn't think the Sixers were going to sneak in on Jaylen. Nobody mentioned the Sixers. How many times do you see this in sports where sometimes the insider will mention a dark horse team, but they won't mention it? A lot of times it is a dark horse team. It's like a team out of left field came and got this thing done. So, yeah, I mean, Denver could be the team. It could be a team we're not even talking about right now. Like, Dan, I brought up and you brought up San Antonio. And I referenced earlier in the show that there's a report that because the Spurs signed Tobias Harris, that they said they're out on LeBron. And we had a texter saying, when you brought up San Antonio, well, they can't. They said they wouldn't.
I'm not buying it.
I don't believe a damn word anyone says.
Exactly. I'm not buying that. Especially if he's going to sign for the league minimum. Like that's the thing. If LeBron is willing to sign for the league minimum, it doesn't matter what other signings you've done. You can make that work very easily.
Yeah. The Spurs can go back on their word like that. Like, who cares?
Yeah, if LeBron's like, hey, San Antonio, I'm interested, they'd be like, oh, well, okay.
For
check
$2 million?
Sure.
Come play with Wemby. But okay. Like, and I'll again going to reference something I said earlier in the show. I think that the three teams that give LeBron the best win now opportunity in no particular order are Denver, San Antonio, and Oklahoma City. So if it's San Antonio, well, you're playing with Wemby, who has the highest ceiling of anybody. But Wemby has some maturity issues.
Well, I think that would be one of the main attractive reasons for the Spurs to bring LeBron in is to, hey, Wemby, like this guy's done it for 22 years. This is how you approach every day. This is how you approach maturity and don't say stupid things at a press conference. Like, I think that would be one of the attractive reasons as to why the Spurs would be so enticed to bring in LeBron.
But would LeBron be turned off by a 23, I guess he'll be 23 next year, 23-year-old kid, pouting a little bit? I didn't love some of Wemby, and again, here's when Wemby's being groomed as the face of the league and you're under a microscope. And so here I go. I didn't love some of his comments during the finals. He felt a little entitled to me. Would LeBron... Is that whereas with the Nuggets, these are pros who are in the prime of their careers. They're vets. They're not. I mean, they're getting older, but they're not old. These are vets who are steady. Who there's not a lot of drama with the Nuggets and with the Thunder. Do you want to be tied to unethical basketball? Do
you want to live in Oklahoma City?
And there's that too. Hey, people have pointed out that LeBron could drive the ball further on the golf course here in Denver. And Denver's a nice city to live in. I mean, my gosh, dude. I'd fill in on the morning sprint and I'm like, oh, it's 9:30. I can get down here in 20 minutes. For what should be a 20-minute drive on I-25. It's 9:30. Everyone's at work, right? Nope. I-25 is jammed at 9:30. I'm coming in for Kreckman and Lindahl 2 to 2:30. Things jammed. I'm like, didn't you guys get off at work at 5? Damn, people are in this. I love you guys. Thank you for listening to this show, but people are moving here because it's awesome here.
And COVID changed the traffic. Rush hours at 3:30 to 4:30.
Is it really now? I don't know. I've been on I-25 at 5, and it's even worse.
Maybe it's 3:30 to 6.
That's just I think there's so many people here now, but it's great. It's a great city. We love it here. We love the metro area. Like Peyton Manning stayed here because once you get to Oklahoma, half my family's from Oklahoma. I've been to Oklahoma City a few times. Nobody stays there. Nobody stays in Oklahoma City.
Do people even visit Oklahoma City?
But they do stay in Denver.
What's there to visit in Oklahoma City, Spring? You've been there.
There's a Hooters. There's a Hooters.
Well, not anymore.
I think there's still some because there's still the Hooters.
Okay.
There's not the Hooters by us, by the station closed.
Yeah.
But there's still a Hooters by where I live.
So that's the main attraction in OKC.
There's a Hooters.
Hey, if you want to do some storm chasing, it's a great spot.
Yeah. Okay, so he's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. We're going to continue this Nuggets conversation. Plus, I want to get in a little bit to the World Cup because I felt it last night. I mean, I felt it since the Paraguay win. You could tell there's something different with this team. Some more Nuggets. We'll get into Team USA next. We're here. We're live. I am Mark Springer alongside Dan Tanner with Chris Mitchell producing. We're in on the morning sprint, and then we'll be in for an hour of PhD. We're just going to keep the same branding because it was easier for me to, put everything in the system. That's how it went down. So we're taking it up till 1 p.m. We're talking Nuggets. We'll get into a little Team USA. In the break, Dan and I, we're talking a little bit about Marvin Bagley III. We had Lloyd Cushenberry III. Now we got Marvin Bagley III here in Denver. And, I straight up forgot about Marvin Bagley. And don't get me wrong, I remember him, second overall pick. I just kind of thought he was fizzling out. I was like, is he even still in the league? Well, apparently he actually, he was on the Wizards and the Mavericks last year. Got traded to Dallas at the deadline. Well, look at some of these games. Let's see. Couple double-doubles in the month of February when he came over. 15 and 13 in Minnesota, 12 and 11 in Indiana. Then he had a 22 and 5 in Brooklyn. At the end of March, he had a 26 and 9 game, 26 points, 9 rebounds in Portland in a Mavericks win. And then in April, at the Clippers, 21 and 9, and at the Suns, 20 and 8. Look, he was his second overall pick out of Duke. He went ahead of Luka Doncic in that draft. He was a talent. He's 27 years old. Maybe there's a little bit of a late or mid-career. Late, it's 2018 when he was drafted. It's been 8 years. But, maybe he's turning into a competent backup big.
Well, and you've always got to factor in spring when the Nuggets bring in guys, especially a guy like this who you mentioned, top, second overall pick, talented dude. How much does Nikola Jokic help this player? Joker's a guy that's going to raise all boats. So I'm really just curious and kind of excited to see what Marvin Bagley can do when playing with a guy like Nikola Jokic. How is this team going to utilize him? How is Joker going to utilize him in the offense? Look, he shot nearly 62% from the field last year. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Efficient around the rim. What is Joker like? Efficient players around the rim. That's where Aaron Gordon and Nikola Jokic have made their bread, is efficiency around the basket. This will be good for the Nuggets just in the sense, in my opinion, if Aaron Gordon isn't good to go for the majority of the season, and I don't think they can count on him to do that. I hope I'm wrong, but the last couple years would say he can't. Well, then you can slide Marvin Bagley into the dunker spot. Okay. There's kind of a problem solved for the Nuggets. So, look, he's not a great defender. So, in that sense, I'm not super high on this move because I think the Nuggets need to get their weakest deficiencies on this team is defense.
Sure.
And I think the Timberwolves exposed that a lot in the playoffs last year. But he's going to be a guy that's going to be efficient around the rim. He's another big body. They needed size in the front court. And he's a talented guy, theoretically, going into the prime of his career. So what can Nikola Jokic do for Marvin Bagley this upcoming season? That'll be really interesting to keep an eye on.
Average 0.7 blocks per game last season, but there were months where he was about a block per game. So it'll get you a block shot a game, protect that rim a little bit. And the 3-point shot actually a little sneaky because I never viewed him as much of a 3-point shooter, but apparently something he's been working on. In that Suns game in April, 3 of 6 from 3. In that Blazers win at the end of March, 3 of 5 from 3. What that game kind of reminds me of, if he's going to stretch the floor a little bit too. Are we going to see anything from Deron Holmes ever?
I think I'm out on Deron Holmes.
Is that just because of was it Achilles or ACL? I always confuse.
I think it was his Achilles in Summer League.
Either way, I think it was the Achilles too. Ever since then, and I know they were slow playing him back, but he was a 3-year guy at Dayton. Felt like the idea was, well, he could play now, or at least ease into a rotation and get more minutes as the season increased in his rookie season until he tore his Achilles in Summer League. And then it's just been nothing.
You know what I'm really banking on for the Nuggets this year, Spring? And I saw somebody text in earlier about this. I would give you credit. I lost the text. But I agree with the texter that texted this in. I think Christian Brown is going to have a really good bounce back season next year. Let's not forget, like, I don't think people realized, and I'll throw myself in this because I didn't realize just how injured that ankle was. Even when Christian, remember, he tried to come back. I think he played in 2 or 3 games. Ankle's not right. He was out for another month plus. Even when he came back the second time, you could tell that he was not right. Spring, the year before, Christian Brown led the NBA in transition points. Led the entire league.
Mm-hmm.
He was not the same player last year, especially in transition. That's where Christian Brown is at his best, is in transition. I think if he can get the ankle right this offseason, he was a really good player for this team pre-injury. Shoot, his rookie season, do you remember, what was it, game 3 of the finals in Miami? Christian Brown was instrumental in that win, in the finals as a rookie. So I know a lot of Nuggets fans are down on Christian Brown right now, and I understand that. And Peyton Watson certainly leaped him as far as, hey, I think he can be better for this team. I would just say, don't count Christian Brown out for next year. I think, to me, Spring, Christian Brown is going to be the X factor one way or the other for the Nuggets next season. If they can get pre-ankle injury Christian Brown, boy, he's going to be pretty good for this team.
I think he'll be better. I think the ankle absolutely affected him for sure. I do wonder if he'll reach a ceiling that I'd like him to reach. But I do think he'll be better. I do. And if he's healthy and he's got that speed going, yeah, he's an effective player. How locked in were you last night to Team USA versus Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Yeah, I mean, I watched the whole game. It was, not the most exciting game in the world, but I'm more in now just because it's cool. And I think Vic and DMac were talking about this, Spring, but it is cool to just see like our country rally behind this team because we live in America.
Mm-hmm.
We're not a soccer led country, right? Like we're a football country, an American football country,
a basketball country,
yeah, I mean,
etc.
Baseball, yeah, but it has been really cool just to see how it's honestly been kind of surprising to me just how like excited and how much momentum has gotten behind this US World Cup team. It's been really cool.
Well, it's you can see it on the pitch. That it's the best team they've ever had. Like there's speed. They have the best talent. I always, Landon Donovan, Chris Dempsey, who are on Fox, and I like listening to them on Fox. And I'm glad they have those dudes out there to talk about this run. But like Pulisic is pretty electric in the midfield, and then this Flo Balogun, like they finally got a striker. They finally got a dude who could finish. Like, thank God he was born in New York. Because like that's like the only I don't even know how much time he spent here. I don't think it was much, but that's awesome because he can finish. And man, that red card that he picked up last night was, I think, everyone can agree. I don't think if you don't think that was a garbage red card, I don't care where you're from. And I know I'm not the biggest soccer guy. I can hold my own on a lower level, but man, that was terrible. That to me was unintentional, and maybe that's just what we do in America. Because our fouls, intent is so important, to whether it was, a flagrant 1 or a flagrant 2 or a personal foul or whatever, it just was incidental. It just so happened to step on the dude's ankle as they were fighting for a ball. Like, give him a yellow, fine, but you want to give him a red, and now he has to miss the Belgium match? That's insane. I saw this So according to Mark Ogden, senior writer for ESPN, Flo Balogun could face an extended suspension. FIFA's disciplinary panel will review if the challenge warrants more than the automatic one-match ban originally issued. I saw like Bruce Arena, former U.S. men's team coach, he was on some podcast and he said, oh yeah, it was a clear red. It was a clear red. So maybe in the soccer community, even something that's just completely accidental and where your feet get tangled up essentially can be deemed completely egregious. But to me, I think it's the opposite. It's egregious that the dude was even assessed a red, had to leave the match, and now is going to miss the Belgium match and could potentially miss a match against what would be either Spain or Portugal should they get past Belgium. No way. Get out of here with that European garbage. That's not how we do that here, okay? That's awful. Balogun's good, man. He scored the opening.
This team is good.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking.
How the fight that they showed down a man for like 30 minutes or so, Bosnia doesn't score. Pulisic almost scores, but he's offside. And then the free kick from Tillman, I believe, was he bent it like Beckham. That's what he did. Yes, they can beat Belgium.
I mean, how cool would this be, Spring? In the same year, the United States wins a gold medal in men's and women's ice hockey at the Olympics, and the United States men's team wins the World Cup. How freaking awesome would that be? In two sports that are lower on the interest level for our country.
Hockey, though, like, we're in the hockey game.
Of course. It's one of our major sports.
Yeah.
So that's why this would be even more crazy just because, like...
Oh, this would be insane.
So how would this compare to the U.S. Olympic team winning a gold medal over Canada?
Oh, no, this
if
would
they were
be
to win the World Cup.
Biggest upset, the biggest celebration. I mean, I kind of agree with Vic. He brought up on the morning show, like he thinks it would do higher numbers in the U.S. than a Super Bowl. And you know what, man?
A
U.S. World Cup
World
final
Cup title match would do better numbers than the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Dude, everyone's going to watch it. Like, how could you not watch that? Like, even
worldwide or domestically, though?
I like domestically.
Okay.
And certainly worldwide, I think the World Cup final does great no matter what. Like, that's their Super Bowl, you know? I don't think they do it. I don't.
So Super Bowl 60, the Patriots and the Seahawks had 125.5 million viewers in the United States.
Yeah. How could you not watch that game? This is, even if you don't like soccer, this is the thing right now.
Yeah.
This is what everybody's watching right now. And, you know, even if Team USA is eliminated, which they always are in years past, you know, people still watch it. But if USA's in it, I mean, everyone's going to be talking about it. It's going to be the biggest word of mouth thing going around. Even you would have to have been living under a rock to have not felt the hype. And look, we like sticking it to other countries, especially it's something that we're not even supposed to be good at and that everyone's supposed to be better at than us. And if we were to continue winning in this thing, I mean, Americans are going to want to shove it in everybody's face.
So for some context, Spring, the USA-Canada men's gold medal game had a peak of 20.7, nearly 21 million viewers.
Which game?
The USA-Canada gold medal game, men's gold medal game.
Okay, hockey
so
game.
They peaked at just under 21 million.
Sure. But like, you know though that like it's Canada, and if it's not the USA, it's Sweden or Finland, and hockey it's big here, but it's not like the World Cup is a brand.
Yeah.
You know, and
to your point, the Olympics, what was that? The first time since 2014 in Sochi where they had best on best.
Mm-hmm.
So that was 12
was
years without that.
It was a big deal, but again, like the U.S.
So the brand had kind of diminished a little bit.
The underdog nature of this, though, adds to it.
Of course. That's a great point because the U.S. and Canada were expected to meet in that gold medal game.
Yeah.
And thank God they did because that was the premier matchup that you could have asked for in that tournament.
I think of the demographics, too. Like, you know, man, could you imagine a USA-Mexico? If it's USA-Mexico in the final, like...
That'd be sick.
Then I think it absolutely does a bigger
Canada's
number.
still in?
But think about the Hispanic population in the States, right?
Yeah.
But they're going to watch soccer no matter what. Even if Mexico gets eliminated, they're going to keep watching because that's their sport. They'll watch the USA run. The whole like every demographic in the whereas hockey does lend itself towards more of a specific demographic. It even basketball couldn't get there because if it's the NBA Finals, a lot of it is regional, right? It's either your team's in it or it's not. The Knicks helped, but it could only do so much just because, again, it was an underdog story. That's why those Knicks-Spurs games did insane numbers because the Knicks hadn't won a title since 73, and they're a known brand. They're the New York Knicks, and it was like, holy crap, they're actually here after years of sucking, and it did a good number. But it's, we're also used to it. I think there's a used to it factor. We're not used to this. Like, if the USA somehow became some soccer, I don't even want to say powerhouse, but consistently near the top year in, year out, as the years passed, the excitement would fade. Because we'd be like, been there, done that. Because it's new and it's the first time.
You think it would fade?
I think it would fade a little bit as the years pass, yeah.
Boy, I don't know. I feel like it would
I think it would
give
still be
momentum.
huge, but I just think the first time you do it is gigantic.
Do you think the U.S., kind of like how the U.S. men's hockey team did, because the women have been dominating women's international hockey for quite a while now, but the USA, like even 20 years ago, their men's international program was not great, right? I mean, you could really compare it to where the U.S. men's soccer program has been over the last 20, 30, 40 years. But now the USA's men's Olympic team is a powerhouse in hockey. Do you think that could happen with a not even necessarily a win, but a deep run here in the World Cup? Do you think that could usher in an era of where the USA is now a part of the top tier of international teams competing?
I don't think that will happen. I mean, they're going to get better, like, because, kids see this and now they're more inclined to not only play soccer, but stick with soccer. I thought it was funny. DMac this morning was like, well, my kid played soccer. Everybody played soccer. Like,
I played soccer.
I played soccer for a year, right? Like, everyone has that year of soccer initiation.
That is like the first sport every kid plays is soccer.
Sure.
I don't know why that is,
just,
even here in America.
Yeah,
that was the first sport I played was soccer.
Yeah, but do you stick with it? That's the key.
I think
right?
I played 1 or 2 years and then I went off to baseball.
I played 1 year.
I went to baseball.
And then I was all baseball and basketball.
Yeah.
After that. Yeah, but again, our main athletes play football and and that's just probably always going to be the case. And what helped, like, this is on American soil. The next World Cup is in Europe. The one after that is in Saudi Arabia. I think another thing that's really helping Team USA right now, and the talent is huge, like it's the most talented team, this is helping Mexico too. It's helped Canada. The home crowds are helping them a lot.
Boy, the crowd's been just freaking
They're electric.
awesome.
I can't wait I thought last night was great, but my favorite so far was still the second game against Australia in Seattle. And I'm not surprised because Seattle notoriously has like the most passionate soccer fans. And like they love the Sounders.
Yeah, that is like the soccer hub of America.
So this game on Monday night is at Lumen Field in Seattle, and that's going to be rocking. Last night was really good at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, but Monday night I think is going to be as insane of an atmosphere as you're going to get. They're not going to get that 4 years from now, 8 years from now in Saudi Arabia. This is their chance. This is the time. And I'm juiced about it. I love watching the team play. It's so much fun, and I cannot wait for Monday night against Belgium. And they're going to get revenge over Belgium for 2014. I mean, like, that was fun to watch USA get to the round of 16 in 2014. You knew that they were all, like, that team, you knew they were outmatched. Tim Howard just kept them in that tournament by making amazing save after amazing save. But this team's different. I can't wait to watch on Monday night. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. We're back after this. All right, we're back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner here with you, taking you up to 1 p.m. And Dan, I am refreshing my Twitter feed, trying to see if LeBron has signed with the Nuggets.
Yeah, Shams has been a little quiet today.
It's been a...
What's he cooking? What's he up to?
I hope you're hungry.
By the way,
for nothing.
I saw somebody getting on Shams on Twitter because they were comparing him to how Woj used to break news, Spring. And they said Woj would just tweet out the trade, all the details, like all in one tweet.
Mm-hmm.
Shams will tweet out the trade, like the just very preliminary trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll do a hit on SportsCenter.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll tweet out the details to the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll do another hit on SportsCenter. Like all for one tweet, all for one trade. Are we liking how Shams is breaking news over Woj?
I've seen...
I kind of miss Woj.
Yeah, no. Well, first you got to say Woj bomb, which was...
Yeah, nobody says Shams bomb.
It's not a Shams
It's not a
bomb.
thing.
Shams is also... Like, Woj didn't seem to tweet the lower level guys out near... Like, Shams will give you every move. Like,
by the way, just behind the scenes, behind the curtain in Spring, as producers, we know this. I have a little bias against Shams and pro Woj because I would hit up Woj to come on our station, and I can't even remember if we got him on, but he would at least get back to me. I've hit up Shams multiple times, never heard a word from the guy. So I have a little like bias against Shams just for that.
Gosh, I have people like that.
Yeah, squash
too.
the beef, buddy. Hop on the show right now. Talk about it.
Yeah,
You out,
Shams, if you're
Let's do it.
listening, come on right now.
Get our line. Let's do it.
Gosh, I got people like that too, but I guess none of them live rent free in my head.
Like Woj would at least get back. He would say no.
Yeah, no, I always
But
respect
he would
that.
at least
Just
respond.
Text me back and say, hey, sorry, I can't do it.
Exactly. That's all I need.
Yeah, that's all I want.
That's all I need. Just acknowledge that I exist.
Yeah. Don't big time me, guy. Here's okay. See, I like the Dunk Central account. It's my favorite aggregator account. They used to be, and their name is still NBA Central. And the parody, of course, is NBA Centel. But Central tweets out, according to Bill Simmons, Giannis Antetokounmpo was ready to sign off on a trade to Boston, but the Celtics refused to give him the 3-year max extension he wanted and were only willing to offer 2 years.
Huh?
What are the Celtics doing?
Why are you trading for him if you're not going to offer him the max?
We'll give you Jaylen Brown and other good assets, but we won't give you 3 years. We'll only give you 2. It's Giannis.
What?
Like if you're even floating Jaylen Brown and then you're ticking Jaylen Brown off because you floated him, then you're all in on Giannis. You're all in on a full 3 years. But apparently they weren't, according to Bill Simmons at least.
Yeah, if you're trading for Giannis, you want to milk as much out of him as humanly possible to be on your team.
What is going on with the Boston Celtics right now? I'm hearing like conspiracies that it's not Brad Stevens, it's ownership. They want to be cheap. They don't even want to go into the first apron. But what is going on?
Let me
with
just
the
say
Boston
this.
Celtics?
That brought something up that I was just thinking about, Spring. Owners being cheap in the NBA. Oh, they don't want to go into the first apron. Oh, they don't want to go into the second apron. Oh, they're cheap. No NBA owner wants to go into the apron. This isn't specific to a handful of teams in the NBA. I hope NBA fans and basketball fans understand this. None of the owners want to go into the apron.
We're talking about Boston.
Not a single one.
A major market.
Exactly. Now, a couple may, depending on their situation, like you brought up earlier, Josh Kroenke said he's willing to go into the apron, and that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate it when fans call NBA owners cheap. None of them want to go into the apron, Spring. This isn't specific to a handful of owners in the NBA. None of them want to do it.
Let's see. If you go into the second apron, teams cannot combine the contracts of multiple players in a trade to match a single higher salary, nor can they take back more salary than they send out. Cash cannot be sent or received in any trade. Teams cannot use trade exceptions generated from combining multiple salaries in a single trade, nor can they use trade exceptions from prior years. Teams are prohibited from using the taxpayer mid-level exception. Teams cannot trade a first-round draft pick 7 years in the future. If a team's payroll finishes above the second apron for 3 out of 5 seasons, their upcoming first-round pick is automatically moved to the very end of the first round. Okay, so basically, it just makes it hard to make trades, almost impossible to make trades and sign free agents. Although in season, you're not really signing it. I guess street free agents, your Tyus Joneses of the world. So if you want, the Nuggets can go into the second apron. Like the ownership has money, and as you just said, as we've said, apparently word is that they've been given the green light to go into the second apron if it's deemed...
If it makes sense.
If it makes sense, yeah.
Of course.
Well, if you're signing LeBron and you're bringing back Peyton Watson, and that's a lot, even if LeBron is cheap, the Watson extension is not going to be that cheap. It's going to be relatively expensive. You're probably a second apron team with all of that, and so maybe you can't make any trades, but okay, I'm all right with that. Because... you're probably not going to be able to trade, even if you're in the first apron, with the lack of assets they have. What type of moves could they make at the deadline anyways? You've addressed your depth. It's everyone you had last year, except instead of Tim Hardaway Jr., it's LeBron James. So I'll sacrifice my trade flexibility. I'll live with the fact that I can't make any trades at all, really, or I can't sign a street free agent. Because the team you roll in with from day one is essentially the team that you have in the playoffs. But if that team is everything they had except LeBron James instead of Tim Hardaway, then I'll roll with that all season long and I'll punt on the trade deadline. So, yeah, they can go into the second apron. And maybe they will. The Cleveland Cavaliers were the only team to go into the second apron last year. So, they did it. Teams do it. I guess you just don't want to be in it for 3 out of 5 seasons. But at the same time, I guess your first round pick just moves to the end of the round, guess what? The Nuggets are in that realm anyways.
Yeah.
When they have first round picks. They're late first round anyways.
I want to ask you this question. Maybe we can get into it on the other side. There's been 8 champions in the NBA over the last 8 years. Is that a good thing for the NBA or a bad thing for the NBA? That there's been 8 different champions in the last 8 years.
All right, we'll talk about that next. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, the big noon build-up. All right. Whoa. That sounds important. You're going to want to not turn your dials. Give you a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
To stay with us.
Like the Broncos new training camp construction site. That's how big this buildup is.
Oh, wow. Because that's a big new facility they got down there. Hell yeah. The big noon build-up.
By the way, I drove by that last weekend. Still got a little bit of work to do, but it looks incredible.
Well, yeah, it's like a big spaceship because I've driven past it a few times. It's like it almost looks like its own arena.
They still have the old building up, by the way. I saw they still have the old building up, and I was talking to somebody last night. I think they're a little bit delayed on the. I think that'll still be up during training camp. The old building. I think their plan was to take it down before training camp, but it looks like it's still going to be up for when we're out there at Broncos training camp.
And apparently, there's going to be bleachers like around. Like where the hill used to be will now be bleachers.
Yeah.
Actually, and I that one actually I'm not sure, but I think there's going to be bleachers on like the north end, like that far end.
And then I think there's going to be
field
bleachers on the east side where the old building is still standing right now. I believe they're going to put some seating up there too.
So it might just be like a little mini stadium.
Broncos training camp is going to be for the fans that are going to attend, maybe not this year, but when they're completely done with the renovations, is going to be a treat to go to. They're going to the Broncos have done a really good job with how they're going to present training camp to fans going out there. It's going to be awesome.
They're going to try to sell out training camp.
They're not going to have to sit on the
grass. You're going to have to buy your training camp tickets on StubHub. There's going to be a guy outside.
Well, did you see that
selling you tickets
yesterday? I don't know if it was yesterday, but recently the Broncos put their training camp tickets not on sale because they're free, but it's first come, first serve. Sold out in 30 minutes. Fans are really excited about this year's Broncos.
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
All that money, the fancy new facility. Can they buy a robotic ankle for Bo Nix? Cyborg Bo Nix. Get rid of that predisposition.
How concerned are you about Bo Nix's ankle? Like, is that a big? I know a lot of fans are really concerned about that. And by the way, I understand why, because I believe going back to high school spring, he's had 5 surgeries on his ankles.
Yeah,
and that's a bit concerning. But if you listen to Bo Nix a couple weeks ago, he was like, "Oh no, I'm going to be fine. In fact, I'm going to be even better running the football because now my ankle's fixed."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not concerned because like Bo said, he was like, for crying out loud, it's a broken bone. And yet dudes break bones all the time. Now, granted, he's broken this ankle several times now.
That's the concern.
Yeah.
If this was a one-off, I wouldn't be concerned at all.
It's one of those things that, like, I expect him to play Monday night against the Chiefs. And I also expect Patrick Mahomes and his ACL to play in that game as well.
I'll tell you this. If Patrick Mahomes is playing in that game, Bo Nix better be playing in that game.
And for me, it's going to be like, I'm not going to think about, maybe I will now because I'm thinking about it right now. I'm going to and it's different. It's very different, but I'm going to liken it to Valeri Nichushkin. Like when he left the Avs the first time, for the not cool stuff. Like, then I forgot about it because I was like, this isn't going to happen again. And then it happened again. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess maybe I should have thought this could happen again, even though I totally forgot and was like, no, because I was like, no way this happens again. So my point is, like, I could see it being like, 6 weeks into the season, everything, and it's a tough first 6 games, but that's not the point. 6 games into the season, everything's going great, like Bo's ankle's great. We're not even thinking about it because, like, clearly it's healed. Bo's running, moving around, and he's got the speed still. And then, like, week 7, just out of nowhere, he breaks the ankle again. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, damn.
Oh, Sean was right.
It was predisposed. But that's like completely out of everybody's control and very well might not happen. So we'll see if that ever happens. But until we get to that hypothetical, which might be unlikely, thinking he plays week 1 and it's just a broken bone and he'll be good to go.
I'll tell you this. Last thing on Bo. If he can stay healthy this year, which I'm pretty positive that he can, I think we're going to see Bo Nix take a massive leap in year 3. And I always go back to, this has always stuck with me, Spring, even though he didn't really work out here, and it was kind of Josh McDaniels' fault. But Jay Cutler said this going into his 3rd year with the Broncos. This has always stuck with me. He said, by year 3, a quarterback should have everything down. How to read the defense, know the playbook inside and out, all of the audibles you have to make at the line, how to adjust protection, all of that stuff. You should have all of that down going into year 3. And I think Bo struggled with that early on in his career because Sean Payton's offense and now Davis Webb's offense is very complicated for a young guy coming into the NFL. But I think we're going to see Bo Nix at the height of his powers heading into year 3. If he can stay healthy, I think we're going to see, and I'm going to say it right now, I think we're going to see Bo Nix go into being a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. By the end of this season, I think it will be Bo Nix will be widely regarded as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL after this season.
All right, we'll get into the NBA, they champions in 8 years next segment because we're rolling. We're vibing right now. Talking some NFL. I mean, that's our thing. This World Cup thing is great, and I'm loving it, but we love
talking about real football.
Real football.
American football.
No, I'm juiced. So okay, yeah, I could totally see that. Because there's always a surprise. Call it a surprise. Maybe it wouldn't be much of a surprise if Bo Nix took that step, but to some it would be, like especially outside of Denver. And also, like, keep in mind, Bo did have it was his 2nd season last year, but there's a lot of one-score, lower-scoring wins where the defense did carry them to victories. Like, the one that's top of mind is that Thursday night game against the Raiders.
Oh, God.
That was like 10-7. I think it was the final
the Jets
score.
game in London.
The Jets game in London.
Was puke.
But then, hey, guess what? After a full 2nd season in that playoff game against Buffalo, he looked like he was trending towards the finished product that he could be under the tutelage of Sean Payton. Like, that looked like the upside of Bo Nix if he was coached right.
Well, in the second half of that season, I think is what you're kind of getting at is where
the Buffalo game.
Well, I would say it started earlier than that, Spring. I think it really that game against Kansas City right before the bye week, he performed very well. The game against the Packers, I thought was his best game by far of the regular season. Those were 2 games where I'm looking at it and saying, "Oh, that's what it's supposed to look like." Like this is Bo Nix morphing into a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback because early on in the season, like you mentioned, the Raiders game, the Jets game in London, what was the other? The Giants game for the first 3 quarters was just, I mean, the offense looked incompetent.
Sure.
But the final stretch of the season, even before the Bills game where Bo played very well throughout that game, by the way, he had a good first half too. He wasn't just a second half quarterback in the last 5-6 games of the regular season and in the playoff game against Buffalo. You really could start to see like, okay, this is starting to go somewhere with not just with Bo Nix, with the offense as a whole. It was very positive. That's why it was just extra disappointing to see him get hurt at the end of that game against the Bills in the divisional round, because you could see the momentum creeping up with Bo Nix, his confidence going up, Sean Payton's confidence in him, and the offense just kind of seemed to be on a roll. So I hope that we get to see that continue early on in the season. Like, no more slow starts for Bo Nix in the offense. They've got Jalen Waddle now. It's time to go.
Yeah, and I think the trajectory checks out. Like, yeah, he spent 5 years in college or whatever it was and was in his mid-20s when he was drafted, but a rookie's a rookie. Okay, so first you got to learn the league, and also you're learning it in a Sean Payton offense, which is, more complicated and more intricate. long verbiage, which I think they are going to try to work on with Davis Webb. They're going to try to cut some of that down. But either way, and I will say though, like I want that crash course. Like I want it to be higher level. I think that pays off in the long run. I think you can, if you simplify it early, you can mask some development issues and you can have earlier success with it simplifying, but then the league catches up to you. They make it more complicated on you. You didn't get that crash course because you see quarterbacks, you might have a good first year or two, but then it catches up to you. I think Bo learned the right way. Like they forced him, but that's what Sean's going to do. They're going to make it complicated. They're going to make it tough. I think in the long run that pays off. Trajectory kind of checks out that back half of year 2 is when it would kind of start to click a little bit. And, you see every year we go into every season thinking, it's going to be Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and there's always a couple quarterbacks who exceed expectations and jump a tier or even 2 and get themselves into top 10, even top 5 consideration. Bo Nix is a candidate for that.
Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield or
Daniel Jones.
Great point.
Yeah. And
Daniel Jones for the first 8 weeks last year, spring. He was an MVP candidate.
And it checked, like you watched him play, and it was like, it's not just smoke and mirrors. Like, no, the dude's quarterbacking out there.
He looked like an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
For the first 8 to 10 weeks of the season. And then he got hurt, and the season went down the crapper.
Yeah.
But he looked elite.
Yeah.
Why can't Bo Nix have a start to the season like Daniel Jones had last year for the Colts?
No, there's no reason he can't.
I would say that the Broncos' offensive roster is more talented than the Colts, especially with the addition of Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, the Jalen Waddle addition should be huge. Huge. I mean, that's going to their underneath route options were non-existent. Guys who can catch the ball, and the Broncos love their screen passes, right? And I don't know. I mean, Waddle will be in the screen game, but I am also envisioning drag routes underneath. But a guy who can get it and then go. Some yak, yards after catch. And then, of course, the downfield threat. I guess that's one area that Bo wasn't the best at, and I've seen some improvement, but probably still needs to improve on the deep ball, the over the top, hit him in stride, the receiver on top of the defensive back. Waddle gives you that possibility. You'd love to see Troy Franklin and Bo Nix start converting on those more. Mims can go over the top. It's tight end is my question, for sure. But Waddle can mimic that over the middle game.
According to Cortland Sutton, the tight ends are great. He doesn't get why fans in the media are not, super high on the Broncos tight end group.
And maybe it's a Caleb Lohner year. Maybe it's Justin Jolie. I don't know, man. Hey, dudes pop out of nowhere. You get a competent tight end, all of a sudden, look out. Now this offense can really hit you at every angle. Of course, if J.K. Dobbins can stay healthy and R.J. Harvey maybe can take a step. Jonah Coleman seems like he's got something to him. Hey, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Forget this. Like we said, forget this football. No. It's all about football.
Football, brother.
And, of course, people pointing out that the Team USA, they're going to get the Monday Night Football for Team USA is coming your way. Bum, 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 bum,
is that
bum, bum.
versus Belgium is Monday night?
Bum, 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 bum.
We need a little wait, is Tirico Sunday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get Joe Buck back on Fox. Can Joe Buck and Troy Aikman? I do like the dudes who call the A games for Fox, the soccer guys. Stu Holden's the color guy. I always forget the play-by-play guy's name, but he's good. Get Buck and Aikman on there. Give me an alternate broadcast.
Ooh, there you go. Buck and Aikman doing USA Belgium on Monday Night Football.
Although it is Fox, and now that Buck used to work for Fox, would they have to give us Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady?
I'd listen to that.
I would.
I would love to hear Tom Brady break down a soccer game.
Can I get Aaron Andrews on sidelines? Terry Bradshaw. Forget Alexi Lawless.
Yeah.
I think the Lawless hate, he's fine to me.
He's fine.
But I want Terry Bradshaw with the telestrator at a hydration break, butchering everyone's name. Balogun? You think that he's going to pronounce Balogun right?
You know what
Balogun?
You know what I would love to see is Shaq and Charles Barkley doing the in-studio halftime, pregame, postgame reports for USA Belgium. That's what I want.
Oh, I'd love that.
I want the TNT.
I'd love
now
that.
ESPN inside the NBA crew. That's who I want to see breaking down this game.
Yeah, and I've seen people I think people are right when they say this. I think even Alexi Lawless has said this. Don't try to European the soccer. Don't try to do what they're doing.
Thank you.
Make it feel like college football. Like I like the college game day atmosphere of having them outside the stadium. I want it our way.
Don't berate American soccer fans for saying field over pitch.
Sure.
Right? Saying jersey over kid. Like, don't berate pitch. You just seem snooty when you do. That's one of my biggest turnoffs watching soccer, Spring.
Sure.
Is the snootiness.
Sure.
Really, just let me have my jersey and my field comment without being berated about it.
Yeah, I don't care if Terry Bradshaw's butchering names. It's still Terry Bradshaw. All right? Like I would love that with some soccer coverage. So yeah, Monday Night Football. This Monday night. And we're gonna get back into the Nuggets and we'll talk some NBA on the other side. The Nuggets have won a title in the last 8 years. So have 7 other teams. It's a league of parity. We'll talk about that next. All right, we're back, taking up to 1 p.m. I'm Mark Springer. He's Dan Tanner, Chris Mitchell on the ones and twos. And we keep waiting for LeBron James to sign with the Denver Nuggets. It has not happened yet, but it's totally going to, right? It's possible. It's more realistic than we thought 3 days ago. But Dan, you asked me before the top of the hour if it's good or bad that we have 8 different NBA champions in the last 8 seasons. And I gotta think that, the aprons, the restrictions on teams is contributing to that. It's just so hard to retain and then, be flexible and move assets. It's just harder.
It's not only harder, it's harder to keep trios or even duos of stars, but it's also harder to keep depth pieces, which is what we saw happen with the Nuggets after they won the championship in 2023. They lose Bruce Brown and they lose Jeff Green, and KCP stayed, but then they eventually left. It's just harder for teams to have dynastic run spring, which unfortunately, and I've said this so many times, the league changed their rules in the CBA to make it harder for teams to be dynasties, literally right as the Nuggets were entering a potential dynasty. So it kind of sucks for us here in Denver that it happened just at that time. It couldn't have happened when the Warriors were about to go on their dynasty, or even earlier than that, the Lakers or the Spurs or whatever. But is it good for the league as a whole that we're not seeing these dynasties running the NBA anymore like we saw in the late 90s, early 90s with the Bulls, with the Spurs and the Lakers and the Warriors? Now the dynasty era is kind of over.
I'm kind of split on this one because, I don't like it because these new rules came into effect right as the Nuggets won their championship. And I do think, because it used to just be a luxury tax, which I liked that system. I thought it was a good system. The Warriors won multiple championships. They had to pay a lot of money to do, they paid so much tax money, but it didn't restrict them from, making trades or signing players. They just had to pay a lot of tax. And I do think, say what you want, but I do think nobody's holding anything to my head as I say this. And maybe I'm dead wrong. I think that this ownership group, the Nuggets ownership group, would have spent. I think they would have, because when you have Jokic, and they went all in. But then, it's again, there's a reason that only the Cavs were in the second apron last year. This is not just the Nuggets. There's trade restrictions. There's a draft pick penalty, although the more I look at it, it's not as severe as I thought. Free agents signing restrictions. It's not just a tax that you have to pay.
Right.
So no teams are really doing it right now. But I don't like it because I think the Nuggets would have been in a better position over the last few years if it was the old system. I do. At the same time, I don't think you get the Knicks winning that championship that we just saw if it wasn't for the aprons, which lends itself to more parity. And that was a really fun run. It was. And, if it's not your team, in this case, the Nuggets, but it's another team winning multiple titles, winning a title 3 years in a row, 2 out of 3 years, 3 out of 4 years, you get sick of that team.
Yeah. And it's just one team and one fan base that's loving it.
Yes.
And you got 29 other fan bases that hate it.
Yes.
So when it's your team, it's great.
Yeah.
But there's 29 other teams that don't necessarily like that. So I would argue that the parity that the NBA has gotten into has helped the league as a whole become more popular because more teams, at least their fan bases think they have a realistic chance at a title each year.
The Nuggets were in a little window, but even if they could have spent more money, guess what? The Thunder were still coming along.
Yeah.
And the Spurs were
you still have to do business the right way. Like, I always use the Dodgers as the example for this spring. Yes, they are the highest spending team in baseball. They're contending for their 3rd consecutive World Series, 4th in the last however many years. But they still draft and develop well. They still make smart free agent signings. They make smart trades. So there is a level to this of where, like, okay, if you do things the right way, like, I still think the Oklahoma City Thunder have a chance to be a dynasty in this.
But the apron, like, it's going to help mitigate that. And would we want to see OKC, go on a little run? The fact that they have to pay, they paid SGA and they paid Chet and then they paid Jalen Williams, and this is the first year where that's finally going to be an issue for them.
And they just re-signed Lou Dort.
It's crazy that they brought Dort back and they brought Hartenstein back, which I thought was interesting because they also drafted a Day Mara out of Michigan. I was like, oh, there's your Hartenstein replacement. Nope, they brought Hartenstein back.
But he's on a rookie deal. Day Mara.
Sure.
He's on a rookie deal. So that gives you the luxury of bringing back a guy like Isaiah Hartenstein.
It made the Nuggets' life harder, but it's going to make OKC's life harder. It's going to make the Spurs' life harder. But the second that you see, if you do see OKC going into the second apron and San Antonio going into the second apron, then you can look at it and say, well, why didn't the Nuggets? But so far, no one's doing it, really.
I know why the Nuggets didn't. Because they don't have draft capital.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I guess what my ultimate point in this is, Spring, is even when you're a championship contending team now in the NBA, you still have to operate like you're rebuilding in a certain sense. Like the Thunder are title contenders. If they had 2 high first-round picks in this year's draft, they've got like $1 billion first-round picks still until 2030.
Well, thank you, Paul George.
Yeah, I mean, but I think you're going to see in the NBA now, even contending teams are going to be looking at ways to acquire draft capital regardless of where they are in the, like championship contention arena, right? This is what NBA teams are going to have to do. And this is one of my biggest concerns with the Nuggets over the next couple of years. Yes, they're still in a championship window. When you have Nikola Jokic, you're in the window. Okay. Now, how close to that window are they? I don't know. But you're going to see teams start operating from a sense of we've got to be able to replace guys before paying them. A lot like we see in the NHL. It's a lot like we see in the NHL. And the NFL to that degree. How do we replace guys who are going to sign a big contract with cheaper, higher draft picks? And that's what concerns me with the Nuggets over the next 4 or 5 years in the Jokic era. What's going to happen over the next 5 years with the lack of draft picks? That's my biggest concern.
I think that now, if there was ever a time to go into the second apron for the Nuggets, now's the time.
You got to do it.
Especially if you get LeBron James.
Yeah.
Which might not happen, but if you do, then now you go into the second apron.
I would say even without LeBron, you got to do it.
You want to know why you probably do it even without LeBron is Jokic may have just put an ultimatum on you.
Mm-hmm.
Do
you think that's what that was?
I think so.
Not signing the extension
I think
or
that's
saying
what it was.
he might not?
I think that's what it was.
I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the money aspect.
I don't think it's money.
I don't think he's looking at his contract and saying, well, if I wait, I can make X amount of dollars more if I sign next year.
Well, I don't think that was what it was last year, which made sense.
Right.
Because it would have only been like a 3-year deal as opposed to the 4-year deal this summer. I guess maybe it could be a 5-year deal if he signed it after next season, but still, no, now was the time.
I don't think that's how his camp operates.
No.
I don't think that's how Joker's camp operates. I think he's looking at this team and saying, okay, can we win a title, realistically have a legitimate chance to win a title over the next 2 years? Well, really, now if you think about it, this year.
Yeah. How old's Jokic?
He's 31, I believe.
I want to say 32.
He might have just turned 32.
I mean, 31. He's going to be 32 in February.
Okay.
Time's ticking. It's not old, but that's not young.
Realistically, you've got I don't know, 3 to 4 more seasons of prime Nikola Jokic. And with a caveat, and you mentioned this earlier, and I completely agree, and I've talked about this before, I think Jokic's game, he can play really well later on into his 30s because of the style of basketball he plays. I still think he can play at an elite level into his mid to late 30s because of the style of play he has. But, what degree of, is he still going to be the best player in the game at age 37? I doubt it.
Yeah, you saw the photo of him recently?
Yeah.
In Serbia, and he looked svelte.
Yeah.
He always looks svelter year over year, year in and year out. Like,
yeah.
The idea that he doesn't love basketball and that has always been ridiculous. We've seen the photos of him as a kid. You don't get to where he's gotten without putting in a massive amount of work. The dude has given his all to maximize his conditioning, to be in the best shape he can possibly be. It is that's one grind in and of itself. Then there's the season grind, the 82. Every year matters. It's 3 straight years where he hasn't made it out of the second round. And that's defeating. And he does not want that feeling this upcoming season. And that's why I think he has not signed that contract yet and might not sign that contract. He does not want another year where it's a second round exit or a first round exit like it was last year. He does not. And if it is, then I think he's going to consider his options elsewhere.
It is. You know what's so odd about this news that Joker may not sign? It's not official yet, by the way, but he may not sign the extension offered to him this summer. Is after they got bounced in the first round against Minnesota, he said in his post-game press conference, "I want to be on the Nuggets forever." Like, this was just 2 months ago, Spring. Less than 2 months, or just over 2 months ago, he said this. So that's what's so odd to me about this extension news coming out is literally 2 months ago, he said, "I want to be on the Nuggets forever." And now it's like, well, we're going to hold off on the extension. Yeah. That's weird.
I want to be a Nugget forever. ...
He actually said, "I want to be Nuggets forever," but I'm just Americanizing
it. If it makes sense, if I can win here.
But he didn't say that.
He didn't have to. Yes, in a perfect world, he wants to be here. But only if it gives him the best chance to win. And that's not going to be an easy decision for him. That would tear him up inside if he had to make that ultimate decision of it's not here. Yes, he wants to be here.
Do you think LeBron if he were to sign with the Nuggets, would that change things? If LeBron signed with the Nuggets this offseason, do you think Nikola Jokic signs his contract extension?
But
this summer?
That would, it would certainly, I don't see how Jokic could look at that and not say, that's it, right? Like, that's good.
But LeBron would only sign a 1-year deal.
That's what I was just going to say.
So even if LeBron did sign with the Nuggets,
it's just a 1-year deal. Yeah.
He would still say,
what does the following season look like?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's right. Where, because again, man, report that he's hesitant to sign, might not sign. Right after that, Jaylen Brown and Jamal Murray smoke heats up. Heats up. I mean, that makes me think that, Jokic looks at the current team, if it was a team run it back and says, well, our deficiencies are Murray struggles against pressure and his legs fade. Aaron Gordon can't stay healthy. He loves these guys, don't get me wrong, but he's also going to look at it from a basketball perspective. So a Jaylen Brown trade, Brown is under contract for multiple years. Like, that would have given him some sense of, okay, they made a move that, brings in a different look for multiple years. Yeah. Maybe he signs them, but you're right. A LeBron thing Could just be 1 year. Probably would just be 1 year.
Marvin Bagley signed for just a year.
Yeah.
That's just 1 year.
But at the very least, it would be showing him, hey, or look what we got
We're all
for
in.
this year.
We're all in.
Like, it's the best we could do. It's the best we could do. And I think Jokic would say, yeah, that's a good thing. But yeah, I still don't know if he would sign. I don't.
Can you imagine what the conversations will be like next summer if he doesn't sign if Joker's going into essentially free agency?
Yeah.
Next summer.
Yeah.
Whew.
I know. Let's talk more about this on the other side. And Dan, I want to ask you, if they don't get LeBron James, which is the likely outcome, even though there is a certain degree of likelihood that he could come here. Like, that's somewhat realistic now, but that's the underdog still. The favorite is he doesn't come here. What does that mean? What does that mean if they don't get LeBron James? Because that's the best punch that they have right now. That's the best guy that they could get. We'll talk about that next. He's Dan Tanner. I'm Mark Springer. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Wrapping it up here for our local shows on this Thursday. Mark Springer, Dan Tanner here with you. And we're talking Nuggets. So much. It's funny. There's so much going on with the Nuggets, and there's also not a lot going on with the Nuggets. And speaking of that sentiment, because I saw this text from Scott on the text line. He said, I think you are reading into this more to fill radio time in regards to the conversation we just had about Nikola Jokic and the idea that, he hasn't signed this extension, and it's possible he doesn't this summer. He hasn't signed it yet. Why hasn't he signed it yet? Should have signed it by now, shouldn't he have?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. You can sign a contract in Serbia.
Yeah.
You don't have to be here.
Texter then says he's not doing Nuggets business right now. He's not here in the U.S.
That doesn't matter.
No. And, the days are long. Sometimes a day feels really short. Sometimes they're simultaneously short and long. There's a lot of hours in a day. Okay. There's time to think about things and going back to what we talked about last time, the work that Jokic has put in. I mean, the idea that he doesn't care about basketball is insane. Okay. Not only is he working to be in the best shape he can be, you might think he puts on this, this look that, he's just focused on his horses right now. That's all he's focused on. No. I would bet everything that he's thinking a lot about the Nuggets right now, and he's talking to people in his inner circle, maybe, with Josh Kroenke as well, but certainly the people close to him, he's talking about it. He's thinking about it. There's no doubt. I mean, these guys at the highest level, this is their life. I mean, Jaylen Brown just freaked out because the Celtics didn't think he was as good as he thought he was. I know Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson are in France right now. You can't tell me that AG's not thinking about what this team's going to look like, that Peyton Watson's not thinking about his contract extension. They're all thinking about all of this.
Well, of course they are, Spring. The front office said everything's on the table except for trading Nikola Jokic. Everything. Other than trading Joker.
Yes.
Everything.
So AG's thinking, does that mean me? Even if it might not be him, you can't help but think, does that mean me?
Now, I will say post-draft and as we're getting into day 2 of free agency, the longer this goes, I would say it's less and less likely that Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Cam Johnson get traded. No, that doesn't mean they won't or they can't.
I could argue it's more likely because it wasn't a great free agent market to begin with, but
so they want to go the trade.
The lack of free agents out there. If a big move is what Jokic wants, and I don't think he's off base if that's what he wants, because that goes into the question I was going to ask you. If they don't get LeBron James, and the reason it's LeBron right now is because if they don't get LeBron James, there's nobody else on the free agent market worth a damn.
Yeah.
I don't really know who's Ja got traded. I don't even know if people would have liked that, but at least these are, Ja, Jalen, LaMelo. The trades, a lot of the trades have already been made. I don't even know who's out there. So if they don't get LeBron, would it just be the exact same group from last year, minus Tim Hardaway, a potential Tim Hardaway replacement, but are you going to get the same level? I mean, Tim hit a lot of big threes, a ton of threes for you last year. If it's the exact same team, is that good enough?
Well, they would sure be banking on Aaron Gordon staying healthy and just the team overall. I mean, let's not forget Cam Johnson missed a ton of time last year. Christian Brown missed a ton of time last year. Aaron Gordon obviously missed a ton of time. Joker missed a month.
Yeah. Murray stayed healthy last year. Doesn't mean he will next year.
Let me ask you this, and the listeners. If the Nuggets were relatively to fully healthy entering the playoffs last season, do you think they had a realistic chance at winning a championship last year? If they were healthy going into the playoffs, if Aaron Gordon was healthy, if Christian Brown was healthy, if everyone was healthy.
Watson was healthy.
If Peyton Watson was healthy, do you think they had a realistic chance at winning a title last year? Because I do not. I don't think their defense was good enough.
Obviously, Peyton and AG would have helped that. The two guys they were really without.
Of course. But even with them, I think they're missing a rim protector. And, Trayvon Brazile, maybe he's that guy moving forward. Is he going to be that guy this year? I highly doubt it. But they're missing not only a rim protector, but those perimeter defenders. And look, Aaron Gordon, to your point, Spring, you're right. Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon are those guys on the Nuggets.
They are very good defenders. Like, not having those two, that's essentially their defense.
And people, let's not forget, I always mention this when the Nuggets won their championship in 2023 spring. They were, I believe, the 5th rated offense in the NBA. Okay, top 5. Great. They were a top 12 defense that year in the regular season. And if you look at the metrics of that championship run, their defense got even better in the playoffs. And Aaron Gordon's defense specifically in that championship run got better in the playoffs than it was even in the regular season. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that level of defense out of Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon moving forward. So my biggest concern with the Nuggets is they've got to get better defensively. They were the number 1 rated offense in the NBA last year.
They were the best 3-point shooting team in the league.
They were the highest efficient. They took the least amount, but they were the highest efficient for sure. They've got to get better defensively.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
No, I think that they're way better, because when I say way better, we're starting from like god awful. So they're way better defensively with Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. I still think they need one more.
They need a KCP type perimeter
defender. They still need even one more that's not out there on the free agent market and that you can only acquire via trade by giving up somebody who you might not want to part with, i.e. a Jamal Murray. Because Christian would be like the guy that everyone would say, yeah, trade him, but what's his value? Are you going to get that in return?
And by the way, for a team lacking perimeter defense, he's one of your best perimeter defenders, and he's a Swiss Army knife.
That's true, too.
So forget about the offense and transition offense like I brought up earlier. Christian Brown, regardless of what you thought of his season last year, and I get it, he was hurt, he was still a very good on-ball defender. He was guarding some of the team's best players. He did a good job on Anthony Edwards throughout the regular season, a plethora of other top scorers in the league. He can be that guy. So you trade Christian Brown, okay,
Sure.
now you're even in a worse situation, at least defensively.
Or Cam Johnson, too, who plays solid defense. Like those two, Cam and CB, I don't think play defense on the level of AG and P-Watt. But, again, that's why I look at Murray. Now, if everyone's healthy, I think they'd have a shot. I do. But that is also an if everyone's healthy.
It's a big if.
It's a big if.
Gigantic if.
And so everything this is why Jokic hasn't signed yet. Everything we've talked, that is why Jokic hasn't signed yet. You get LeBron James, that certainly helps. But again, it would probably just be a 1-year deal. And that doesn't do anything really for the following year in Jokic's extension. But at least that would show Jokic, hey, because you add LeBron, that's that extra player I'm talking about, where now I really think they could do it.
It says we're still all in.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah. So it'll be fascinating to follow over the holiday weekend where LeBron James signs, if he could sign here. We'll talk about it all, whatever the fallout is, on Monday, starting at 6 a.m. So hope you guys join us all on Monday, and we'll break down what happened over the holiday weekend. We hope you all have a lovely and exciting, eventful 4th of July weekend. Stay safe, of course, is the most important thing. For Dan Tanner and Chris Mitchell behind the glass, I am Mark Springer. We're back on Monday. Happy 4th of July, everybody.